As you can see by the title of this video, I will be analyzing every serial killer that was active in the United States from the late 1700s until 2023. Now, if you look it up on Wikipedia, there are hundreds, so let me just make a little rule. They have to have at least killed more than 2 people, so that gets about 100 out. I suggest you watch this video while relaxing, or working out, or even sleeping. Final thing, these earlier serial killers were a little harder to document, so some details are going to be hard to find. But stick around, and I promise you'll find out that these earlier serial killers were pretty brutal. Alright, so let's turn down the lights, get some food, and let's get right into the video. The Hart Brothers. The Hart brothers were 2 cousins. Yeah, I don't know why they were called brothers, who are believed to have been born in Orange County, North Carolina. They were named Micah and William. Sometime during 1797, the Harps began a vicious crime spree through Texas, Kentucky, and Illinois. So they just went crazy and started killing people. The Harps then returned to eastern Tennessee, where they continued their vicious murder spree. As the 2 fled west to avoid a new posse, organized by John Lapeer, which included an avenging husband from a previous murder, and a father, Moses DeGaulle. While the 2 men were about to kill somebody else, they got ran up on by the posse. They asked them to surrender, but instead they ran. Micah was shot in the leg and cut by a tomahawk. As he lay dying, he had confessed to over 20 murders, and the gang leader began slowly chopping his head off. The other brother William got lucky and was able to escape. However, 4 years later, him and the rest of the gang was caught. Records are shaky because he went under a different name, but once he was eventually caught, he was sentenced to being hung. Paddy Cannon. Paddy Cannon was an illegal slave trader and murderer in the mid to late 1700s. From what I gathered, she was part of a gang, though she mainly was the one who did all the crimes, and had a big hand in the slave trade. In 1829, Cannon was the only member of the gang captured and indicted in Delaware for 4 murders. After the remains of 4 black people, including 3 children, were discovered on property she owned. Though she had nearly confessed to 24 more, Cannon died in her cell in Georgetown on May 11, 1829, at an age estimated between 60 and 70. Some say she committed suicide, but that's not yet to be proven. Edward Roloff. Roloff was born near Brunswick to Danish parents. He had a brother, and everything was pretty normal for the guy. He grew up, had a wife and kid, though he lived close to his in-laws. He told his wife that he wanted to be further away. When she said no, he beat her to death across the head, and then poisoned the child they had. He attempted to commit suicide, but he was unable to. He went to his neighbors to borrow a horse and to go out of town for a little while and lay low. He ended up returning, and the townspeople had spreaded the rumor that he had killed his wife. He had denied it and said that his wife had left him, though everyone called BS and threw him in jail. He was found guilty and sentenced to 10 years. After he was released, he then planned a burglary that went wrong, and then he shot a person in the head to escape. He was then hung in 1871. Andreas Hall. Andreas Hall was born in New York in 1824. Little is known of his early life. In 1847, Hall was traveling with another young man, Franklin Brown, when the pair got into some sort of quarrel near Troy. In a fit of anger, Hall killed him and then stole all of his valuables. He had poorly hidden his body and never came back to it. Years later, however, he wanted to rob an old couple who he had done some work for in the past. He knew they had money inside their house and he could rob them, so he led the old man down into the grasslands and plunged a spike through his head. He then went back to the house and axed up the poor old lady. The next day, the neighbors went inside the home of the old couple and reported it to authorities. He was found with an unnamed peddler, and they were arrested on charge of killing the old couple. Hall pleaded innocent, though just days before his execution, he confessed to both crimes and a couple others that weren't included in the murders. He was hung on March 15, 1849. Boone Helms. Boone was born in Kentucky into what was considered an honest, hard-working, and respected family. He and his family ended up moving to Missouri, where he showed great feats of strength, especially in horseback riding. Years later, in 1851, he married a woman named Lucinda, and they had a daughter. Though they grew up really poor, they decided to move to California in search for gold. Helm asked his cousin Litterbury Shute to accompany him on the search, though Shute agreed. When he wanted to back out, an angered Helm stabbed him in the chest and headed out by himself. He was later captured by Shute's brother and family, though when he was captured, he acted crazy as he was held captive. So he was taken to a mental asylum where he would convince one of the guards to take him out for walks. Once the walks became routine, he made his escape. On his way back to California to find some gold, he murdered several men in altercations in which he admitted at one point he even ate his victims he came across, which to be known the first known cannibal. Once he was in San Francisco, he killed a rancher who he had befriended and led him inside his farm. He then traveled to Oregon for some reason to rob people who he would also kill. He teamed up with other gang leaders and found himself arrested and found guilty with other individuals. In a crowd of 6,000 people, he jumped off Hangman's box before the box below him was kicked. Isaac Wood. Isaac was born in New Jersey. Not much is known about his early life, though at one point he moved to New York where he lived with his brother. He lived there for many years until, unfortunately, in 1855, while his brother's wife was out of town, Isaac poisoned his brother, who died a few days later. Though it perplexed doctors, his wife immediately returned home, which her and her two kids were again poisoned by Isaac. Though she died, the kids survived. Isaac received his brother's estates and were the kids' parental guardian. The only reason he was suspected, however, was because he wrote a fake check for $2,500 in his brother's name. Authorities dug up David and his wife and found a lot of traces of arsenic, suspecting that Isaac had poisoned them. He was on the hunt by authorities. Now, I know you're asking, who was the third person he killed? Well, his wife. He poisoned the exact same way a few months prior and just hadn't told anybody. Yeah, he had a completely different wife before, this whole family. He was tried and he reached a very easy guilty verdict. And at his hanging, 60 people were there, 2 of them being the kids he tried to poison but didn't kill. Felipe Espinoza. Now, Felipe was born in New Mexico, and just like the last few, his early life isn't really well known. But what is known is that his family was nuts, especially him and his brother, Vivian. The two ended up in the Americas because that one treaty was just signed which allowed Hispanic settlers to come to the United States. Aided by his brother Vivian, Espinoza began his murder spree in the thinly populated area of what is now known as Vermont County, Colorado. The brother's first victim was found in May 1863, his corpse mutilated, and the heart hacked out of his chest. During that summer, 25 more people were attacked and killed in a similar fashion. Espinoza really messed up when he sent a territorial governor threatening demands to give him land or he will kill 600 more people, including him. Those are some big boy numbers. Lawmen were sent out to find Espinosa. Though they were met with little success, the closest they got was finding his brother Vivian and killing him, though Felipe escaped. He then got by Tom Tobin, who apparently was like a legendary tracker, and he cut off his head and brought it back to Lydia Sherman. Yeah, for some reason, there is very little known about this woman. All of what I could find is that she was orphaned and raised by her uncle, and at the age of 16, she was married to her husband, Edward, which they moved to New York City, in which they had 7 total children. After Edward became depressed after losing work, she poisoned him with arsenic. Oh wow, her and the other guy must have known each other. He died, and 6 weeks later, she poisoned 3 of her children in the same way, and 2 more children in 1865. All of their death certificates were listed as typhoid fever. When she was tried and caught, 5 years into her sentence, she escaped due to the pretext of being sick, and she got a job as a housekeeper and married some other dude. Why would he do that? He had some health problems, so Lydia decided to poison him, which killed him. She was caught and thrown back in jail, and that's where she died from a form of cancer. Thomas Williamson. Thomas was born in Illinois in 1831. At the age of 13, he attempted to rob a store. After being caught, he was sent to a local penitentiary. At the age of 22, he was struck with an illness that made him paralyzed on one side down. He was later jailed for horse stealing, which he spent a week. That was petty crime, so I'm gonna move to the kinda good stuff. Apparently, at one point, he and his brother-in-law would go play poker with some old man, and at one point, an altercation arose, and Thomas killed the old man. He and his brother-in-law dipped, and they got captured at one point, though he avoided police at the time, but he was caught later. So, at the place where he was gonna be hanged, his attorney, 1800 Saul Goodman, got his sentence changed, where he had to spend 11 years in prison. After he got out though, he got married, and this is where things get a little shaky. It's unsure if he killed his wife, but she just went missing one day, and somebody asked about it, and he said that she went to go visit a family, and that's it. He sought out work around the time and came across a farmhouse where he worked as a farmhand. The 2 who owned the farm were murdered by Thomas, and he was later caught by authorities. He was of course tried, then of course hung. The Bender family. The Bender family was a family of serial killers who were in Kansas. They consisted of John Bender and his wife Elvira and their 2 children, John Jr. and Kate. Though not much is known about their life, throughout their trek they killed dozens of travelers. There isn't much detail about the murders themselves. They were connected to other murders that happened in the same way. For the Bender family themselves, most of what we know is that John Bender, the father, was an old, bitter man and a dirty person, and the rest of the family were a couple of goofballs as well. They were proven to have at least killed 12 people, and like 16 more potentially. They were never caught or tried for their crimes. Stephen Richards. Alright, this is where it starts getting good. Stephen was born in West Virginia in 1856. He would later move to Ohio in a Quaker village. He had the fortune to seek out, and with that, he set off to Iowa. And here, for a short time, he worked as an attendant at a lunatic asylum, where he would bury deceased patients. This would be significant because this is where his life was shaped much significantly, to the fact that he started to have no regard for humanity. Richard left the asylum and started traveling throughout the Midwest. He met a man on horseback and decided to go gambling with him. Richard actually won most of the money, and they even slept next to each other the same night. The next morning, however, the stranger turned on Richards and demanded his money back. Richard then shot him above the left eye, killing him instantly. Several days later, he encountered another man who was traveling on foot. The man had seen Richards and the other guy just days before, so he asked Stephen about the stranger. Richard found out that this guy and the stranger were close associates and business partners. Richard, being sure that this guy knew too much, decided to kill him. Richard then went to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where he used fake bills to buy a horse and buggy, but the owner wasn't having it. He tracked Richards down and demanded he either gave him real money or he would have him arrested. Richard then shot him in the head, which, in hindsight, he could have just let him have the horse and buggy. Ironically, Richard was arrested for larceny sometime later, though he got out really easily because he claimed that the charge was unfounded. After he was released, he went to Nebraska, where, while he was there, he came upon a homestead of Kearney County owned by Miss Harrelson. This is where Richard would kill Miss Harrelson and her 3 children. This dude was full-blown crazy. He had full keep of the farm, and nobody was none the wiser. A neighbor had asked Richard to help him out, since the neighbor thought that Richard was just taking care of the homestead. While there, Richard poisoned him. The neighbor, expecting that he was poisoned, before he died, ran and told his neighbor just to watch out for this guy just in case. When the original neighbor died, the neighbor that he told confronted Richards, in which Richards killed them with an axe. At this point, Richard had to flee. He knew that somebody was gonna wonder where these people were, and right he was. When he arrived in Texas, he was arrested on the spot. With a group of 25,000 people, he was hung on April 26, 1879. Edward Soper. Edward was born in 1855 in Missouri. Little is known about him, though. His first crimes, like many others on this list, he stole a horse at the age of 20. Though not long after this, he would commit his first murder, which would be his father. In 1880, Edward hid in a feeding lot and called out for his father. When his father approached, he drew a pistol and shot him 4 times, killing him. He disposed of the weapon and went to his exercises as normal, and if nothing happened. When his father's body was discovered, another man, named Mapps, was convicted and imprisoned. Not long after this, Edward married a woman named Ardella Hunt, and they had 2 children together. They were happy with one another, but at some point had a big disagreement. I don't know, it's about religion or something. There isn't much to complain about at this time. While she and the children were sleeping, Edward killed them by grabbing an axe and bludgeoning them repeatedly. After this, he wrote letters saying that he could not take care of them and that he would rather them die than live in misery. Then he boarded up the house and fled the scene. Neighbors found the bodies and notified authorities, and Edward was on the run for years. He went under a couple different names and married a woman, and he had a child with that woman. 2 years later, randomly, Soper left with the child and left a note saying that the child will be taken care of, which he in turn threw the child in the river and let him drown. He fished him back out and then buried him. For the next month or so, he was just on the run, as an entirely different name. He stumbled across becoming a farmhand, and that is where the police tracked him down, and properly arrested him. He actually pleaded insanity, but was denied. He was then convicted and sentenced to death. He was hanged on March 30th, 1999. Sarah Robinson. Yeah, this one's pretty short. Sarah was born in Ireland and had immigrated to Massachusetts and she had married a man named Moses, in which they had 5 children. And from 1881 to 1886, a few members of her family suffered similar illnesses. She poisoned her husband, her daughter, and her nephew, all of whom had a life insurance policy. Though, when the eldest daughter of hers died, suspicion grew, and they found all the bodies had heavy arsenic. So, she was promptly arrested by authorities, and Robinson died behind bars in 1906. Frank Hickey. Frank was born in Massachusetts, and according to his testimony, was abused by his father a ton. Well, one day when he was 18 and working at a drugstore, he contacted the police and told him his coworker was dead on the floor. Though no one has suspected it, Frank had poisoned his coworker and killed him. He fled there and ended up in the northeastern United States. He came across an 11-year-old newspaper worker, and Frank told him he would buy all of his newspapers if he followed him to Central Park. Frank strangled him with the newspaper and left his body there. Around 1911, he was working at a steel plant, and near his house, he noticed a boy playing with his father. Well, as soon as the father went inside to grab money for an ice cream truck, Frank took the boy behind a saloon and strangled him and dumped his body in the outside pit. Hickey was found and charged with first-degree murder. He died in prison in 1922. Mary Cohen. Mary was born in Maine and had a good life. She got married and had 3 kids. Unfortunately, one of her children was found dead. She claimed it was a neighbor who did it, though nobody, not even her, was charged. Her other 2 children died of peculiar stomach aches, though all the deaths were soon forgotten. She still decided to pursue her medical career. Sometime later, she got remarried. No, I don't know where the other guy went. 4 days after they got married, he died from acute stomach issues. That's not suspicious at all. She then married another person, this time a fellow widower with a son. The son was 8, and not long after she got there, he got, you guessed it, stomach pains. His body was examined for autopsy, and they found arsenic. Without wasting time, they went and arrested Mary. She was found guilty, and of course died in jail, but due to health issues. The Kelly family. Our second family of serial killers, the Kelly family primarily set their focus in Kansas. William, Kate, Billy, and Kit. They, in total, murdered 11 travelers, whose MO would be to rob and kill the wealthy travelers, who would come across them on their farm in no man's land. A small interesting fact, and more of a theory, is that the Kelly family might be in fact the Bender family just years down the road. But that's just a theory. Anyways, they were captured and one of them had suffered a broken neck because they had fallen off their horse. They were tried and hung. T.J. Hampton. This guy must have not been important at all. Not even Wikipedia has information on him, barely half a page. T.J. committed his first murder, and it was on a train conductor in 1887 in South Carolina. Throughout the years, he moved to Georgia. This is where he would commit another 2 murders. In 1893, Hampton was working at a camp and shot 3 white men. Not long after he was caught, he was charged for those crimes, and he was hanged at Lake City. Yeah, not all these guys are gonna be like Edward Soper. Pleasant Pruitt. Mr. Pruitt was born in Edinburgh in 1840. He is being said as the helm of his family. In 1888, his first wife, Miss Pruitt, suddenly died from poisoning. Everyone in the town was shocked, but nobody expected Mr. Pleasant. A year or 2 later, he met and married another woman named Naomi Huffman. In 1896, however, the Edinburgh community was shocked when Pleasant accidentally killed his wife. The farmer claimed he was cleaning his shotgun when it accidentally went off. Sounds like someone else we know. Mr. Pruitt was arrested, but there was no clear motive, so he was let go and met his soon-to-be third wife in Iowa City. After Mr. Pruitt's fortune was gone, his new wife suggested they turn their home into a boarding house. While the records state he was growing depressed, he plotted to kill her soon after. In 1902, after his son from the previous marriage had left for school one day, he followed his wife into the bathroom downstairs and stabbed her twice in the chest. While he left the basement, instead of making an escape, he took out a .38 revolver and shot himself in the head. H. H. Holmes. H. H. Holmes was born in New Hampshire, and everything about him says he was a wealthy con artist, and the dude even had a mansion. But within this mansion were torture chambers and gas rooms and things like that. The folklore behind him is that he would lure people into his house and murder them, though there isn't much evidence for that. However, he did kill people who worked within the castle, the first being his mistress, and though her body was never found, she disappeared on Christmas Eve of 1891. Then, 2 other girls went and disappeared a few months later. He had confessed to a total of 27 murders when he was arrested in November of 1894, and he was only arrested for having a warrant on horse tax. So, in total, there would be nearly 30 murders committed, even though he only ended up being on trial for 2. When he was found guilty, he confessed to the other ones. He was hung at the prison he was staying in 1896. Luis Vermilla. Luis was born in Illinois in 1868 and was one of the oldest out of 11 siblings. When she was 16, she married a 24-year-old named Fred and moved to northern Illinois. In 1893, however, Luis would kill her first husband by mysterious circumstances. He had children of his own, 2 of which would die mysteriously after Fred's death. In 1906, she moved to Chicago, where she would claim the life of her other stepdaughter. She actually did this a few more times as she remarried. She killed the husband, killed the kid of his, and well, yeah. What was ironic is that she was struck with a disease that left her almost paralyzed. She tried to commit suicide, and when she was found and revived, this was the only time speculation had arisen to her crimes. However, she died in 1913, technically never getting charged with any of the crimes. Alfred Knapp. Alfred was born in 1863 in Indiana, and he actually spent most of his early life behind bars for the abuse of various women. It was actually not until 1903 when his third wife disappeared while they were living in Cincinnati. He claimed that he woke up that morning with the urge to strangle her to death, which is what he did. He then went on to marry another girl, but not long after this, he was caught by police. I would say this is where the story would end, but he has to kill other people. While interrogated, he actually confessed to 4 other murders. He murdered his second wife, 2 random strangers, and a child. This is the first on our list to be sentenced to the electric chair, and he died in 6 minutes after the initial shock. Edward Walton. Edward was born in Wilkes County. His first crime ever was actually killing a horse in 1890. While in Illinois in 1902, he married a woman who would become his future victim. At some point, she was away from Edward for 2 hours, and for this reason, he would travel to where she was and shoot her 3 times. He fled to Chicago immediately, where he met another woman, and, for some reason, this is where things get shaky. He, kicked a woman in the chest really hard, and it was some stranger, not his wife, and she died, so he fled the country. I don't know, it was really weird, and information on it was hard to find, so leave me alone. He arrived back in West Virginia, and at some point, he met another woman. After trying to sway her to sleep with him, she said no, and Edward got mad and killed her. After this, he got chased by an angry mob of 400 people. He made his way into a barn and barricaded himself in there. While he was there, he was surrounded, and he gave himself up when the town sheriff said he was going to blow up the barn if he didn't come out. He was tried and sentenced to death. He was hanged in 1908 in front of a couple dozen people. John Robinson. John was born in 1867 in Nashville, Tennessee. This dude is known as the family murderer, and you'll soon see why. You see, he married his first wife Ella on the morning of 1896. John was convinced that Ella was seeing another man and cheating on him. And of course, she wasn't. He was so mad that he began to choke her and just didn't stop. He tried to flee through a ship, and he was actually caught. He was then sentenced to 15 years. But he actually was released on parole only after serving a few years. He moved to Kansas after he was allowed to leave, and this is where he met a woman named Mary. John was paranoid that Mary would go rat him out to the police because all he would do is cheat on her. One night, in April of 1913, he got a butcher knife and went into Mary's room and strangled her to death. He then severed every limb she had. He went to his young stepdaughter's room and did the same thing. A piece of limb was found by a neighbor who alerted authorities, and a warrant was out for Robinson. He was caught at Lee's Summit, where he was instantly turned back to the police station. He was hung at Gallows Alley in Kansas City. Martin Stickles. Martin was born in Iowa in 1870 and eventually moved to Washington, at which point, when he got older, lived by himself as a fisherman and sailed along the coast. His first victim was a bachelor farmer named William, who Martin had known since his youth. One day, while he was eating supper, Martin took a rifle and shot him through the window. After this, he broke in and stole all of his valuables, and promptly lit the house on fire, not to leave any evidence behind. Nearly a year later, Martin traveled to a Castle Rock where an older couple were having dinner at their table. Just like the previous murder, he shot them with a rifle through the window and stole all their valuables, but didn't set the house on fire this time though. He was brought into an interrogation about the murders and first claimed he did nothing, then claimed a neighbor was up to it all, and that he was just simply an accomplice. In 1901, Martin was brought to the gallows and hung. Alright, we have finally hit the 1900s. That's not so bad. Please take this time to pause the video, go pee, go get some food. I'll probably put an ad somewhere around here. So, please enjoy the rest of the video. Haiti Witten. Haiti was born in 1862 in Maine, and at some point, early in her life, married a man named Harry and had 3 children. Harry then died under mysterious circumstances, most likely a result of being poisoned by Haiti. Months after the death of Harry, Haiti would develop a morphine addiction. Sometime in September of 1902, a few years after her husband's death, her eldest became very ill and died as well. The coroner said that it was from meningitis, but that was under skepticism since the eldest daughter was usually very healthy. About a month after the eldest daughter's death, tragedy struck again, when the second oldest had died as well. This brought up a ton of questions, and when all the family's bodies were rechecked out, there was not only arsenic in their bodies, but they also found strychnine, which gave them all right to arrest Haiti and had her in custody. She had someone who was supposed to keep watch of her while she was in custody, so she could be tried for her crimes. However, when the person watching her left for a few minutes, she got 2 towels, formed them into a noose, and took her own life. Eugene Butler. Eugene was born in 1849 in Royalton, New York. Coming from a wealthy family, Butler bought 480 acres of land in North Dakota and lived as a recluse. At the start of his exodus, his family had said that Eugene experienced mental health problems like visual and tactile hallucinations. He claimed that invisible people were stalking him, and his mind deteriorated further by 1906. He would scream at the top of his lungs into the night, scaring the other residents in the process. He would later be admitted into a mental asylum for disturbing the peace, where he would eventually die in 1913. 2 years after Butler's death, his estate began to excavate the property for renovation. One of the workers found a cellar underneath the house, where he found 6 sets of skeletons. All had their skulls crushed, and 2 had their legs broken. Eugene Butler was posthumously named the Great Plains Butcher. The town never reported anyone missing within the town, and all of his victims are unidentified to this day. Belle Gunness. Belle was born in November of 1859 to the name of Brynhild Storsett in Norway. By 14 years old, Storsett saved enough money to travel to the United States by working on farms and dairies. By 1881, Storsett moved to the United States and changed her name to Belle. She moved to Chicago with her sister, who emigrated a few years earlier, where she got a job at a butcher shop. Belle was known to be a tall woman for the time and had a strong masculine appearance. Belle began killing when she killed her first husband's children by poisoning them in 1884. Her husband, Mad Sorsen, had 2 life policies on the kids, and in 1900, soon after activating them, he died as well from cerebral hemorrhage. Belle claimed her husband came home with a headache and died later that day. She would collect the life policy on Mads and his children and would move to Indiana. Belle would marry a single father, Peter Gunness, in 1902, and a week after, Peter's infant daughter would die under Belle's care, and 8 months later, Peter would die from a skull injury. Belle collected the insurance money afterwards and adopted her late husband's name. She began placing ads for marriage around the Chicago area, where she would marry, murder, and take the life policies that were placed. By 1908, she had murdered well over 10 men. Her crimes went unnoticed until Gunness's farmhouse burnt to the ground in April of 1908. Authorities found headless women and 3 of her own children from previous marriages. Excavations later found 11 bodies on the property. The coroner, who performed an autopsy on the headless corpse, noted that the body was almost half a foot shorter and weighed considerably less than that of Belle Gunness. One of Gunness's lovers, Ray Lamphere, claimed that Gunness had him murder her children and that the adult female body was a murder victim. Gunness had murdered as one of Gunness's victim's brother was to visit the farmhouse to investigate the disappearance. When Lamphere was arrested, he was wearing Gunness's victim's coat and watch. There is still debate whether or not Belle Gunness died on that night. Bertha Gifford. Bertha was born in 1871 in Missouri and had a total of 9 other siblings. Like some others, not much is known about her early life, mostly because she was never accused of her crimes. You see, Bertha had the job of taking care of sick people in her town. 5 people mysteriously died in her care, and this of course resulted in a grand jury investigating. She was put on trial, and all the bodies were found with arsenic. During the 3-day trial, she was convicted, but for reason of insanity. She was committed to a state hospital, and that's where she stayed until she died in 1951. Sid Jones. Sid is very mysterious, all the way to the point of we don't know his birthday or any early life information. His earliest victim was a sheriff who had just done a random stop, and Sid decided to shoot him. Sid, of course, was arrested and caught and sent to jail. While he was there, he was only to serve a few years, but while in jail, he decided to murder 2 convicts. He was caught and charged for one of them, and that was the final straw. On June 25, 1915, Sid was hung among 3 other convicts. Santiago Garduno. Santiago was born in New Mexico in 1893. A lot of early parts of his life are unknown, but he at one point moved to Colorado, and this is where he would commit his first murder. Though, he would only spend about 6 years and be released on good behavior. Though he committed an entirely different murder, the key witness died, so the case was thrown out. In 1925, a few years after his second murder, he was at a local dance party where he got into a fight, and during the altercation, Santiago pulled out a gun and shot at the opposing side and killed a young man named Paulin. Santiago was caught and served 9 years and was released on parole. In 1932, Santiago poisoned his stepson with whiskey that had strychnine. The court had ruled that this was his last life he was going to take, and on July 21st, 1933, Santiago was executed in the electric chair. Monroe Betterton. Monroe was born in Missouri in 1872, and I thought the last few serial killers had big families, but this guy had 14 other siblings. When he became an adult, he married a woman named Laura, and they had several children. In 1904, they had problems within their marriage, and they argued constantly. During their final argument, an enraged Monroe beat Laura into unconsciousness, and then the neighbors who heard the argument came in and rushed her to the hospital, where she would die later. And for some reason, he was never charged. So not long after, he hired a woman named Rose to be his housekeeper, and not long after, decided to marry her. They also had issues as well, and one night, after a few drinks at the pub on his way home, he and his new wife had an altercation, and he pulled out a knife and stabbed her multiple times. This was in public too, because people on a train came in and rushed her to the hospital and Monroe to jail. This dude was pretty crazy. He was sentenced to 99 years in prison, and in spite of this, however, he got paroled in 1917. Not long after that, he met another woman named Elzada, and they had a strain in their relationship. How did this guy convince any woman to marry him? Anyways, they had a rocky relationship, to the point where they had a divorce and got remarried. And when they got remarried on their honeymoon, him and his wife got into another altercation. This time he pulled out a revolver and shot her 3 times. He was then rushed to jail because of a nearby couple. Something to note is that he said if he was ever let out, he would kill himself and the rest of his family. Yikes. On July 9th, 1920, he was electrified. Mose Gibson. Details about Gibson's early life are scarce, but it is believed that he was born in Louisiana. A whole bunch of discrepancies within the case files of this guy, but what is known, or what he has confessed to, is a murder of 7 random people. Well, not random, the first being his boss. He robbed him and then beat him to death. He then slew a couple just because he wanted to rob them, and literally a few months later, traveled to a ranch to murder and rob a wealthy rancher. The only reason he was caught was that he was trying to buy tickets to Albuquerque, and they were checked by the conductor, and the conductor called the police to check on that guy, and then he was promptly arrested. And while he was being arrested, he was acting suspiciously and then just confessed to the 7 murders. Sadly, he never had a trial and was just hanged a week after killing himself. I'm saying that he should have a trial like the rest of these monsters kinda had. Quejo. Quejo was born in 1880 in Nevada, and this is the first Nevadian serial killer. In his youth, he was an outcast and he took odd jobs, and he is said to have killed his half-brother. I swear, that was the quote straight from the source. And he killed a 100-year-old blind Indian. He attempted to flee, and any posse that would try and get him, he would kill. See, this is the first guy that I found that sounds like he may be more of a myth, but like he has a gravestone and all that, so he's gotta be real, right? Anyways, he was on the run for a while, and is said to have killed 23, but 13 people are confirmed. When they found his body, it was discovered with dynamite and blasting caps, so who knows what was going on. But he lived until he was at least 50. Amy Archer Gillian. Amy was born on Halloween in 1873 as Amy Duggan. Amy had a normal 19th century childhood, living in Connecticut. Eventually, Amy married James Archer in 1897. In 1901, the couple would become caretakers for a widower, John Seymour, and moved into his home. Seymour died from natural causes, and his estate turned into his house into a boarding home for the elderly, and Archers provided a care for the elders and paid rent. However, Seymour's estate sold the home, and the Archers moved to Windsor, Connecticut, to start their own boarding home. James died in 1910 from Blight's disease, but Amy took out a life insurance policy a few weeks before his death. The policy helped continue her boarding business. In 1913, Amy married a widower with 4 sons, Michael Gillian. Gillian was a wealthy man who was very interested in investing in Archer's business. Gillian would die the next year from severe digestion. Before his death, Gillian wrote his will, giving Archer his entire estate. Between 1907 and 1910, 12 residents died in the Archer boarding home. However, between 1911 and 1916, that accelerated to 48 deaths. Some of the residents were completely healthy. The increase in deaths led to suspicions from the residents' relatives. One of the relatives went to the press, who published an article titled, "Murder Factory." It took police a year to raid her property, where they found 5 bodies, including her second husband. The bodies had signs of arsenic poisoning. After that evidence was found, she was arrested in 1917. Amy was convicted of 1 murder and sentenced to death. By 1924, she was declared as temporarily insane and was placed in a sane asylum where she lived until her death in 1962. Clementine Barnabet. Barnabet's exact birth date is unknown, but is placed around 1894 to 1895 in Louisiana. Clementine's father, Raymond, was a violent man who abused the family. He was accused of murdering the Andrus family of 4 with an axe in 1911, but was let go due to a lack of evidence. However, was rearrested and convicted of the murders. Clementine testified against her father, telling the court that Raymond came home with bloody clothes and boasted about the murders. While Raymond was in prison, a family of 6 were murdered in their home with an axe a few blocks away from the Barbinet residence, and Clementine came under suspicion. When Clementine was in jail, another family was murdered, casting doubt on her involvement. Clementine would confess to 35 murders, claiming a priestess gave her hoodoo luck charms that would make them invisible. Her confessions were contradictory in nature as she changed details like working alone or with an accomplice. She was convicted of 1 murder in 1912, but was released in 1923 due to a surgical operation that cured her from her wickedness. After she was released, her whereabouts are unknown. Will Lockett. Petrie Kimbrough, better known as Will Lockett, murdered 3 women and 1 girl between 1912 and 1920. Born in 1896 in Christian County, Kentucky, Kimbrough used the alias Will Lockett when he began traveling. Lockett was a black man who suffered from racism in the Jim Crow South. At the age of 16, Lockett would travel to Carmi, Illinois, where he would murder a white woman near a pair of train tracks. Lockett refrained from killing until 1917, when Lockett would brutally beat, rape, and murder a black woman in Indiana. He enlisted in the Army in 1918 and served in World War I. After being stationed at Camp Zachary Taylor the next year after, the war was over. By strangulation. In February 1920, a 10-year-old white girl, Geneva, was walking home from school when she disappeared. Her possessions were found near a cornfield by a farmer who correctly thought the items were from a student. The farmer returned the items to the Hardman school, where her teacher recognized they were Hardman's. The teacher sent students to Hardman's home, where her mother was waiting for her. Locals returned to the spot where Hardman's things were found, and they found tracks left by a large man. They followed the tracks leading to a large boulder behind the cornfield, where the body of Geneva. Her body was covered in blood, and her head was caved in by a rock. No screams were heard, but another farmer did say he saw a large black man with his pants covered in mud walking along the field. Locals used bloodhounds to find Lockett in a neighboring town, who said his name was Hamilton. Lockett later revealed his real identity and confessed to all the murders he committed. He was arrested and later pleaded guilty to the murder of Geneva. During sentencing, a mob formed to kill Lockett. As a result, police and the National Guard opened fire on the mob, killing 6. Lockett expressed remorse to Geneva's murder, and he was executed by electric chair in March of 1920. Louise Peet. To a wealthy newspaper publisher in 1880, Louise had a normal childhood, However, she was expelled from her private school at the age of 15. Afterwards, she began her criminal tendencies, like stealing and engaging in sexual activities with her male former classmates. In 1913, she married a traveling salesman who later committed suicide after finding Louise sleeping with another man. His death rocked Louise, who became a prostitute and moved to Boston as a result. Louise tried to mingle with wealthy families in the area, and she successfully integrated into one just for the purpose of stealing. When her real identity was discovered, she was allowed to leave without embarrassment from the family. Louise moved to Texas, where she shot and robbed an oilman, John Apple. She was arrested, where she claimed self-defense. She was acquitted of the murder. Louise's patterns of marrying and killing her husbands caught up with her, as she was executed for murder in 1947 by the gas chamber. Lyda Southard. Lyda was born in 1892 in Missouri, and around her early 20s, she married a man named Robert. She and he stayed with his brother, Edward, and they had a baby girl named Lorraine. Unfortunately, Lorraine died unexpectedly just 2 years after she was born, and not long after, her husband dies as well. The cause of death were ruled potassium poisoning, and not long after that, Edward, the house owner, died of typhoid fever. 2 years after his death, and insurance money was collected, Lyda married again to another man named William, and of course, a year later, he died with the case being diphtheria. In March 1919, less than a year later, she married Harlan Lewis, and 3 months after that, he fell ill with gastritis. She didn't marry anyone after that. Ironically, she was charged because her original husband's autopsy was redone and they found the initial poison inside him. They charged her with second-degree murder. She spent her last days in prison and actually died from a heart attack in 1958. George Hassel. George was born in Texas, and he was born of the youngest of 7. He is known for killing his entire family in one house in one night. The story goes that while he and his wife are arguing, he struck her in the face repeatedly with a ball-peen hammer, killing her in the process. He then continued to move to each family member of the house, from oldest to youngest, using a straight razor stocking. One of the 2 younger boys woke up, and George grabbed a shotgun and killed him. And when he was the final one, after they all died, he disposed of their body underneath his house. The whole reason he was ever suspected was that a few days after his spree, he had a yard sale of all the family's belongings, and someone from law enforcement drove over the sinkhole where the bodies were covered. After a little digging in his front yard, all the bodies were uncovered. He was found guilty of the murder and sentenced to death. On February 10, 1929, George became the 37th man to be put to death by the electric chair in the state of Texas. Edward Adams. Edward was born in Kansas in 1887. He had a difficult childhood. His father died when he was young, and his stepfather was fairly brutal. In 1921, when Edward was much older, he formed a partnership with Ray and Walter, who were outlaw brothers. And on September 5th, he was part of a daytime robbery against a rival crew. A shootout happened, which ended up in the death of a gambler and gunman, Frank Gardner. Edward was arrested and sentenced to life in prison. While being transported, he escaped and jumped off the train he was on. He was captured days later attempting to rob a bank, and that added 15 years to his current life sentence. Following this, he escaped yet again, though how he escaped imprisonment this time is highly speculated. Once he escaped though, he was out for a long time. He had other posses that he was with, and they had their own killing spree with the death of 3 people. The final being a farmhand who had his truck stolen by Edwards and his right hand. You see, he was being chased after a shooting cop who had pulled him over while he was on the run. He stumbled onto this farm, and when Edward asked for the man's car, he resisted and Edward shot him. So, with the stolen car, a shootout ensued, and Edward tried to kill the police officers, but he was shot and killed in the process. Carl Panzram. Carl was born in Minnesota in 1891 and had 6 other siblings. Carl's run-ins with the law started early. In 1899, at age 8, he was charged in juvenile court with being drunk and disorderly at the age of 8. In 1920, he committed his first serious crime. He stole a man named Taft's entire fortune, and it was with this fortune he would commit his murder spree. With the money, he bought a yacht and embarked on an 8-year-long murder spree which spanned several countries and involved multiple victims. They would mostly be sailors, and he would lure them from the port on his yacht, rape them, and kill them. He would continue to kill a grand total of 21 human beings. On August 30th, 1928, Carl was arrested in Baltimore and Washington, D.C. for a burglary, stealing a radio and jewelry from a home of a dentist on August 20th. This would be his final sight to the world. Panzram was hanged on September 5th, 1930. Charles Barr. Little is known about Barr's life. He was born in Memphis in 1903, and when he became an adult, he happily married a woman named Luata and was seen as a hardworking citizen. Despite his reputation, Barr wished for a more lavish lifestyle, believing the quickest way to do so was to turn to robberies. On January 27, 1923, Barr borrowed a car from a friend and drove to an isolated road near Memphis, which was known as the local Lover's Lane. When he arrived, there was a couple in their vehicle. Charles parked his car, got out on foot, and approached. Inside was Duncan and Ruth Young. Charles pulled out a .25 caliber pistol and shot Duncan, killing him instantly. Frightened, Ruth leaped out of her car and sprinted towards a nearby field. Barr caught up with her and raped her and shot her as well. The bodies were later discovered by a milkman doing his daily routine. Despite the police's and local citizens' detective agencies' attempts to solve the case, nobody was arrested for the crime at the time. Exactly 4 months later, Charles took the exact same car, went to the exact same spot, but here he had stumbled upon Spencer and Laura. He attempted to stealthily approach their car, but he was noticed by Spencer, who had screamed and was shot at instantly. Charles shot at Laura too, however, knowing that she wasn't dead, Charles was going to take her as a hostage. But while she was in the moving vehicle, she jumped out, ran to a neighbor's house, and was rushed to a hospital. About a year later, the lead detective on the case recognized a watch from Duncan, the first murder, at a pawn shop, and started backpedaling to figure out how the watch was acquired by the pawn owner. They figured out it was Charles, and he was arrested for the murder. They found the gun he used among other things that gave him really no way out. He confessed to all 3 crimes and was killed by electric chair in 1926. Martha Wise. Martha was born in 1883 in Ohio, and she was the middle child of 5. In 1906, Martha met the substantially older Albert Wise at a box social. They got married shortly thereafter. The marriage was not happy. Martha moved onto Albert's 50-acre farm. Albert had anticipated a wife farmhand versus a wife. They together had a total of 4 children. Not long after the 4th child was born, Albert suddenly died in 1922, leaving his wife, a 40-year-old widow, with 4 children. Within a year of his death, Martha found a new husband by the name of Walter, but they ended up getting a divorce. On Thanksgiving evening in 1924, several members of the family, including Martha's mother, Sophie, fell ill with a severe stomach ailment. All the others except for Sophie recovered, and she died later the next month. New Year's Eve brought more illness. Her new husband's aunt and uncle, Lily and Fred, and several of their children all began suffering stomach pains similar to those Sophie had experienced before her death. Everyone except Lily and Fred, they had unfortunately passed. In total, 17 relatives were taken ill with similar symptoms. After the final relative passed, the sheriff discovered Martha had been to a pharmacy and bought high amounts of arsenic. When asked about this, she first claimed that she was using it for rats, but eventually she confessed to attempting and poisoning her family. Even though she confessed to the crimes, she pleaded not guilty. She was then indicted on first-degree murder. In 1962, as a result of good behavior, she commuted her sentence to second degree, and she was paroled at 79. But, ironically, there was no family or anyone on the outside world to take her, so what's the only thing she knows? She goes back to live at the jail, and a few months later, she died in prison on June 28, 1971. Peter Kudzinowski. Peter was born in 1903 in Pennsylvania to Polish parents, and he was the youngest of 4 older brothers. Everything in his life was relatively normal though. In the 6th grade, he had suffered a skull fracture, and this has some correlation on his behavior because he was instantly turned a tad bit more bitter and didn't like going to school and whatnot. Anyways, in 1924, he and his friend Harry were looking for a job at a water supply company. The two of them had gotten into an altercation while drunk, and Peter struck his head with a rock and killed him. Nobody expected nonetheless because Peter hid the body so well. It is still yet to be discovered to this day, and his family thought that he was out traveling the world. I would think at this point he would want to try and keep a low profile during this time, so he lay dormant for about 4 years. Around August of 1928, he was around Jersey City, and he was staying around Lake Hopkong. Julia was at a school picnic at the lake. Peter murdered her and ditched her body miles away. In November of that same year, he met a young boy who was 7, and Peter lured him with candy in a motion picture show. He led him a good mile away, and the boy attempted to flee, but Peter grabbed him, slashed his throat, and covered the boy with his coat and left him there. Peter was jailed for public intoxication in December of that year, and was released later that day, and he had drunkenly said to a police traffic booth worker that he was wanted by the police. He later was interviewed by police again, and this is where he would confess to all 3 murders. On December 21st of 1929, he was executed by electric chair. Albert Fish, known by many monikers like the Brooklyn Vampire, Werewolf of Wisteria, and the Boogeyman, and most infamously, the Gray Man. Albert Fish was born Hamilton Howard Fish on May 19, 1870, to a family of history with mental illness. His mother, Ellen, suffered from hallucinations. Fish's brother, Edwin, was sent to multiple mental institutions. His uncle suffered from mania. His father, Randall, was 75 years old, and when Fish was born, he was 43 years older than his mother, Ellen. Randall would die 5 years later after Fish's birth from a heart attack. Fish would take up the name Albert from a previous dead sibling. His mother would place Albert, who spent much of his childhood in St. John's Orphanage in Washington, D.C., where he would develop his depravity. Albert would receive beatings from other children, such as being whipped, but grew to enjoy it. By 1880, his mother was able to get Fish out of the orphanage, but the damage was already done. At the age of 12, he began a relationship with another boy, where they performed fetishes like drinking urine and eating feces. Albert was a voyeur and spied on boys and girls undressing in public bathrooms. By 1890, Albert became a male prostitute and a serial rapist, as he preyed upon mostly boys that haven't hit puberty. By 1898, Albert's mother arranged him to marry Anna Hoffman, whom Albert would have 6 children with. The marriage lasted until 1917, when Anna would leave Albert for another man, leaving Albert to be a single parent. Albert was seen as a harmless man and never abused his own children. Albert began to harm himself with the nail-studded paddle by hitting his buttocks with it. He also encouraged his kids to hit him with it as well. Albert would start his application on others as he, in 1910, would start a sodomastic relationship with a disabled man who Albert took to an abandoned farmhouse and tortured him for 10 days. Albert cut the man's penis off and cleaned it with the wound with peroxide, gave him a $10 bill, kissed him on the head, and left him. Albert would later say he didn't know or tried to find out what happened to him. In 1919, Albert stabbed a mentally handicapped boy in Georgetown in D.C. because he thought he wouldn't be missed if he had murdered him. The boy survived his injuries. Albert traveled to Staten Island in 1924 when he attempted to abduct an 8-year-old Beatrice, offering her money to find crops in the forest. Her mother caught Albert and chased him away. Albert, 3 days later, crossed the line when he abducted and murdered an 8-year-old Frances McDonald. Albert sexually assaulted and strangled McDonald while lacerating his body. His body was found hanging on a tree. Eyewitnesses said that an old gray man was seen with McDonald. 3 years later, Albert kidnapped 4-year-old Billy Gaffney in front of his friend, who said the boogeyman took him, when asked by authorities. Gaffney's body was never found, but Albert wrote a letter to his lawyer after his arrest, detailing on it that he tortured and murdered and ate Gaffney. The next year, Albert responded to an ad by 18-year-old Edward Budd, who needed some work. Albert met with the Budd family and became obsessed with Edward's 10-year-old sister, Grace. Albert used a fake name and promised Edward work. He failed to do that and apologized to the family. He convinced the family to take Grace to a party he was attending. Albert took Grace to an abandoned building where he murdered and cut up her body for consumption. In 1934, Albert anonymously sent a letter to Grace's mother mentioning a famine in Hong Kong and accurately detailing the abduction. The letter was in mocking nature. The letter would lead to Albert's arrest, where he did not attempt to lie about the murders. His trial began on March 11, 1935. He pleaded insanity, but was found guilty and sentenced to death after 10 days. Albert officially killed 3 children, but is likely to have killed up to 9 children. Albert made a final statement which was so depraved that his lawyer refused to release it to the public, saying, "I will never show it to anyone. It was the most filthy string of obscenities I have ever read." Albert Fish was executed on January 16, 1936 by the electric chair. Earl Nelson. Earl's life was somewhat unfortunate. He lost both of his parents before he was 2, and he was sent to live with his maternal grandmother. He showed a lot of self-loathing and morbid behavior at a young age. Around the age of 10, he collided with a streetcar while on his bicycle. This caused him to be unconscious for 6 days, and when he came to, he became erratic and suffered memory loss. I would like to mention that he did spend time at a Napa State mental hospital after he would continuously enlist in the military just to desert. Anyways, in 1926, a woman named Clara Newman was selling her home, and Earl, pretending to be a tenant, was granted entry into her home. Earl strangled her and then committed narcolepsy. His second victim, a 63-year-old Laura Beale, was also strangled in her home, and did the same thing to 20 other women and 1 young boy. The whole police chase of this was a joke because they had this guy twice and then he escaped using disguises and whatnot. Once he was finally arrested, he was only charged with the murders of 2 people and 2 molestation charges. He was hung on January 13, 1928. Gordon Northcott. Gordon was the perpetrator of the Wineville chicken coop murders. He was born on November 9, 1906. He was a Canadian man. He claimed that his father sodomized him at the age of 10. Although Gordon was known to be a pathological liar, many believe that this is true. The Northcott family moved to LA in 1924. He asked his father to buy land where the murders would eventually take place. There, he built a house and chicken ranch from the help of his father and nephew, whom Gordon brought from Canada. Gordon would kidnap boys, take them to his ranch, and molest them. Usually, he would take them home afterwards. Gordon also began to sexually abuse his nephew and forced him to write letters to home saying that he was okay. Sanford's sister became concerned about Sanford's safety. She visited the ranch for 3 days, and when Sanford told her about the crimes Gordon was committing in confidence, he told her that Gordon and his mother had murdered 4 boys, including the infamous case of Walter Collins, whom was abducted off the streets after going to see a movie. Sanford's sister traveled back to Canada where she informed an American consul about Gordon's crimes. The consul contacted the LAPD about it. Gordon saw agents driving to his property and he fled along with his mother to Canada while his nephew stalled the agents, eventually telling the agents that Gordon had fled. The agents found 3 shallow graves of not bodies but body parts of 3 young boys. Gordon, along with Sanford, went to the desert to burn the bodies and bury what was left. The 4th victim was of an identified headless Mexican boy found on the side of the road. Sanford testified that Gordon forced him to burn the head in a pit and smash the skull. Gordon and his mother were arrested in British Columbia and extradited back to LA.
Gordon's mother confessed to murdering Walter Collins and receiving life imprisonment, but was paroled in 1940 and died in 1944. Gordon recanted a confession that he made about killing more than 5 boys. Gordon was tried, convicted, and executed by hanging in October 1932. Gordon was a nervous wreck while heading to the gallows and begged for his life. The rope was too short for his weight and took him 13 minutes to die. He was 23 years old.
Rhonda Martin. There is not much information about Rhonda, but she was born in 1907 in Alabama. Rhonda worked as a waitress and struggled to make ends meet. She was married 5 times, which includes her stepson, Ronald Martin, who was her 5th husband, whom she later attempted to murder. Rhonda fed rat poison to 2 previous husbands, her mother, and 3 of her children, over the course of 14 years, between 1937 and 1951. Her attempted murder on her final husband led her to being caught. Her motive is unknown, as she never collected the life policies of her family, although she did love to receive sympathy cards from people after their deaths, which could be a clue as to why she did it. She was only convicted of 1 murder and was sentenced to death, which she was via the electric chair. She was the last woman in Alabama to be executed until 2002. Frederick Wood. Frederick was born in 1911 in New York. There isn't too much information on his early life though. He engaged in petty crimes as soon as he hit adolescence. He avoided many repercussions from this though. In 1933, Frederick consistently used prostitutes, and he was just a bitter man. He eventually got a venereal disease, and that made him develop a hatred towards women. How that makes sense, I do not know. But randomly, Wood started harassing women on the streets until he saw a woman named Pearl in a suburban backyard. After grabbing hold of her, Wood strangled Pearl and stabbed her 142 times. Yes, 142 times, with a knife, in various locations. The crime horrified the community. That following month, he was arrested for harassing a woman named Grace at a Broadway pharmacy, which he was found guilty and served 7 years at a local reformatory. In 1940, he was discharged and returned home. 2 years later, after perceiving a local carpenter had been pestering his girlfriend, Wood invited him into a rooming house in the city. In a drunken rage, Wood hit him on the head with a beer bottle, and when the man fell, Wood stopped his head and slashed him with a knife. Wood stuffed the body underneath the couch to keep it concealed. He told his wife about the incident, which in turn told her mother, which in turn called the police, resulting in an immediate murder charge for which Wood would quickly be convicted and sentenced to 20 years to life. Shortly after this, his original murder was discovered March 21st, 1963. Nanny Doss. Nanny was born in 1905 in Alabama, and she had 4 other siblings. Her father was rather abusive to her mother and other siblings. At the age of 7, Nanny had hit her head on a metal bar, and for years following, she suffered a severe headache and blackouts. Though we are unsure if this affected her future habits, but we'll see. Nanny was first married at the age of 16 with her father's approval. Their marriage produced 4 daughters. In 1927, the two lost their middle 2 girls, and it's suspected to be food poisoning. The couple soon divorced, and all the husband had to say about it was that he was afraid of her. She soon had a second husband of a man named Harrison, though this lasts 16 years. One night, Harrelson raped her, and she used rat poison in his whiskey the evening after. She did this 2 more times, and on the last husband, the hospital decided to do a check on his internals, and they found enough rat poison to kill, let's say, a lot of rats. She was promptly arrested. Doss confessed to killing 4 of her husbands, her mother, her sister, her grandson, and her mother-in-law. She was sentenced to life in prison. The state did not pursue the death penalty due to her sex. She died of leukemia in 1965. Herman Allen. This guy has no early life information. Allen lived somewhere in North Carolina and had a wife who I could not find the first name of, and at some point, they took in a 50-year-old lodger named Handy, and ironically, one night, Alan woke up hearing a noise and he wasn't able to find his wife. He peered into Handy's room and saw him and Miss Allen having an affair. He confronted his wife about it, who first claimed that nothing had happened, but then she said she did it. He went to a neighbor's house, borrowed a shotgun, and shot Handy in the chest and killed him. He then went to a deputy sheriff's house and confessed. He was promptly sentenced to 20 years in prison. He actually ended up only serving 4 years after being released and returned to his home. He remarried Ruth Lee, and that's awkward. They lived undisturbed until 1942. He had suspected that his wife, Ruth, and another man named Rayner had been sleeping together. He got a 16-gauge shotgun and went to Rayner's house, called him outside, and then shot him. For some reason, he went to his mother-in-law's house and killed his brother-in-law and took his wife by the hair to the barn and shot her. By that time, neighbors could hear what was going on and obviously called the police. He was promptly arrested, and on October 30th, 1942, Allen was executed inside a gas chamber in Central Prison. Alfred Klein. Alfred was born in 1888, and unfortunately, he was never convicted of the 9 murders he caused because there was no supporting evidence. Pretty much what he would do is he would marry a woman of high status, then somehow convince them to move all of their high-valued possessions into his name, and then he would persuade them to drink a glass of buttermilk, that's fucking nasty. A local doctor would then issue a death certificate of heart failure. Alfred was prosecuted for a murder charge but ended up getting jailed for forgery and was sentenced to 126 years. So he ended up in jail, I guess, just not the way he needed to be. Harry Powers. Harry Powers was born in 1893 in the Netherlands. He immigrated to the United States in 1910 and ended up in West Virginia in 1926. Around a year later, he married a woman who owned a grocery store. Although he was married to another woman, Powers began to post ads on the paper claiming to be a single man looking for a wife. In 1931, using the alias Cornelius Orvin Pearson, Powers wrote letters to a widow with 3 kids by the name of Asta Eacher, who was living in Illinois. Powers visited Eacher and her kids, where Powers and Eacher left for a few days while one of Eacher's friends would watch the children. Powers came back without Eacher and tried to get one of the kids to cash a check to the bank, but the signature was a forgery. Powers and Eacher's kids left soon after. The next month, Powers convinced a woman, Dorothy, who was living in Massachusetts. Powers took Dorothy to Iowa to wed, and Powers persuaded her to withdraw $4,000 out of her account. She also disappeared soon after. Police were investigating the disappearance of Eacher and her children when they searched her home and found love letters to Powers' alias. The letters had Powers' addresses in West Virginia, which led to his arrest later that month. The police had found a garage that Powers had built years earlier, where they found bloody clothing and bloody footprints of a child. It was this garage where the murders took place. Powers murdered Eacher and her daughters by strangulation and her son by beating him with a hammer. A bystander unknowingly helped Powers dig a ditch where he would bury the 5. Dorothy was found with a belt wrapped around her neck. Powers was subsequently charged with murder and, like most killers on this list, was tried and executed by hanging on March 18, 1932. Anna Hahn. Anna was born in 1906 and was the youngest of 12 children. At the age of 9, she became pregnant with a boy, and no one to this day knows who the real father is. Her family sent her to live in the United States and made her leave her son with them. While she was there, she met a German immigrant named Philip, and they married in 1930. So Anna's shtick was to poison old men at her job at an old folks' home. She did this to support her gambling habit. So her first victim was an old man who she had befriended before she killed him. He left a house for her in his will. Following him was another old man after she began caring for him, and this time she had an IOU in her name from him, and right after his death, they disappeared. She did this 3 other times and had a total of $3,500 plus a home in her name. So with her last victim, she poisoned him with a whole ton of arsenic, and the family wanted an autopsy done on the body. So you know what happened. She became a prime suspect and got. It only took the court a few weeks, and only after the year that she was arrested, she was sentenced to death by the electric chair. Clifford Gales. Clifford was born in 1913 in Ohio, and sadly, I have very little information on this guy, but I do know when he committed his first murder. In 1934, he was with his girlfriend behind a YMCA, and they had gotten into an altercation. Then a scuffle, which Clifford promptly pulled out a knife and stabbed her 9 times in the heart. Afterwards, he dropped the knife in the alley and instantly went to the police station and confessed. As a result, he was charged with first-degree murder. He was found guilty and subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment for the crime. He had served 10 years, which was the minimum before he was eligible for parole. He was then released. Why? I'm not sure though. He at some point developed a relationship with an underage girl who lived with her older sister. Clifford came by and asked the underage girl to go on a Labor Day trip with him, and of course the older sister said no. So Clifford brandished a gun, shot her in the thigh, where she died a week later. They drove off after he shot her, and they ended up in Franklin, where they ended up coming across a woman with her son, Edna, who was waiting for somebody. She was held at gunpoint, and once Clifford took control of her vehicle and made her and the son go with him. At some point, he stopped at a desolate road where he dragged Edna to the bushes where he raped her and shot her. After this, Clifford pistol whipped her son and threw him out of the car. He survived, Edna did not. So at this point, even the FBI was on this guy, and they actually tracked both of them down in New Orleans. They didn't resist, and both were sent to Ohio to face charges. On July 2nd, 1948, Gales was executed in the Ohio Penitentiary's electric chair. Leroy Keith. Not much is known about Leroy, other than that he was born around the year 1907. But in 1934, Keith approached 52-year-old mill worker Fred Geist in his car when he demanded Geist to step out of it. Once Geist did as he was told, Keith shot him in the heart, killing him instantly. Police arrested Keith's accomplice in a planned robbery of a store, which needed a getaway car. His accomplice ratted him out and Keith was arrested. Keith was arrested, tried, and sentenced to death. However, his death sentence was overruled and just received a life punishment. Keith was known to be a dangerous inmate who attacked other inmates. Somehow, Keith was eventually released in 1956, without consulting with the judge who had sentenced him to death in the first place. Keith had been doing odd jobs when he began robbing again with 2 other ex-convicts, but they were unsuccessful. They found 40-year-old Coburn Von Gutten coming back from an office party. Coburn refused to lend his car to the trio, and Keith shot him twice, but Coburn managed to start his car where he was shot a 3rd time. A patrol car drove by and exchanged gunfire with Keith, but he and one of his convicts escaped. One was captured, and Coburn was sent to the hospital where he died. A month later, police were looking for Keith and staked out places he might be. Police witnessed Keith, another man, and 2 women get into the taxi of David Suro. The police followed the taxi while the 2 men pulled their pistols out and said, "This is a stick-up." Suro saw the police behind him and crashed into them. Keith and the man got out of the car. Keith, on his way out, shot Suro twice. Keith exchanged fire at the police, who later cornered him. He was shot 5 times in the chest, but survived. David Suro unfortunately did not and died the next day. Leroy Keith was put to death by electrocution in 1959. Jarvis Coteau. Known as the DC Strangler, Jarvis Coteau was born on October 6, 1905 in South Carolina. Raped and murdered at least 9 women. Not a whole lot of information about his early life, other than that he was the son of a preacher, which makes sense in South Carolina. The police knew about him due to multiple arrests for traffic violations and exposing himself in public. His MO was to impersonate as a handyman, and once he was alone with them, raped and strangled them. Coteau was questioned of the murders and he confessed, but later recanted his confession. He was subsequently arrested and executed via the electric chair. Robert Nixon. Robert was born in the small town of Tallulah in northern Louisiana in 1919. Not a whole lot is known about his childhood, but one can imagine life for a black man deep within Louisiana during Jim Crow. Nixon relocated to California, where he survived petty and auto theft. Nixon started his violent spree in 1937, where he began to assault multiple women with a brick, all of whom described a skinny black man as the one who attacked them. Nixon would become a murderer when, on March 2nd, he broke into the home of 20-year-old Rose Valdez. Valdez was a young mother when Nixon decided to rape and kill her while her baby slept in the other room. Almost exactly a month later, Nixon broke into the home of 48-year-old Edna Worden. While Worden and her 12-year-old daughter were inside, Nixon sexually assaulted both women and bludgeoned them to death with a brick, with mortar still attached to it. Police obviously started looking for a brick-wielding black man as the primary suspect. With all the heat on the capture of the culprit, Nixon hitched his way to Chicago. Unfortunately, in May of 1938, Nixon and another man he met while in LA, Earl, broke into an apartment where Nixon solely murdered Florence Johnson with her sister while they were asleep in an adjacent room. The sister woke up and spotted two men leaving. Both Nixon and Hicks were arrested because Nixon had blood on his clothes. Both blamed the other for the killing. Nixon left fingerprints, and with that exact MO, as the Los Angeles murders, police matched his prints with that of the crimes that were in LA. Earl Hicks was sentenced to 14 years in prison and was released afterwards. Robert Nixon was sentenced to death and executed by the electric chair. Ray Gardner. Ray Gardner was born in Ohio in 1922, and this dude's criminal record spans over 500 crimes. Anyways, he was raised in an orphanage because his parents both had a life of crime. In 1941, Ray was in North Dakota State Prison, and this was like his 5th or 6th time something in prison. He strangled his cellmate, and the doctors thought it was of natural causes, so Ray was never charged. So anyways, Ray was let out around 4 years later, and in 1949, he had struck again with a 17-year-old girl named Shirley, who thought she was going to a babysitting job. However, Ray had picked her up. He then took her to a gulch and proposed. She said no. Ray proceeded to grape her and kill her. Not long after this, he ended up in Montana, where he would answer an ad of a woman who was searching for a job. When Ray picked her up, and he tried to take her money, but she refused, and slapped him and attempted to run away, but unfortunately, Ray shot her and she died. He wasn't suspected for the murders until about a month later, when, like most criminals, this guy drove through a stop sign and hit the back of a trailer, so he was arrested, and they found the stolen items of the individuals on him. So, of course, he was tried and convicted, where he was charged with killing the woman who thought she was going to a babysitting job. However, they had a lot more evidence for the other crimes, so he had a choice of firing squad or electric chair. He chose the firing squad and died in 1951. Philip Coleman. Philip was born in 1919 in Illinois and had a multitude of half-siblings. At the age of 9, he was picked up by juvenile authorities for stealing bread. He was picked up that same day by his mother, and he would continuously keep running away. Sometime during his teenage years, he married a native woman who he would have 2 children with. However, they divorced shortly after for some reason. In 1943, a gentleman named Pearson hired Philip for work at a railway. While at the job, Philip became friends with another guy named Lewis. Well, one day after work, they went to a bar where they drank and played dice. Philip told Lewis that he wanted to rob Pearson, and when Lewis showed no interest, Philip immediately drew a knife and cut his hand. Of course, forced him to come to Pearson's house. But all he did was need Louise as a pawn. So, outside of Pearson's house, Philip called out for Pearson and told him Louise needed aspirin. When Pearson was coming back to them, Philip drew an axe and bludgeoned him to death. The 2 men then entered the residence of this and found his wife, who was sleeping inside. They threatened her to figure out where the money was, and she told them where they was at. But then Philip pulled out a knife and stabbed her to death. While Philip was getting the money, Luis went outside and hid behind rocks until he saw Philip leave with the bags of money. Once it was safe, he headed back out to town with a cut hand. Philip, on the other hand, was eventually caught up in the next town over. During his confession, he had said that he had in fact killed Miss Pearson, but not Mr. Pearson. Obviously, this wouldn't make any sense because Mr. Pearson was found outside and she was found inside. Nonetheless, this is one of history's fastest capital punishment cases because it only took 47 days from the murder itself to the execution. He was hanged in the Missoula County Jail on September 10, 1943. William Heerens. William was born in 1928 in Illinois. His family grew up poor and his parents would argue consistently. He would wander the streets. At the age of 13, he was arrested for having a loaded stolen gun. The police searched his home and found a bunch of stolen weapons in a shed. He had committed 11 robberies at this point and was sent to a school for wayward boys. He was released at the age of 16. This is where things got a little crazy. Around the age of 17, he would break into a 43-year-old woman's home and stab her to death multiple times. However, she made so much noise, he couldn't steal anything and he just left. Near the end of the same year, he would do the same thing to another woman. She was discovered with a knife lodged in her neck and a bullet wound to the head in her apartment. However, at the scene of the crime, he left on the wall written in lipstick, "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." In January of the following year, he would kidnap a 6-year-old from her family and attempt to hold her for ransom and make money. Acting on an anonymous tip, police discovered the child's head in a sewer a block near her home. There were 4 or 5 different people who were arrested for these crimes because the police at first thought they were looking for a woman. Ironically, his story ends kind of how it started. In 1946, 17-year-old William was arrested for a burglary, the moment he was forever stuck in jail, when he was picked up at the final burglary. He was unconscious. A medical team was attempting to wake him up. While doing this, he consistently mentioned murders and thieveries, so not ever completely giving up the information, this had the police trace back some crimes and eventually he was convicted of all 3. He died in prison in 2012 at the age of 83. William Archard. William was born on May 5, 1912. He at least killed 3 people between 1956 and 1966 through the use of insulin. Archard had an interest in medicine, but his criminal background kept him from succeeding. He worked in a mental hospital between 1940 and 1941. He was charged and sent to San Quintino prison due to his possession of morphine. He was eventually paroled in 1953. William was married 7 times, 2 of which would be his victims. William killed his 4th wife, Zella, only after 2 months of marriage in 1956. His nephew, Bernie, in 1961, and his 7th wife, Mary, in 1966, all due from insulin. It would be the latter's death that would get him arrested in 1967. William is also suspected of killing his 5th wife, Junita, in 1958 as well, although this was never proven. William was sentenced to death in 1968, but California abolished the death penalty, which spared his life. He died in prison from pneumonia in 1977, leaving only death behind. Carol Cole. Carol was born on May 9, 1938 in Iowa. Carol strangled to death at least 15 women and drowned 1 boy between the years of 1947 and 1980 in 3 different states. Carol's father was fighting during World War II, while his mother had several affairs with different men while he was away. His mother often brought Carol to her arrangements and threatened to beat him if he told his father, although his mother did verbally abuse him and dress him as a girl because she always wanted Carol to be one. Carol also hated his name because it was a girl's name. He committed his first murder at the age of 8 when he would drown one of his bullies in a lake, which was ruled as accidental. In his teens, he committed petty crimes like minor theft and public drunkenness. He later joined the army but was dishonorably discharged for stealing firearms. In 1960, Carol ambushed a couple having sex in their car in a local lover's lane. Carol started his killing spree in 1971 when he started to strangle women, a fantasy he had been having for a long time. By 1980, he had strangled 15 women but confessed to killing as many as 34. Carol was caught in 1981 in Texas. He was sentenced to life in prison, but more charges followed in Nevada he unwillingly agreed to be charged for. He was sentenced to death and was executed in 1985 from lethal injection. Marie No. Born Marie Liddy on August 23, 1928 in Philadelphia, she had many siblings and had contracted scarlet fever at the age of 5. At 15, she dropped out of school to work and take care of her niece, who was raised as a sister due to being a bastard child. Marie would later meet her husband and they eloped in 1948. The couple had 10 children and each one of them died shortly after their birth throughout the 1950s and 60s. One died 5 days after they were born. In 1963, Life magazine published a sympathetic article after losing her children. Almost 40 years later, in 1998, police went to investigate further after an investigative article about No's losses were published, questioning the circumstances of her children's death. The police interviewed her. She admitted smothering 4 of her kids, but said she did not remember how she killed the others. It was proven that 2 of her kids did die from natural causes and was not a murder. No pleaded guilty to 8 counts of second-degree murder. With the plea agreement, No had to have mental evaluation, which concluded she had narcissistic, paranoia, and antisocial tendencies. Wow. She received no jail time, only 20 years probation, with the first 5 being in house arrest. She died in 2016. Harvey Carnigan. Harvey was an illegitimate child, born in Fargo, North Dakota, in 1927. Harvey's parents entered a romantic relationship which resulted in Harvey. His father later abandoned him and his mother at the age of 5. While Harvey was growing up, he developed a sexual attraction towards his mother. Harvey was a bedwetter and was frequently sexually abused by other women at a young age. Harvey enlisted in the Army and was stationed in Anchorage, Alaska in 1949. In July that same year, Harvey attempted to rape 50-year-old Laura Showalter. In the process, he accidentally killed her. A man witnessed the struggle but assumed it was a couple having sex. The witness backtracked the next day and saw Showalter dead. Harvey was caught the next day but was eventually released. Harvey committed petty crimes and was arrested numerous times throughout the years, until 1972, 19-year-old Leslie Brock was found dead on the side of the road. Her head had been smashed by multiple blows and she had been raped. Harvey would post wanted ads for work in the papers, where he gets his moniker, the Want Ad Killer. 15-year-old Kathy Miller saw one of his ads, and when she met with Harvey, he killed her in the same way he did Brock. Her body was found in an Indian reservation. In 1974, Harvey was living with 29-year-old Eileen Hunley in Minnesota. She disappeared, and 5 weeks later, her body was found with her head smashed and a tree branch inserted into her. On September 20th, 1974, 18-year-old Catherine Schultz disappeared and her body was found in a cornfield with her head shattered. Harvey was arrested 4 days later. Harvey claimed that God told him to kill these women. However, that did not go well in court and was sent to prison, where he is actually alive to this day to the current age of 95. Lloyd Gomez. Lloyd was born in 1923 in Nevada to Indian native parents. Unfortunately, when he was very young, his mother died, leaving his father to take care of him. In 1939, he had fled home, having no formal education. He traveled through a lot of the Southwest, and he did this by getting on freight trains. For some reason, later in life, he went under the pen name Harry Jenkins. At this time, he went in and out of jail for assault charges and dodging the draft, which was a big crime at the time, and even threatened a kid for his gun while he was armed with a knife. Though the last time he was in jail, he simply walked off when the guards weren't looking, and he was never seen again for 2 years. Gomez became more and more motivated by financial gain, eventually causing him to begin robbing and killing people. Gomez chose fellow homeless men as his victims. Why he killed homeless people, I'm not sure. The first was an unidentified man who was killed in the summer of 1950. The cause of death being a wine bottle smashed against his head. The next victim was Warren Cunningham, a 42-year-old man who was shot to death after Gomez assumed he had stolen his beer. 8 days after that murder, Gomez ended up in Mojave, and while he was there, murdered 53-year-old Earl Franklin by bashing his head with a rock. He disposed of the gun he had used to kill Warren and Earl's body in the same place and fled to LA. He was arrested by authorities, not for the murder of 3 homeless people, it was for vagrancy.
Apparently, that's a law saying that you can't be homeless, where he spent 30 days and was released. About 5 months later, he decided to resume his killing spree, and this time claiming 6 more victims. As the bodies were being found, law enforcement was contacted and they knew a serial killer was responsible. Though numbers varied on the number of cases, police believed the killer committed as much as 12 murders. Throughout the entire trial, he had pleaded he had done nothing wrong and all of the acts were self-defense. The prosecution knew they could get him for at least 1 murder and have undisputable evidence to back it up. He was charged with murder of Warren and was sentenced to death. Joseph Taborski, or Mad Dog. Joseph was born in 1924, and as it goes for the usual serial killers around here, his early life is really unknown. Most of what I could find is that he had 2 younger brothers who he was a terrible influence on, and he actually took one of his brothers to an early robbery to help him. Anyways, something well known about Joseph is that he is the only convict to ever be given the death penalty more than once. How does that happen? Well, in 1950, he murdered Louise Wolfson, a West Hartford liquor store owner, during a robbery. His younger brother, Albert, who was his co-conspirator, testified against him at the trial in exchange for a life sentence. When he was in prison, Albert exhibited signs of mental illness and he was institutionalized. He had learned through the prison grapevine that his brother, the guy who testified against him, ended up in a sane asylum in 1955. The corrections judges took away Joseph's death penalty because the key witness was criminally insane. He was even released and even stated, "You can't beat the law. From now on, I'm not even going to get a parking ticket." Once he was released, he came across another previous convict named Arthur Colombi, or Meatball was his street name. They attempted to rob a grocery store where Joseph would be at a 3-year-old girl's house whose parents weren't conscious. Joseph ordered Meatball to kill the girl, but he instead hit her behind a table and shot a fake shot at the ground. The 2 were caught because Meatball spared this girl, and she immediately told the police what they had done. Because Meatball spared the girl, he just got life in prison. Joseph, however, wasn't so lucky. He was given a spot immediately in the electric chair, being the last person to be electrocuted by Mr. Sparky.
Lester Harrison. Born in Chicago in the year 1922, Lester had several siblings, both older and younger. And as early as age 9 or 10, Lester had began committing petty crimes. And it was these crimes that led Lester to take on more risk for a bigger reward. And around 1945, he was arrested and convicted of robbery, ultimately being sentenced to 5 to 10 years in prison. And while serving this aforementioned sentence at the Menard State Penitentiary, Lester had murdered a fellow inmate, 28-year-old Norman Kim, by striking him over the head with an iron rod. Although admitting guilt and being tried for the crime, the medical examination found Lester to be insane at the time of the trial. So instead of being sent to prison, he was instead put into psychiatric treatment at the Security Hospital. After spending some time in this facility, Lester was released and deemed cured due to positive psychiatric reports. But upon release, Harrison continued his criminal lifestyle, garnering a total of 8 additional arrests between the late 1950s and early 70s. One of the most horrific crimes taking place on the evening of June 19, 1970, when a homeless woman living in the Skid Row area of Chicago was found raped and beaten to death. On this same night, a 31-year-old factory worker was found beaten unconscious. This man was named Wilbur McDonald. And when the police were investigating this crime scene, they named Wilbur the prime suspect, due to his shoes being found close to the crime scene, and through nothing other than circumstantial evidence, Wilbur was convicted of this murder and received a 150-year sentence. However, following this incident, years later in the evening of July 19, 1972, an English architect was found murdered and raped in a park as well. And while narrowly avoiding the law for the time being, Harrison's luck had eventually ran out when he was arrested for assaulting a woman with a concrete brick in the streets of Chicago. Though later was released due to a $5,000 bail being set. And 10 days after this release, a drunken Harrison headed to Grant Park in search of his next victim, settling for a 28-year-old woman who was visiting from Seattle, Washington. The location of this attack? A public washroom, during which he attempted to rape the woman. However, she was able to resist Lester, and through a barrage of violent screams was able to catch the attention of her husband and child, who had been waiting near the bathroom. Her husband rushed to her aid, but due to several stab wounds suffered in the attack from Harrison, this woman had ultimately been pronounced dead. Harrison made an attempt to escape this scene, but after being spotted with a knife in hand, the woman's husband and multiple park employees managed to apprehend him before escaping. And while being transported, he had actually admitted to all of these crimes, stating details only the perpetrator could have known. However, despite these admissions of guilt for several horrible crimes, Lester Harrison was deemed incapable of standing for trial. Yet again, for the deemed reason of insanity. From here, Lester was sent to receive psychiatric treatment at the State Penitentiary Psychiatric Ward. And years later, in January of 1986, due to complications from a spinal injury, was diagnosed with a damaged spinal cord. Something that had left him almost completely immobilized. And with this in mind, his attorneys petitioned for his release in May of that year, stating that Harrison no longer posed a threat to society. But this was shot down by the Cook County Prosecutor's Office, as they had stated that with the remaining movements of his hands and fingers, Harrison was still capable of the unthinkable. And this is essentially the last that we would hear of Harrison. Despite the fact that his crimes had been the centerpiece of many publications, information regarding his fate is widely unknown to the public.
John Roach. John was born in September of 1927 and had two other siblings. Once he was born, his family decided to move to New York. In his youth, he was an extremely troubled child and was even charged with armed robbery at the age of 13. It's unknown who his first exact murder victim is, though he is suspected of murdering 23-year-old Josephine Brown, who was strangled to death and left on the street of Queens. In August of that following year, a sailor named Edward was found stabbed to death in the streets of Queens, much like Brown was. John was later robbing a place, and when the homeowner, an 85-year-old woman, came home, she was stabbed to death before John fled the place. This murder was Roach's first confirmed, though the other two murderers were pinned on some other men. During his trial, there were two different mistrials considering that two men were improperly prisoned. It was only about a year after his last murder that he would be tried and killed by the electric chair. Norman Roy. Norman was born in September of 1935 and had been troubled since his youth. The only thing he liked was baseball. However, later in life, he would commit petty crimes and eventually murder. In 1954, Norman saw a 40-year-old woman named Margaret walking alone, so he decided to follow her to her room, where he choked her and killed her and decided to leave her there. Around 4 months later, Norman found himself in a subway station where he stalked a 25-year-old girl named Kathleen all the way back to her apartment. While in the parking lot, he threatened her with a knife
and he didn't actually have one. He then raped her twice, tied her hands behind her back, then killed her by strangulation. Another year went by, and he came across a 6-year-old woman named Isadora. Norman threw a noose around her neck and demanded money. Isadora only had 5 pennies, and with Norman unsatisfied, he tightened the noose and killed her. Norman bought a box of crackers, which he ate while watching the police examine Isadora's body. Detectives took notice of this and arrested him. Norman confessed to each of these murders by describing in detail how he killed them. On February 4th, 1955, Norman was convicted of first-degree murder in the death of Isadora. Not the other two, though. In 1956, he was electrocuted by the chair. Harvey Collins. Harvey was born in October of 1925 in Oregon and had 2 siblings. Once he was 4 or 5, his family moved to Washington, and according to his sister, they lived a very normal lifestyle. When he grew older, he enlisted in the Marine Corps and fought in Battle of Iwo Jima. Once he had returned, though, he had began to exhibit signs of psychological distress, possibly brought on either from PTSD or the death of his father in a workplace accident years prior. In 1953, he offered a waitress a ride home from her job. She accepted, though Harvey decided to drive on a desolate road and tried to make sexual advances towards her. Once she declined, this enraged Harvey, so he literally kicked her out of the car and then proceeded to beat her to death. This was Harvey's first crime, but acted as if he was on the run. Months later, he successfully stole a small plane, left a suicide note, and flew aimlessly for hours until he crashed the plane near some train tracks, but survived. 2 days later, he surrendered to the police. Though only admitted to stealing the plane and not the murder, instead of serving any jail time, he pretty much got a slap on the wrist and was allowed to go. Though, in the mid-50s, while at a filing station, he shot and killed 25-year-old Edward in an apparent holdup. In March of that same year, he had went to a motel in Hilton. He asked the hostess how much it would be for a night's stay, and when he had heard the price, he left, came back 2 hours later, and attacked her. During this attack, she screamed and awoke her husband. Harvey pulled out a katana and sliced the husband and the hostess, then fled. Harvey took his car and attempted to run her over. However, she dodged him and ran towards the freeway. Harvey was later caught from the description she gave police. Shortly after this arrest, he admitted to the last 2 crimes, however, heavily disputed the first one, the one with the waitress. Though he had some good lawyers, he was found guilty and was given the death penalty. On September 18th, Harvey and 5 other inmates escaped from jail, and he actually sought out refuge from a childhood friend who he had stayed with there for 2 days. After this, he brought himself in, and police actually made his death date to December 1957. He was hanged at the Washington State Penitentiary. Mac Edwards. Mac was born in Arkansas in 1918 and moved to LA at an early age. In 1942, Mac joined the United States Marine Corps of Engineers. He married a woman in 1946, in which they relocated to California. He kept horses and allowed neighborhood youths to ride them. He also took local children camping. Edwards sexually molested and murdered 3 children from 1953 to 1956, though the records are scarce. The first 3 children he murdered were all neighbors of his. He molested and murdered 3 more in 1968 to 1969, though these records are entirely more scarce. After attempting to kidnap 3 girls at once, 2 of them escaped, so he ended up letting the 3rd one go. Figuring the police would be soon after him, he walked into San Fernando Valley Police Station on March 6, 1970 and surrendered to the police. He confessed that he had planned to molest and kill the 3 girls and confessed to having murdered the 6 others. Anyways, After 3 of the bodies were found, he stood for trial without a lawyer because all he said was that he was guilty and he wanted death, even switching places with the next person who was up for the electric chair. After months of trial, Edwards committed suicide by hanging himself with the electrical television cord in San Quentin State Prison. Leslie Irvin. Leslie was born in 1924 and one of the first killers on our list to have actually gone on a killing spree, if you will. Irvin was ultimately arrested in connections with 6 murders that were committed in 4 separate incidents. This killing spree began on December 2nd, 1954, and ended on March 28th, 1955. The crimes took place in Vanderburgh and Posey counties in Indiana and Henderson County in Kentucky. He would usually use a gun and shoot his victims, though he had a tendency to burglarize them as well. Though, at this last burglary, his car was seen by key witnesses and led to his arrest later. Weapons and some loot that tied to him with one of the murders were found. While in jail, awaiting trial, he MacGyvered his way out of jail and did this by making keys with paperback novel covers, tinfoil, and glue. He fled to the west but was later apprehended. Ironically, the laws around the death penalty around this time were just starting to be loosened, so he was sentenced to life. He died in 1983 of lung cancer in the state penitentiary. Vender Duncan. Vender was born in 1928 in the state of Texas at the age of 17. He lost his left eye not long after he served a sentence for attempted murder for stabbing a man 24 times but not killing him. After serving the time, he met a woman and they moved towards San Francisco. He became a painter, though when he wasn't making enough money, he decided to start robbing houses, frequently preying upon dwellings inhabited by the elderly women and sometimes molesting them. During his first screw-up, he was on a second-story window and saw 89-year-old Marceline counting her money. He entered through her window and attempted to attack her on the head. He committed necrophilia with her body and took the money, and when he was making his escape, dropped a small desk radio at the scene. On September 4th of that same year, he stumbled upon another small apartment, opened up another person's window, and 75-year-old Elizabeth was there. He raided her house, didn't steal anything, and left. 2 years later, Vender was in a vacant lot with an elderly woman who was 68. He decided to grab a brick and throw it at her head. After she died, he carried her body to a nearby street to be left there for the police to find. Just 3 days after this attack, Duncan had struck again, this time going to a second-story apartment and knocking on a random door. He barged his way in and found a 73-year-old woman named Angst and attempted to beat her. He knocked her down and dragged her to the bathroom. However, Angst told him that the police were nearby, so at that point he decided to flee. It was the description that she had given to police that eventually led to this arrest. Not long after, Duncan was caught while attempting to burglarize another house, and he was convicted and sent to jail. Though 3 months into his sentence, he called the county sheriff and confessed to the 3 previous crimes. In 1958, his trial for the 3 murders began. Though he tried to claim he was insane, that didn't work. He was given a death sentence. He was executed by gas chamber in 1959.
Melvin Rees. Melvin was born in 1928 in Maryland. Not much is known about his early life, though he was a very skilled musician in school, though that is the only plus side to Melvin, as in 1957 he came across Margaret Harold and her boyfriend while they were in their car. Melvin approached in the Chrysler and swerved them off the road. Melvin exited his vehicle and demanded the 2 money and to roll down their window. They decided not to, and Melvin shot Margaret in the face, killing her instantly. Her boyfriend of a Marine fled and ran through a couple of fields until he got to a farmhouse where he called the police. When the police arrived, they found that her clothes had been taken off her and she was molested. Melvin decided to lay low for 2 years, got a job as a lineman worker, and was chill until he decided to strike again, this time murdering an entire family. Carol Jackson and his wife Mildred and their infant children were all found slain and bodies being disposed of in a nearby forest. This crime didn't go unnoticed for long because the family was a regular happy family. This was when the crime became media sensation. The only reason he got caught was that someone by the name of Glenn Morsner sent into police that they should investigate Melvin because of the same type of car that was found on the scene Melvin owned. This guy knew Reese on a personal level, but records didn't show exactly how. In 1960, Reese was ultimately arrested, and after searching his home, police found notes describing the Jackson family murders. Unfortunately, his crime was tried in Virginia, where the death penalty had been outlawed, and he was sentenced to life in prison, though he would later be sent to an institution where he would die.
Nathaniel Lipscomb. Nathaniel was born in 1929 in South Carolina. At a young age, Nathaniel would be caught repeatedly peeping on women dressing in their homes. His second offense would involve him stealing a bike, which he would serve low jail time. In 1951, police received a call that a murder had taken place. The caller had said that her granddaughter, 4-year-old Diane Maxwell, whose head was cut and bloodied, told her that a man had burgled into their home and cut her mother. When the police got there, Miss Maxwell was lying on the floor in a pool of her own blood. Lipscomb was arrested and even took a lie detector test, where he would eventually be released and remained under the radar. Until Baltimore was struck with a series of killings. The first being a woman named May Hall, being found in a nearby stranger's yard, strangled to death. 5 days later, 57-year-old Lottie Kite, who was a nurse, went out to sweep in front of her hall, and 2 hours later, she was found dead in an alleyway. After these killings, Nathaniel knew that he had to lay low, which he did until April the following year, when he'd kill his last victim. He'd do this only 5 blocks away from where he murdered Lottie. The following morning, the police were going through the streets of Baltimore when they heard a woman screaming. Upon finding her, they found Nathaniel in an alleyway. He was arrested and questioned. Once Nathaniel gave his name, the police looked into his background, and they agreed that he probably got their man. He was tried and found guilty of all 3 crimes, and Nathaniel Lipscomb was executed in the Maryland State Penitentiary's gas chamber.
Glenn Engelman, our first optometrist. Glenn was born in 1927. He was born the youngest of 4 children. His father was a member of the United States Air Force and was raised in a high middle-class home. He was genuinely smart and graduated at the University of St. Louis in dentistry. In 1958, James Bullock, 27, a clerk for Union Electric Company, was shot in St. Louis Art Museum, though Glenn confessed to this crime much later. In 1963, Glenn had a business partner named Eric Frey, whom he at one point struck with a rock and blew him up with dynamite to hide the evidence. He did this because Eric's insurance would go to Glenn. Glenn would kill 5 more people in a similar manner, except not blowing them up. For his final murder, he decided to make a car bomb and kill a woman that he owed a large amount of money to, named Barbara. It was this murder on September 25th. A jury in federal court found Engelman guilty of mail fraud and conspiracy to commit mail fraud in the murder of Barbara. He died in an infirmary in 1999. Lemanuel Smith. This dude just sucks. Lemanuel was born in a very religious household in 1941 in New York. In 1958, near the end of January, Dorothy Water Street was robbed and beaten to death near Smith's home in Amsterdam. Evidence pointed toward the 16-year-old Smith, but the case fell apart when the district attorney was too hasty and to extract a confession, and Smith was not arrested. That following summer, Smith went to Amsterdam where he would kidnap a 25-year-old woman and almost beat her to death. This time, a witness interrupted the crime, and Smith left a living victim.
He was quickly arrested and on April 12, 1959, was sentenced to 20 years in prison for assault. After 10 years, he was released on parole, but exactly a year after he attempted to kidnap another woman, but she escaped and didn't tell anyone about the crime. Later that same day, he kidnapped and raped a 46-year-old friend of his mother's. She told him if he left, she would not call the police. He left, and as soon as she heard the door close, she notified the police. He was later caught and arrested again, and was eventually sentenced to 4 to 15 years in a New York prison. This time, he had only spent 4 years and was released again. Why? A legit month afterward, 2 people were found brutally murdered. Human feces were found 50 feet nearby, and it had happened to be Smith's. When the police were investigating the murder, another murder about 30 minutes away had taken place, and happened in the exact same way. It only took 2 weeks to be on the trial of Smith. Maureen Maggio, 18, who worked in the same area as Wilson, was kidnapped and raped by Smith. When he forced her to drive towards Albany afterwards, police stopped the car and arrested Smith without incident. He was tried, and he really tried to get insanity plea, but that failed, and he was sent to prison. There, he would kill a man named Peyton. As punishment for the Peyton murder, and due to the threat he posed while in prison, Smith spent the next 20 years of his life in near isolation, the longest such span in the nation at the time. As of December 2022, is still alive at a maximum security prison.
Richard Biegenwald. Richard was born in Staten Island, and his youth life seemed to be largely unknown. But what we do know is that he was beaten by his father, and when he was just 5, would set his own house on fire, though we were not here for that. In 1958, Richard would rob a store and murder the stone owner. For this, he would receive 17 years in prison. He would be released in 1975, where he would strike again when he shot and killed an 18-year-old girl named Anna Alzowek. Her body was found in January 1983 by children playing in a wooden lot behind a Burger King. I also forgot to mention, he also had another shootout where he killed a police officer before. I don't know how I forgot about that. Anyways, police surrounded Richard's house in 1983, where they would lure him out and arrest him. He was convicted of 5 different counts of murder, though 2 of them were when he was still in prison. Biegenwald would rot inside of prison until his own death on March 10, 2008.
Gano Smith. Smith had an odd youth, though only thing to note is that his parents were divorced, and at one point he began living with his stepmother. This is where he would kill 6 of his family members, calculated and planned. He moved in with his stepmother, who was part of the Macbeth family. They took Gano in, and things instantly turned for the worst. Smith had taken the Macbeth children, Amos, Anna, Donna, Jean, and Patsy, to a dance in Brighton. While there, Smith had left for a short amount of time and returned at 12 o'clock midnight to pick them up. However, a thunderstorm was sweeping the area at the time, giving it a dark ambiance. They returned to the home, and Gano reportedly ran up the stairs as the children entered the garage. Upon arrival, they made 2 discoveries. The bodies of their parents were on the ground, with 2 bullet holes in each of them, and there was no power coming throughout the house, and it was entirely dark. The kids found flashlights and made their way through the house. Suddenly, Smith appeared before them with a flashlight and a gun. He shot Amos in the face, then Donna. He shot Patsy in the shoulder, though badly wounded. Amos pleaded for his life, but was shot again. Patsy escaped to another room where she found her older sister, Anna, already dead. Patsy was the only one to escape and speak on that event that even occurred. Gano had went into hiding, but was found 4 days later in a barn near Lake Wakapello. A death sentence was largely discussed. However, Smith was given a little leadway and spent life in prison. Gano died from heart problems on May 16, 2005.
Gary Rodden. This is going to be our first murderer who's still alive and has actually been released. Gary was born in 1943 in North Carolina and actually stated himself had the perfect family. In 1962, he came across a 23-year-old named James on a boat ride. When it was just the two of them, Gary shot him in the back of his head and stuffed his body somewhere on the boat. His body would be found 12 days later and Gary was charged, but he would claim self-defense and that James was attempting to sexually assault him. In 1963, Rodden was pleading guilty to voluntary manslaughter and was sentenced to only 2 to 21 years in prison. He was released on parole on May 8, 1967. In 1969, he ended up spending 3 years in a prison for a robbery. After spending some prison time, he married a woman and was working as a mechanist. But he quickly got bored, quitting his job and leaving his wife. He came across a shotgun and sawed off the barrel. Rodden would proceed to kill 3 men in Chicago with a sawed-off shotgun as he was robbing them. The police would use credit card tracing through one of the victims' cards that Gary was found using, which they eventually found him at a Sears with items from each of the murders. Immediately, he would confess to the crimes. He was transferred from prison from time to time. However, he was released in 2020. Rodden served nearly 50 years in prison for the murders. He is currently out and still alive.
Stephen Washington. Stephen was born in Florida in 1948. Little is known about his upbringing. However, in 1963, he married a 15-year-old due to Florida's marriage laws, and he had a daughter with her. Later that year, Washington would attack a 52-year-old woman during a home invasion. He assaulted her, but decided not to kill her. He did this 2 more times until he would eventually commit his first murder. On September 25th, 1963, he would invade another home, this one owned by a 75-year-old woman. This time, he would assault her and straight up murder her via strangulation. This not only killed her, but broke one of her neck bones. In October, Washington would strangle 67-year-old Olivia. Authorities were able to correlate the last 2 murders and knew it had to be from the same person. 2 months later, Washington entered the home of 80-year-old Eva Miller by climbing through an open window, and he did the exact same thing he had done prior. Washington would later be caught due to the police finding his fingerprint on the windows he had climbed through. He was arrested in early January 1964. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences because of the crimes, and on March 18, 2004, Washington would die at the age of 55.
Stanley Rice. Rice was born in 1942 in Massachusetts and had 2 older brothers. He grew up in a dysfunctional home. Rice, at a young age, would steal from his fellow family members and had a problem with loud sounds. His father would shoot a gun in his presence to try and fix this issue. At the same time, he continued to commit various acts of vandalism and thefts, receiving his first court date at the age of 11 for stealing ammo. Fast forward to 1957, his family would move to Canada. During this period, he developed a fascination with rockets and bombs and would continue to get in trouble with law enforcement for a variety of crimes. In 1963, a 9-year-old boy went missing from his home in Canada. His disappearance led to a large-scale invasion of the nearby area by both local authorities and volunteers. The only confession we have is that Rice wrote in his diary he came across the 9-year-old boy while he was fishing and stabbed him to death. Later that September, Rice was arrested for abducting a young boy, driving him to Illinois, but the Canadian police agreed that if he left the country, the charges would be dropped. Why? Who knows? Rice moved to Ohio, where in 1966, an 8-year-old boy went out on his bike to go fishing when he came across Rice. Rice proceeded to beat the boy before pulling out a shotgun and shooting him in the chest. He then simply covered the boy's body with pieces of wood and left. The boy's body was found the following day, and Rice was apparently even questioned about the crime, but no evidence was linked to him. He was subsequently arrested 2 weeks later for holding 2 boys at gunpoint. He was sent to a mental hospital, which he was able to escape from just a few months later. He arrived to Florida and he met a 59-year-old woman who let him watch over her salvage yard, and he would be able to sleep in the truck at night. So one morning, after he got off work and was heading home, he stopped near a road that he knew some young children lived on. To lay low, there he found 11-year-old Lowell Nelson and Williams and 10-year-old Kevin Polittle, who were out fishing together. Rice offered to take them somewhere, but they both said no. Angered by this, he pulled out a shotgun and shot them both, wounding them. He pulled out a knife and came up to one of them and stabbed one of them 3 times as he went to the other. 2 teenage boys appeared, so he took his items and then left. On May 25th of that year, Rice was arrested for speeding. Upon his arrest, there was evidence from all 3 previous crimes. He was tried and convicted on all 3 counts. He was transferred to Florida State Prison, where he remained until his death on November 3rd, 2007.
Thomas Weisenhart. Thomas was born January 29, 1947 in Pritchard, Alabama. Growing up in a low-income, abusive household that was primarily ruled by his mother, Thomas, being the youngest of 4 children, witnessed his mother frequently attacking Thomas's alcoholic father, both verbally and physically, who had as well encouraged her children to do the same, reserving her rage solely for the husband, and treating Thomas as the favorite. Weisenhart shared a bedroom with his mother until the age of 16, being constantly accompanied by her throughout his teenage years, essentially never leaving her sight. Although Thomas had stated that he always resented his mother, within his teenage years, according to his sister, Thomas began showing signs of extreme violence and clear emotional distress, and that became evident to the public when in 1963, a 73-year-old woman was found dead in a parking lot near Thomas's childhood home. Initially, he was held as one of the main suspects in this case, as prior to this incident, Thomas had been charged with robbing a blind woman, a charge that had later been thrown out of court on a technicality. According to police, when questioning Weisenhart, the family was able to provide him with a solid enough alibi that Weisenhart was never brought to trial for the murder of this woman. Despite prior to this shooting, Thomas and his friends had been seen playing with a stolen handgun. And following this close run-in with the law, Thomas had decided to clean up his act and join the United States Air Force as an airman. But while stationed at a base near Colorado Springs, Thomas's true nature showed itself to the world, when on October 25th, 1995, Weisenhart had attacked 22-year-old Rose Covington, striking her over the head with a metal ashtray several times, causing Covington to suffer severe head and facial injuries that left her hospitalized for 2 months. At the trial, she testified that she had never met him prior to this incident, nor did she have any idea who he was. But the most damning piece of evidence that linked Thomas to this came from an FBI lab expert, testifying that the shoe prints left at the scene of the crime matched the exact ones of those that Thomas had been wearing. Although claiming innocence all along, Thomas was convicted of assault with intent to commit murder on March 14, 1966, and sentenced to 20 years in prison with hard labor. However, following this, in 1970, this sentence was reduced to 10 years, and on November 1973, Thomas had been granted parole. A decision that would be filled with regret, as only 2 years later, on November 21st, 1975, Weisenhart attacked a 28-year-old woman, a mother of two who worked in a convenience store, approaching her, beating her, and ultimately fatally shooting her in the head. Initially, 2 men were arrested for this crime, leaving Weisenhart to continue his rampage. The next time he would strike was on April 16, 1976. Weisenhart had kidnapped and murdered another female convenience store clerk, dumping her body near an abandoned shack. But the killings wouldn't stop here. On October 16, 1976, Weisenhart abducted a 23-year-old woman, once again a convenience store clerk, kidnapping her at gunpoint, driving her to a wooded remote area, where he had ultimately shot yet another woman in the head. Dragging her body into the nearby woods before fleeing the scene. Weisenhart had a messy history of returning to the scene of his crimes. And when returning to get rid of the evidence of this horrible crime, Weisenhart had been spotted at the location of the murder, and after giving chase was captured by police. Despite pleading not guilty by reason of insanity, on August 9th, the jury found Thomas guilty of capital murder, and on September 7th, 1977, was sentenced to death. While avoiding execution for more than 3 decades due to successful appeals and prosecution errors, on May 27, 2010, Weisenhart was executed via lethal injection at the Holman Correctional Facility near Atmore, Alabama.
Rudy Bladel. Rudy was born in 1932 in Chicago, Illinois, to a family that was in the business of railways. His father worked for a railway company stationed in Chicago. After graduating high school in 1951, Rudy became a fireman and later enlisted in the Army, where he became an engineer and served in the Korean War, whereas he fixed vehicles, sometimes encountering enemy soldiers. When Rudy returned home from the war, he got into a motorcycle accident that gave him a permanent posture issue. He worked for the same company as his father. However, the New York Railroad shifted operations away from the Chicago area, which laid off many people, including Rudy. Rudy began targeting railroad workers who were associated with them that moved away from the Chicago area. Between 1963 and 1978, Rudy murdered 7 railroad workers and critically injured 1 in multiple states. His last killing was a triple murder, a gun shop owner owned by one of the railroad in Jackson, Mississippi. He was eventually arrested for the triple homicide and convicted. However, the Supreme Court ruled that Rudy's case must be retired. The jury found Rudy guilty for a second time, though he was not convicted for the other murders. Rudy died in 2006 from thyroid cancer. James Daniels. James was born in 1940 in Brooklyn, New York. He was first arrested in early 1960 for assaulting a man in Queens with a zip gun. This landed him 2 years in prison. He was then charged with second-degree murder for a man named Calvin, who was running a craps game. He was given 50 to life sentence for this, and while here, he served only 16 years of this sentence. And due to the new state law that was discussed earlier, maximum penalties were released. He was moved to Oregon to change his life, and there he had a wife and a daughter. But unfortunately, this would all come to an end when, in 1984, he would commit a double murder within hours of each other. The first being to steal a truck to make a getaway, and the second being just randomly done. His third and final murder would be the result of shooting a trooper who assumed he just had car trouble. He was in a getaway van being chased by 2 police officers. The van unfortunately swerved out of control and crashed into a high-tension utility pole and plunged down an embankment and overturned, and he died.
Harvey Marcellin. This is a weird one. Born in 1938 as a male, Harvey Marcellin in New York City was born to a single mother. At 14, Harvey tried to rape an 8-year-old girl. By 1963, Harvey was an alcoholic and a cocaine addict who was accused of raping his then-girlfriend Jacqueline Bonds. Before he could stand trial, he murdered Bonds, convicted and sentenced to life in prison, but was released in 1984. The next year, Harvey murdered Anna Sierra, a homeless heroin addict. He dismembered her body and dumped the remains in Central Park. He was again charged with murder but struck a plea deal and was sent to prison again in 1986. During this time, Harvey started to identify as a woman and went by Marceline. He was released in 2019 and is now suspected to have murdered 68-year-old Susan Layden in Marceline's apartment.
Charles Schmid. Charles was born in 1942 in Arizona and was an illegitimate child and was adopted by two loving parents. Though later in his life they divorced, and when he tried to meet his real mother, she told him to leave and never come back. Though when he was a teenager, he had the name Pied Piper because he was very charismatic and had a ton of friends. However, in 1964, Schmid decided to murder Alan Rowe, a high school student living with her divorced mother. He was assisted by two people for this act. However, he committed the crime. A few years later, he confided to one of his girlfriends, Gretchen, that he had committed this crime. He broke up with her, and when she threatened she would release the information, Schmid strangled Gretchen and her sister Wendy in 1965. Though Charles turned himself in and showed authorities the bodies, he had a long trial. In 1966, Schmid was found guilty of the murders and sentenced to death. He did try to escape multiple times, and once actually succeeding from Alcatraz. Wow, that's crazy. But eventually was recaptured on March 10, 1975. Schmid was stabbed 47 times by two fellow prisoners.
Vaughn Greenwood. Vaughn Orrin Greenwood was a black American born in 1944 in Pennsylvania. Not much is known about Vaughn's background, however. He started his killing spree targeting transients in 1964 when he shot two homeless men. Vaughn was sent to prison for a knifing incident in 1966 and was released in 1971. He decided to escalate his spree when he brutally murdered 9 people in the span of 2 months, from December 1974 to February 1975, in what is now known the Skid Row slasher. Stabbed and slashed homeless men to death. Vaughn also drank his victims' blood and ritualistically posed the bodies. He also sprinkled salt around the bodies. Vaughn burglarized the home of William Graham at the end of the spree. He attacked Graham with a hatchet before one of Graham's house guests, Kenneth Richard, intervened in the attack, in which both men plunged into the plate glass window. Vaughn fled on foot and burglarized another house, but carelessly left a letter addressed to him. Vaughn was arrested and in early 1976 was charged with the Skid Row slashings. He was convicted in 1977 and died in 2020.
Lawrence Victor. Born in 1933, Victor murdered 3 women between 1964 to 1987, with one of the murders being committed after being put on parole. Victor shot his first victim, Hilda Williams, over money and strangled her in a rage. He was arrested a week later and took a plea deal which he made them plead guilty to manslaughter to get only 8 years. He was paroled in 1967, and in 1976, he broke into a house of a 24-year-old Jerry Black. Black was talking to one of her friends on the phone. Victor would go in and stab and slit Black's throat and fled the scene. He was arrested the next day, along with his girlfriend, Iona Chase. Victor pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to only 20 years. Victor got paroled once again in 1986. The next year, he would get a job as a gardener for an 82-year-old lady who lived alone named Alice Singleton. He burglarized her home and beat her unconscious. He took a knife and slashed her throat, killing her. He ravaged through the house and left. Some witnesses saw Victor's car, which led to his arrest 3 days later. Convicted and sentenced to death in 1986. And in 1999, his death sentence was commuted to life in prison. He died in 2015 at the age of 82.
Juanetta Hoyt. Juanetta Hoyt was born in May of 1946 in the small town of New York Richford. Hoyt was a high school dropout and married Tom Hoyt. They had 5 children together. All of them died. The first child, James, died after 28 months. The rest of the Hoyt children died within 6 months after their birth. It was initially thought the children died of sudden infant syndrome, or SIDS. Hoyt was apprehended in 1994 after forensic pathologists reviewed a report on the Hoyt's children and concluded that they were murdered. Her motive is unclear, and there is speculation whether she was actually guilty, but nevertheless, Hoyt was convicted and died of pancreatic cancer in 1998.
Patrick Kearney. Born in 1939, Patrick Kearney was known as a weak and thin boy. He was often targeted by his peers who battered Patrick. Patrick would begin to have violent fantasies about killing his bullies. By the age of 13, Kearney had begun to engage with bestiality. Living in Texas, Kearney would move to California and work for an aircraft company as an engineer, and he was known as a modeled employee. Kearney had the ability to charm to any man he wanted. And after moving to Los Angeles, he moved in with David Hill, who became his lover. Kearney was known as the Trash Bag Killer, but was also known as the Freeway Killer, which was a moniker for 2 other serial killers, Randy Kraft and William Bonin, who are later going to be in this video, who operated in the same area with similar MOs. Kearney's modus operandi was to shoot and kill male victims, mostly transients, that he picked up at gay bars and along the freeway, and sexually assaulted and dismembered their corpses. He would dispose of said parts in various secluded areas or along the freeway. His first known victim was in 1962 when he drove the victim to a deserted spot and shot him in the head and later sodomized the body. The murder that Kearney was arrested for was John Otis LeMay in 1977. LeMay was a friend of Hill and had been invited to their residence. When LeMay arrived, Hill was not there but was invited in by Kearney. After sitting down, Kearney, without thinking, shot LeMay in the side of the head. He later dismembered the corpse and buried LeMay in his backyard. LeMay was named a missing person, and the cops, led right to Kearney, would flee along with Hill. Kearney and Hill would eventually turn themselves in. Hill was released, but Kearney confessed to murdering 28 people, possibly more. To avoid the death penalty, Kearney pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life, and is still alive and serving time in Mule Creek State Prison to this day.
Jane Gibbs. Jane Hickox murdered 5 members of her family by poisoning their food with arsenic for insurance money. Born on 1932 in Georgia, she married Charles Gibbs at the age of 15. She operated a daycare at her home as an adult and was known to be a devout Christian. She poisoned her husband with arsenic in 1965. He eventually died in 1966. August of the same year, Gibbs' 13-year-old son, Marvin, was poisoned by their mother, and he died. All of their deaths were thought to be caused by natural causes. Her only son, Robert, was 19 years old and had a child of his own, Raymond. Raymond was a month old and soon became sick, dying in October of 1967. Robert would soon fall a month after his son.
An autopsy revealed large quantities of arsenic in their system, and the police were alerted. Janie was soon arrested, but was found insane by the state and put in an institution until 1976. She was charged with the murders and was convicted and was served to life, but was paroled for medical reasons in 1999. Gibbs died in February 2010 in a nursing home.
Robert Liberty. Robert was born in 1947 in California. None of his early life can be found online. Only thing that I can conjure is that he found himself inside a hospital for a few years. Here, in 1966, while he was 19, he met a woman named Marcella. The two quickly got into a relationship and left the hospital together. On the 4th of June in the same year, Robert would strangle Marcella, killing her. After the murder, he dressed up the body and applied makeup to it before laying it on the couch and lit candles from her head to her feet and placing a Bible on her chest. Police entered the apartment, and upon entry, they found Robert playing a guitar next to Marcella's body, and he was promptly arrested. The judge found Robert criminally insane, and he was sent to a state hospital. Only 3 years later, in 1969, Liberty walked out Metropolitan State Hospital a free man with no supervision required. He moved to Costa Mesa and lived with 3 other male roommates. In 1970, he fatally shot one of his roommates. He was charged with the murder, but took off to not be convicted of the crimes. Robert was on the run and came across Cannell Beerley and began dating her. The two were hitchhiking across the beach when 17-year-old Richard Graydack picked them up. Robert brandished a gun and forced him to his mother's house. Once there, Liberty took $45 from his mom. After this, he made his way to San Diego. He went to a nearby building with a 53-year-old patient inside. Robert tied up the patient and Richard together, but ultimately decided to kill the patient. It was at this point he fled the scene. Only 2 weeks later, Robert was caught attempting to kidnap a woman with another accomplice. Liberty, along with the cellmate Paul Rankin, were strangled to death by another cellmate. Kenneth McDuff. Kenneth was born in Texas in 1946. His youth life seems to have a past of being a bully all the way up until he was in late high school, when one kid he was bullying bullied him back, to the point where he would quit school and decide to work with his father. It would be here he would commit his first crime. You see, one day, in 1966, McDuff and his work acquaintance, Mr. Green, were pouring concrete for his father. After they finished for the day, Kenneth said he was looking for a girl, and he came across 3 people: Edna, Robert, and Mark. Edna and Robert were in a relationship, and Mark was just a cousin of Robert. He threatened the trio with a .38 Colt revolver and ordered them to get in the trunk of his car. This is when Kenneth would shoot into the trunk of the car 6 times, killing 2 out of the 3. The last one that was alive, Kenneth strangled with his belt. The 2 went back to Mr. Green's house after they buried and disposed of the evidence. Kenneth would confess this murder to Mr. Green's mom, who made him turn himself in. Kenneth first received a death sentence in Texas, but then his death sentence was commuted to a life sentence. However, the prosecution deemed this was the time for a death penalty, so in turn he got it. He was put in the electric chair in 1998. Kenneth Harrison. Not much is known about Harrison, other than that he was born in 1939, and his mother was Polish. He dropped out of the 8th grade and started living in rooming houses. He murdered 4 people from 1967 to 1969 in Boston. Harrison was known as the Giggler because he called the police giggling in describing the location for one of the murder victims. His youngest victim was 4 years old, and his oldest was 75. His last murder was on December 26, 1969, and it was of 9-year-old Kenneth Martin in a subway tunnel. Martin was trying to hitch a train to a friend's house. He strangled Martin with twine and covered his body with a canvas. An officer patrolling the station found Martin's body, Multiple witnesses saw Harrison and Martin, and he was soon arrested. Harrison was sent to prison for life and committed suicide by swallowing bottles of antidepressants in 1989.
Richard Cottingham. Richard Cottingham was born in New York City in 1946 and was the eldest of 4 children. When he was 10 years old, his family moved to New Jersey, where he began an addiction to bondage porn. And a few years after that, he began a crime spree consisting of small crimes that included, but weren't limited to, drunk driving, shoplifting, robbery, and oral sodomy. Though between this time, he would commit his first of 17 murders. I won't go through all of them, though I will highlight a few. We'll start with the first one when he was 20 years old. He strangled Nancy Vogel, a 29-year-old mother of 2, in Little Ferry, New Jersey. The reason for this is unknown, but he was never charged with that crime due to lack of evidence. He only confessed to this crime in 2010. His crimes lasted from 1967 all the way up until 1980, and he only killed women around the ages of 16 to 33. They were mostly prostitutes near the New Jersey, New York areas. His final murder took place in a hotel. 17 days later, he took another prostitute to the same hotel, and her screams had staff call the police and burst into the room that Richard was staying in, where they'd find him with handcuffs, a leather gag, 2 slave collars, a switchblade knife, replica pistols, and a stockpile of prescription pills. Richard would receive life imprisonment for the first 4 initial murders. Richard lives in a prison hospital bed to this day, still alive.
Jerry Brudos. Jerry was born in 1939 in South Dakota. His mother deeply wanted a girl, and because of this, Jerry received a lot of trauma as a child. This also may be the reason he would devote a shoe fetish at the age of 5. In his teenage years, he would knock on women's doors, choke them unconscious, and run off with their shoes. At the age of 17, however, he would kidnap a woman and threaten to stab her with a knife if she didn't meet his sexual demands. He was of course arrested and was sent to a psychiatric center. They deemed that it was because of his mother on why he was acting this way. Despite being institutionalized, Jerry graduated from high school with his class in 1957. Shortly after graduation, he became an electronics technician. He met a young girl in 1961, married her, and everything was normal. Well, until he hit a transvestite period, in which he would wear his wife's clothing until that wasn't enough anymore. A door-to-door encyclopedia saleswoman who knocked on Jerry's door in 1968, he lured her inside his house into his basement and hit her with a block of wood and strangled her to death. He then dressed her in different articles of clothing, and only a year later, Jerry would take a ride on Interstate 5 and find a woman named Jan, with her car being stuck on the side of the road. Jerry lured her into his car, strangled her, and kept her body in his house. He did this 4 more times while keeping all the bodies in the house except the last 2 women, which he killed in 1969. A gentleman found a couple bodies in the Long Torn River where Jerry had dumped them. Police questioned Jerry and they had to go back to his house because he gave them a fake address. Upon inspection, the police found copper wire and the same copper wire that was attached to the bodies. Jerry was sentenced to life in prison and died of liver cancer in 2006. John Cannaday. John was born in Washington in 1945, though much of his early life is unknown. It is noted that he had a standard childhood. In December of 1957, a 16-year-old was found in her home, stabbed to death multiple times. Less than a month later, 2 other women would disappear under mysterious circumstances, and the only suspect was John. Once police questioned him, he instantly agreed that he would show them the bodies of the missing women, though they couldn't pin him on the first kill. They charged him with the 2 counts and he was sentenced to be hung. However, in 1972, the Supreme Court abolished the death sentencing for 30 states, and John was spared. On December 26, 2012, he was found unresponsive in his cell at Bay Prison. Tony Costa. Tony, or Charles Costa, was born in August in 1944.
He, all the time as a child, was in trouble, all the way until he was 17, when he would be charged with burglary and assault after breaking into a house. He was sent to 3 years probation. In 1966, he was caught attempting to kidnap 2 girls, though no charges ever came from this. 3 years later, this would change when he would go on a spree of killing multiple different women. He would often chop their bodies and hide the parts. Though police were only able to charge him with 3 counts of murder, he was sentenced to 3 different life terms. Tony committed suicide by hanging himself in his cell. Joseph Breslin. Joseph was born in May of 1950 in Philadelphia. What's good to note is that Joseph had a few different mental disorders, and he spent time in 2 separate mental institutions. He killed a fellow patient in 1968 and attacked a nurse. But due to confidentiality, these incidents were covered up and details were never released. In 1982, Joseph went to the house of Linda Sue and knocked on her door. Once inside, and for unclear reason, he would proceed to stab her and her 8-year-old daughter, and would put their bodies in the bathtub. He took her keys and took her car to Nevada. While on the way there, a police officer pulled up on Joseph. Joseph brandished a .22 that he had concealed in his pocket and shot the officer in the back of the head. Once this happened, he attempted to shoot the local people who tried to help him. However, a gunfight ensued, and Joseph was shot 4 times and he died from his injuries. Leroy Snyder. Leroy was born in 1941 in February and was born with 6 other siblings. In 1949, though, he was charged with attempting to strangle a woman with a clothesline. He would find himself inside and outside of prison for the next 20 years. In 1969, he was arrested once again and charged with the murder of a 58-year-old Gertrude Friedman. She was found with her throat slashed just the day before, and the only reason he was caught was because he was wearing her watch, and a cop had noticed. On July 1970, he was connected to a string of violent murders that occurred throughout the previous year. He had committed 6 different killings in 1969, and all of those who were murdered were friends of his or at least acquaintances. Leroy admitted to all the murders. Under New Jersey law, he couldn't be sentenced to death after a confession, so on July 17th, Leroy was sentenced to 3 terms of life imprisonment. Leroy, who had served 31 years of his initial sentence, died in a New Jersey state prison at the age of 70. Gary Grant. Gary was born in Washington. He, much like the others on our list, had mental issues all the way from an early age and lived in poverty. He dropped out of school in the mid-1960s, and near the end of the decade, immediately enlisted into the Army. He only spent 4 months, and he returned to Washington. This is when the murders would start. On December 15th of 1969, Gary would attack and kill 19-year-old Carol in the evening part of the day. He would drag her body to nearby bushes, and he would have his way with her. Only less than a year later, in the middle of the day, Grant attacked 17-year-old Joanne Zuloff. He would hit her on the head with a stone and drag her body into the woods. Just a year after that, Gary would commit his final crime in 1971, when, on his way home, he would notice 2 6-year-old boys playing outside. He would then approach them in his vehicle and told them to get in, or he would kill them. The boys went in, and he took him to nearby woods, and he would beat them and kill them anyways. At this point, there was a full-time investigation on the murders, and the only thing they found was the knife about 50 feet from the last crime. After examination, they found out the gentleman who made the knife was in town. After a long game of sold it to this guy, the final person told them they lent it to Gary Grant just a year prior. Authorities detained Grant in his trailer that led him to. Less than 8 minutes into the interrogation, he stated that he suffered from amnesia and then bursted into tears. Confessing to the killings, Grant trials began in 1971. After a 2-day meeting, he was found guilty on all accounts and was sentenced to 4 life imprisonment terms without the chance of parole.
The 71-year-old Grant is still alive, serving his sentence at the Monroe Correctional Complex. Carl Werner. Carl was born in Massachusetts in 1952. I guess anything this dude did in his childhood is redacted because I cannot find anything on him. Two girls named Deborah and Kathy went out for a picnic in 1979 and they never came back home. They were reported missing and their bodies were found on a hillside in southern Allemande Valley. The girls were stabbed around 200 times combined. In 1971, an 18-year-old girl went to visit an art museum, though her body was found the next day by her father in some nearby woods. She was stabbed 17 times in the back and 32 times in her chest and stomach. The police correlated Carl to the crimes because multiple witnesses said that they saw a man matching his description with the 18-year-old girl. Werner had previously been a suspect in an unsolved knife assault on another woman, so they got a search warrant, and the moment they entered his home, they found the knife he used on the last murder. When he was arrested, he was thought to be the original Zodiac killer, though Werner is currently incarcerated at California Medical Facility in Vacaville. George Fitzsimmons. George was born in New York in 1937 and was an only child. He did, however, drop out of college and enlist in the army, where he got addicted to stimulants, which gave him hallucinations. His parents sent him to a hospital to help with the addiction, and after some time, he was released and worked at a local YMCA. In 1969, Fitzsimmons got into an argument with his parents over attending church. This, in turn, caused him, in rage, bludgeon both of his parents with the tomahawk. He then stole his father's car and went to Massachusetts, and the bodies were discovered by neighbors only 11 days later. Though he made a stop at a bank along the way, the teller knew that this guy was on the run and called the police. George was apprehended. He was extradited back to New York and he was charged with 2 counts of murder. However, the judge said that he was a paranoid schizophrenic, so the judge sent him to Buffalo State Hospital, thus acquitting him of murder charges. He spent less than 3 years here, and he was released, which, because he was not a threat to society. I wonder who made that blunder. Well, he met a woman, got married, got another charge for abuse on this said wife, then moved in with his uncle and aunt. He was convinced that they were trying to poison his food with arsenic, so in turn, he stabbed them both to death twice. He then got into the car, went to a local sandwich shop, called his lawyer to tell him what happened. He then sat on a curb and waited for police to take him in. George would spend the rest of his time at that hospital, succumbing to cancer in 1999.
Winford Stokes. Winford was born in Missouri in 1951 and was one out of 10 other children. Anything else to note is that he did drop out of school in the 8th grade. His first crime would be one of murder, but one of that he was just an accomplice to. He and a couple of other people robbed a local bar and one of them killed a stranger inside. The crew got arrested and on their way to be tried, they escaped. This happened one more time until he was charged and convicted to 9 years imprisonment for manslaughter and 3 other felony charges. It wasn't until 1977 that Winford would be released from prison. This would prompt him to rob the house of a 77-year-old man and beat him with a claw hammer. It wasn't fatal as the man survived. Stokes then broke into the apartment of 73-year-old widow Marie Montgomery only a few days later, this time shooting her and robbing what he could take inside. Stokes was later arrested on January 15, 1978 and was sent for pre-evaluation at a center. Stokes managed to escape from the facility with authorities right on his tail. He would be caught one final time after he killed a woman at a tavern. While on trial, he was able to flee one more time. Holy shit, what is this dude doing? Anyways, but wasn't able to make further than a mile away from the jail. Winford was sentenced to lethal injection, and on May 11th, 1990, Winford Stokes was executed by lethal injection in the Potosi Correctional Center.
Gerald Santo. Gerald was born in 1951 in New York and was an only child, though at the age of 6 months, his mother paid him no attention, so he was sent to an adoption center. Gerald showed animalistic characteristics, so he wasn't allowed to be adopted. It took some years for someone working at the adoption agency to adopt him, though he still had a plethora of issues. He wetted the bed until he was 10, and he averaged C and D's on his grades except music, which he did exceptionally well. He did not graduate school until he was 21, and any and all jobs he would get after that, he would get fired from, usually theft from other coworkers, or tardiness. Instead of looking at each individual victim, Gerald has 22 confirmed murders and another 23 that he may or may not have done. They were all young girls, no one older than the age of 22. His motivation would be to find girls in bad circumstances and lure them to his car or house, and just kill them, usually by strangulation. He was housed with a fellow serial killer, Ted Bundy, until his death in 1998. Donald Beardsley. Donald was born in 1943 in Missouri and was the eldest of 3 children, though his father died when he was only 11. He joined the army when he was 19. Unfortunately, he and another airman were trying to steal a vehicle, so he was kicked out. In 1965, he was sentenced to work at a farm, and he would be hit in the head by a falling tree and would be in a coma state for weeks. In 1969, however, he would choke, stab, and drown Laura Griffin, a woman who he had just met at a bar, though, right after the crime, he immediately turned himself in. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, received a 19-year sentence, and served 7 years before being released on parole in 1977. 4 years after leaving prison, while he was still on parole, Donald murdered 2 individuals who were involved in a drug deal. Donald was supposed to be purchasing drugs, but instead brandished a weapon, killing the 2, and then binding them with duct tape. Though Donald was apprehended only after a couple hours after the crime, the prosecution tried to fight for the non-death penalty, but of course, he was sentenced to death and was executed in 2005.
Michael Irvin. Joe Michael Irvin was born on June 25, 1951 in Fort Worth, Texas. Little information exists about his life, although he was a football player at Kirkpatrick High School located in Fort Worth. On August 9, 1969, Irvin and an unidentified friend jumped 21-year-old Rodney Bonham and Larry Holt. On August 9th, 1969, Irvin and an unidentified friend jumped 21-year-olds Rodney Bonham and Larry Holt while sitting in their chair in a bowling alley parking lot. Irvin shot Bonham in the neck after questioning him. The duo threatened Holt with the same fate if he did not comply, but Holt found an opportunity and managed to flee into the bowling alley itself. Holt was safe, but Bonham died from his injuries 4 days later. Irvin called the Bonham household to apologize for his killing. Irvin would eventually become a suspect and decided to flee to Colorado, where Irvin called the Bonham household to apologize for killing their son. Irvin would eventually become a suspect and decided to flee to Colorado, where he lived under the alias Joe Michael Irwig. 1970 through 1977 begins Irvin's crime spree, as he was charged but was never convicted of burglary, rape, child sexual abuse, and others. He was never found guilty due to diminished responsibility. Between 1978 and 1981, Irvin began a murder spree by ambushing people with brute force and stabbing them to death, resulting in 5 deaths, including that of a police officer. He was arrested 2 days after his birthday in 1981. Irvin hanged himself in solitary confinement with a makeshift rope made out of towels on July 1st. He was awaiting trial.
Stephen Morin. Stephen was born on February 19, 1951, in Rhode Island. He is a murderer who is suspected of committing multiple murders in 3 different states. His victims were mostly young women. He was a high school dropout and dealt dope to get some income. Stephen would be arrested in Florida for car theft and spent time in the late 60s in a juvenile institution. Stephen would murder Carrie Scott by shooting her in the back of the head of her car. He would be arrested and later convicted and sentenced to death. He is suspected to have committed 48 murders across the Sunbelt state, but was only convicted of 2. He was executed of lethal injection in 1985. Joseph Atkins. Joseph was born in 1947, and he would be the son of a sex worker who would later abandon him. He was adopted by abusive parents who would berate him and his adoptive siblings. They were living in North Charleston, South Carolina at the time. Atkins fought in the Vietnam War in places like Cambodia, where he saw massive amounts of violence, like people being tortured and mutilated. He would return home in October 1969 on New Year's Eve. He had gotten in a fight with his half-brother, Charles. Joseph would shoot Charles with a shotgun, and he was sentenced to life but was paroled in 1980, after his adoptive father pleaded to set him free. Joseph lived in a duplex that his adoptive father owned. The Patterson family moved into the duplex, but Atkins barely interacted with the family. In 1985, after binge drinking, Joseph cut the phone line and, armed with the shotgun revolver, proceeded to murder the daughter of the Patterson family and his adoptive father, who later came to the duplex. He was sentenced to death for these crimes and was executed in 1999.
Douglas Wright. Wright was born in 1940 in Iowa to a neglectful mother and an alcoholic father. He was physically and sexually abused and started to abuse others in the same way as he got older. Dropped out of high school and was kicked out by the Marine Corps for molesting a 5-year-old boy. In 1960, Wright was a prolific burglar and spent 8 years in prison. In 1969, Wright would murder a family friend, Margaret Rosenberry, and her granddaughter, Gail Snelling, shooting them to death. He kidnapped Gail's 5-year-old to a motel and sexually assaulted him. Wright would let him go, and this would cause a manhunt for Wright. He would evade capture for a month until a shooting, injuring a man in Banks, California. He was convicted for the murders. In prison, Wright was a model prisoner and was paroled in 1982. Right after his release, Wright committed several bank robberies. He abducted a 10-year-old boy, molesting him, and shot him, disposing of his body. Wright was convicted of the robberies, but not the murder, and spent time in prison until 1991, where he was released. In October 1991, Wright murdered 3 homeless men in remote areas. He would give the men alcohol before shooting them in the head. He was sentenced to death for 3 of the murders, but it is suspected he has killed up to 7 people. Douglas Wright was executed by lethal injection in 1996.
William Pierce. William was born in 1931 in Georgia. His family had lived through the Great Depression, and because of this, William spent most of his life poor and in poverty. In 1948, he dropped out of school, and after the 9th grade, took a job as a road worker. Though just a few years he would be let out due to health reasons, At some point in the 50s, William suffered a head injury that had him exhibit deviant behavior towards others and showed signs of personality disorder. In 1970, however, William would end up in South Carolina, and this is where he would commit all the murders. William entered a home at random. The home had 18-year-old Anne Godwin inside, getting ready to go babysit some neighbors' kids. He went inside, assaulted her, and stole a number of valuables and killed her. On December of that same year, 13-year-old Margaret left her home from Sumter, South Carolina, to join her sister for lunch. When the sister never showed up, a wide-scale manhunt ensued for the girl. Just 2 days after the girl's death, William drove to a nearby service station and shot a man to death who was running the store. In 1971, William would be trying to rob another gas station, though police were not very far away and caught him. After a lengthy interrogation, William confessed to all 4 murders and 7 robberies. He was convicted to multiple life sentences, and he died in 2020. Dean Corll. Dean was born in Indiana in 1939. He had a harsh father and a protective mother. His childhood consistently was up and down, leading the 2 parents divorcing in 1946. The mother had married a different man who plays a big role, but we'll get into him later. Dean ended up moving to Texas with his mother and stepfather, leaving his father in Indiana. Dean's stepfather had just started a candy business, and Dean at first had no interest. After losing jobs and being kicked out of the army, Dean ended up working at this job and doing very well, being known around town as the Candy Man. However, between 1970 and 1973, Dean is known to have killed a minimum of 28 victims. All of the victims were males, aged 13 to 20, the majority of whom were in their mid-teens. I'll go briefly over a few to note of. 18-year-old Jeffrey Conan was hitchhiking through Houston. Dean likely offered him a lift to his house, which he accepted. The next 2 victims were 14-year-old friends who were lured by Dean to his apartment. Dean strangled them and buried them in his shed. Now, what is to note is that for half of these crimes, Dean did have an accomplice, and for this, we'll call him Elmer. Dean's final day is probably of what's most important, because Dean didn't spend a night in jail, but he did get exactly what was coming to him. Elmer is important because he technically began this night. Elmer invited 2 young girls to come over to Dean's house. Dean had specific rules about who and who couldn't come over. Elmer tried to relax Dean with some paint fumes and marijuana. Eventually, all 4 of them fell asleep. Elmer awoke on his stomach with his hands cuffed. The 2 girls were also tied and bound next to Elmer. Dean, who noticed Elmer awake, told him that he was going to have his way with the girls and kill everyone after. Elmer had pleaded for his life and said that he would do the same thing to the girls if he unbound him. After 30 minutes, Dean agreed and untied Elmer. Elmer and Dean participated in terrible actions for around 20 minutes, until Dean told Elmer to take one of the girls into another room. Elmer reached for a .22 and pointed it at Dean, and told him that he had to stop. Dean told Elmer that he wouldn't shoot him, and if he was gonna do it, do it. Elmer shot a round straight into Dean's forehead. Though the bullet didn't hit through the skull, Dean turned around and tried to run away. Elmer fired 3 more shots into Dean's back, killing him. As far as everything else is known, Elmer is serving his life sentence at Jefferson County, Texas. Carlton Gray. Carlton was born in 1950 in Georgia, and he had a terrible childhood. His father wanted nothing to do with him, and he had only met him once. His mother was very poor, so they had to constantly move. He was often left with his aunt or great aunt in elementary school, however. Carlton began to suffer head trauma and began violent tendencies and engaging in marijuana extremely young. Between the ages of 14 and 18, he was arrested numerous times for robbery, arson, and assault. During that time, he got married and had two children in the state of New York. In 1970, Carlton would murder 2 women who were staying in a hotel. He would have his way with them, strangle them, then rob them. After Gary attempted assault on a third woman, he was arrested and his fingerprints matched one left at the scene of the former murder. Gary was charged with only one robbery, a sentence he served in the County Correctional Institution in New York. He was paroled only 5 years later. He did the exact same thing to two elderly women. However, one died and one survived. The police knew certain facts about the individual, most importantly a scarf, which Gary had been seen wearing. It was torn just like how the woman described, and Gary was arrested. His fingerprints were found at 4 of the crime scenes. Gary was indicted for the murders on May 5th in 1984 and sentenced to death on the following day. He was executed by lethal injection. Robert Danielson. Danielson was born in 1946 in Iowa. Although little was initially reported about his childhood, it was later revealed that Danielson had experienced depression and drug use. Later down the line, in 1970, Robert would have a confrontation with a 21-year-old named Thomas due to the one cutting the other off in traffic. After some time, Robert brandished a gun and shot Thomas fatally. Robert was charged with the first-degree murder, but due to a mistrial because the prosecution had lack of evidence, the case was dismissed. Instead, in 1970, Danielson pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter and several other charges, so he was sentenced to 25 years in prison. In 1981, only serving 11 years, he was paroled. Just weeks after his release, he decided to interact with an elderly couple near a campsite in Arizona. He bound their hands together and shot them in the head execution style. Their bodies were found the following day. While laying low, Robert found himself in a relationship with the 14-year-old. And yes, that was weird even for this time. Though, she would begin to accompany him on his next crime. The two would bound somebody, then shoot them in the head 3 more times. Detectives ended up coming across this girlfriend, and after only minutes confessed to the crimes, but told them about Robert's previous crimes. Robert was found and arrested while working at a traveling carnival. Though he did not turn himself in, he was considered a fugitive. Though he was captured and tried, a death sentence wasn't available, so in 1987, he was sentenced to life in prison. However, in 1995, while awaiting execution, he found a tube sock and killed himself in prison. Donald Harvey. Alright, so this guy has like 50, so I'm going to keep it very brief. Donald was born in Ohio in 1952. One thing is to note is that he was molested by his uncle and a neighbor, though he kept this to himself and only told his sister. When Donald was 18, he acquired a job as a hospital orderly, basically an assistant to the nurse. He would kill his patients by first taking out vital organs and, near the end, would just poison them. However, he did unintentionally kill somebody, just one time though. Investigators could not fathom why this hospital had such higher deaths than others, though Donald would slip up when his final patient's autopsy showed heavy amounts of cyanide. Donald was one of the first to think up because he had just gotten recently in trouble for attempting to steal bodies for occult rituals. In 1987, Harvey pled guilty to 24 counts of first-degree murder. Out of the 47, he actually did kill 24, had the most evidence and whatnot. Though he pled guilty to 34, he was incarcerated in the Ohio State Prison on 1987. Harvey was found dead severely beaten by his cellmates on March 28, 2017.
Tony Abels. Tony was born in Florida in 1952. Tony's first murder occurred at the age of 15 in 1970, when Tony attempted to rob a man in broad daylight and then shot him point blank, killing him instantly. He was immediately arrested and given life sentence, though he only served 12 years as he was released on parole and got a job as a construction worker. Just 5 months after he was released, he broke into an apartment of an elderly woman by breaking through her window and smothered her with a pillow, suffocating her to death. He then stole some things from her apartment and fled. 5 years later, on Valentine's Day, he would then murder his girlfriend, who was 31 and named Deborah. Abels was not charged with these crimes at the time. 2 years later, after getting into a drunken argument with his new girlfriend, Tony pushed her down the stairs and beat her to death. Neighbors had already called about a domestic dispute case, so cops were already there. As soon as they saw Tony, they arrested him on the spot. He initially was charged to be sentenced to death, but 2 years later, he was sentenced to life in prison. Tony is still alive to this day, serving in a correctional institution in Florida.
Sam Little. Sam has killed 60 confirmed people, and 93 are suspected. The majority of his crimes were sexually motivated, and he was arrested for countless of other crimes, like drunk driving and whatnot. But in 2005 was his final arrest, though it's very odd. This guy has actual video interviews, and he describes what he does with the bodies and whatnot. Also to note, so every time he committed a crime, there was never blood at the scene. Ted Bundy. Well, I'm going to assume you guys know who Ted is. If not, Ted was born in Vermont in 1946, and Ted would notice women and follow them. He would be well known for his charismatic tendencies, or he would dress up as a cop. And doing this, he would end up killing more than 30 women, though his motive would be wanting the thrill and the killing of women. He was executed by electric chair in 1989. Rodney Alcala. Rodney was born in Texas in 1943, born to a Mexican couple. In 1954, Rother's father abandoned him, and when he was around 11, his mother moved him and his sister to LA. He committed his first crime in 1968, where he would abduct an 8-year-old, beat her, and when she was found, Rodney had already fled the state. He went to NYU and went under the name John Berger and obtained a counseling job. At this point, Rodney was put on the top 10 most wanted fugitives list, though they couldn't find him because of the different names that he used. One of the kids at the camp he worked at noticed the picture at a post office. Rodney was arrested for the abduction of the 8-year-old, but they could only charge him with molestation and not attempted murder. He served 3 years. What is to note is that this guy appeared on the show The Dating Game, and everyone on the set noted that he was a weird guy. He actually won the competition on the show, where he went against 3 other bachelors to get a bachelorette. Note that before this, Rodney is known to have committed 3 different murders. She ended up not going on the date, which in turn saved her life most definitely. Rodney was arrested in July of 1979, and a year later was convicted and sentenced to death. However, it was overturned and he was sentenced to life in prison. He died of unspecified natural causes in California in 2021 at the age of 77. Bruce Davis. Bruce was born in 1948 in Ohio, who was a pretty rough guy. He murdered 2 individuals and was caught on that almost immediately, though he spent a few years in prison. He was considered a model inmate for good behavior and worked as a loader in the prison. He used to cut a hole through the fence and get away, though he killed the warden, stole his car on that escape. He was caught 2 days later and taken back to jail and spent the rest of his life in prison. James Coadaic. Born in 1948, not much being known about James' life, he committed his first murder in Florida in 1971. James murdered his roommate, Robert Anderson, and was quickly arrested for it. He was convicted and served 11 years before being paroled in 1982. While in prison, he killed his cellmate, although the homicide had been ruled as self-defense. James was released in August and subsequently moved to New Jersey. On November 23, 1982, he kidnapped an 18-year-old girl named Amy Hoffman outside the mall where she worked. James drove to a secluded area before assaulting and stabbing her to death. He dumped her body in a reservoir. She was found 2 days later. Some witnesses had come forward giving a description of the man who Hoffman was with. On December 5th, James would run 25-year-old Deidre off the road and kidnap her at knife point. He grabbed and stabbed her before fleeing the area. O'Brien was found alive, but died shortly after arriving at the hospital.
James would later contact police, claiming someone had stabbed him in the back while driving. The police noticed his car matching the description of the attacker of O'Brien. He was eventually arrested and convicted of both murders. James was sentenced to death, but was later commuted to life in prison. He still resides in prison at the age of 74. Judy Bueno. Judy Welty, born and raised in Texas, in 1943, her mother died when she was 4 and moved in with her grandparents. She would move back to her father and stepmother in New Mexico. She was reported abused by her stepmother, who treated her like a slave. Her history of violence began when she physically attacked her family and spent 2 months in jail. She married James Goodyear in 1962 and they moved to Florida. Goodyear was a sergeant in the Air Force. Judy poisoned him in 1971 and he died. No foul play was suspected in his death, and Judy collected a life insurance policy that was on him. Judy would change her name to Bueno, which in Spanish slang for good year. In 1973, Judy moved in with her boyfriend, Bobby Joe Morris, in Colorado. He would die in 1978. Judy's son, Michael, was in the Army and was stationed at Fort Benning, Georgia. Michael paid a visit to his mother, who moved back to Florida after Morris's death. When Michael arrived on base, he began to feel sick. He was poisoned with arsenic and he was paralyzed as a result. Michael would drown in a canoe accident and Judy would collect the insurance money. Judy would open a beauty shop and begin a relationship with the businessman, John Gentry. She attempted to murder Gentry. The deaths of all 3 men were eventually connected and Judy was arrested. She was sentenced to life in prison for Michael Goodyear and death to James Goodyear. She was executed by the electric chair in 1998. Frank Davis. Born in 1953, Frank Davis was sexually abused by an attendant and another inmate when he was in juvie. In June 1971, Davis killed 13-year-old Duane Bush. He sodomized and strangled Bush to death, leaving his body in a wooded area. After this murder, David was convicted to 10 years for a robbery of a grocery store for $40. He was paroled in 1982. In January of 1983, he sexually assaulted a 15-year-old boy at gunpoint. He wrapped wire around the boy's neck and pistol-whipped him until he was unconscious. The boy would survive the attack. In June of that same year, 14-year-old Darren Reed vanished when walking to his girlfriend's house. His body was found 3 days later, strangled and sodomized. 2 days later, Frank was smoking marijuana in the woods. Jeff Lopez and another boy camping met with Davis, who he later shared the marijuana with. After Lopez and his friend went back to their tent falling asleep, Davis abducted Lopez by knife point. Davis took Lopez to a clearing and sodomized him. He later killed Lopez with an axe, leaving Lopez almost decapitated. Davis did the same to the other boy, but he survived this attack. He identified Davis as his attacker, and Davis confessed to the murder of Lopez and Duane Bush. He was sentenced to 60 years in prison for the 2 murders and died in prison in 2008. Robert Hansen. Robert was born in Iowa in 1939. Robert grew up as what we the kids call these days an incel. Robert from a young age really respected women, almost to a creepy extreme. No girls in his high school or town would give him the time of day. This had him growing up hating women, and he had fantasies of cruel revenge on them. He joined the army out of high school. It is to note that he would be told that he was an excellent marksman and had very good aim. He was arrested after lighting the school bus garage on fire. Not long after this, in 1967, he moved to Alaska because his life was going terribly in Iowa. He staged a false robbery at his home and took the insurance money from that and opened a bakery. With the money he made from that, he bought himself a plane. This would be the beginning of Robert's downfall. He would pick up prostitutes and bring them to his plane. He would fly them somewhere in the Alaskan wilderness and murder them. He did this for 17 women. He would release them into the wilderness and hunt them. Very frightening. One woman was able to escape in 1983, and she is the only reason Robert was caught sooner than later. She somehow remembered the tail number of the plane, and that led authorities straight to Robert. He was arrested and suspected of 21 murders. He showed investigators 17 of them. He died in 2014 in prison.
Randy Kraft. Known as the Scorecard Killer, born on March 19, 1945, Kraft lived in a modest household, being in a nuclear family. Living with 2 parents and 3 sisters, Kraft learned he was a homosexual when in high school, even though he did date girls. Kraft was a straight A student and finished 10th out of 390 in his class. Kraft's victims were all male and between the ages of 13 and 35. Committing his first murder in 1971, Kraft is suspected to kill at most 67 people. He murdered in different kinds of ways, from poisoning to bludgeoning to strangulation. Kraft's reign of terror would end on May 14, 1983, when Kraft was arrested for driving while intoxication with a dead body in the passenger seat. What the fuck was this man up to? Was he just like... This man would later be identified as 25-year-old Terry Lee Gambrill. Randy Kraft was arrested and was sentenced to death. He remains on death row at San Quentin Prison in California.
John Hooker. John was born in Oklahoma in 1953. When John turned 17, he was attending a party, and we had gotten into an argument with one of the guests. The two got into a scuffle when John pulled out a gun and opened fire and killed the other 18-year-old and injured 2 others. This was quickly reported to police, and John was convicted of this charge and served time in prison. He was released after some time and developed a relationship with a woman named Sylvia. They never married, but they had several children. The two had a ton of marital problems. They divorced, but in 1988, John took a knife, broke into Sylvia's apartment, and murdered her. John waited inside the house for Sylvia's mother, who he also ended up stabbing to death. Exactly 9 years later, with his pants still having blood on them, Hooker was found guilty and swiftly sentenced to death. On March 25, 2003, John was executed by lethal injection in Oklahoma prison.
James Poe. Born in February of 1948, James was the eldest of 9 children and developed a bad case of asthma. At the age of 18, he began working as a common laborer, which he continued to do until his death. In May of 1971, James got into an argument when his best friend called his girlfriend a bitch. He then brandished a gun and shot his friend 3 times. James was charged with murder, although the charge was later reduced to manslaughter. He was then sentenced to 5 years probation. It was noted that James should never be allowed to own a gun due to his behavior. Though in 1990, James would acquire an M1 carbine and would shoot a man on the streets of Jacksonville. After killing this man, he traveled around the next corner and ran over another man, then would shoot 2 women in the head. He would then rob a convenience store and would make his getaway to the GMAC building. As he approached, he opened fire at customers and employees. He would end up killing 13 people and injuring 6 people, and would then commit suicide the very next day.
Marvin Gray. Born on August 7th, Marvin Gray suffered from panic attacks at a young age. He took drugs as a result. Marvin was arrested for the first time at the age of 12, which began a long reign of criminal activity that would leave Martin in and out of jail for the rest of his life. Marvin would eventually be arrested for burglary after being paroled in 1992. He was sentenced to life in prison, and Marvin began to take up weightlifting, setting a few world records. He began confessing to multiple murders, a few of which Marvin was convicted of. Being convicted of 3 murders, it is also suspected that he had killed more than 20. He died in 2013 of heart failure at the age of 58. So, for these next 7, we'll just do a lightning round. Go. Charlie Bandit. Shot his parents in 1971 when he was 13, killing his pregnant mother, stabbed his wife and niece to death in 2004, and killed himself. Brent Costner, known as the Scorecard Killer, kept a coded list of young men and boys that he killed and murdered in Southern California, Michigan, and Oregon. He was sentenced to death for his crimes. Herbert Mullen, he killed 13 people in California in the early 1970s. On August 18, 2022, Mullen died at the age of 75. Philip Hughes killed 3 women with his ex-wife in Contra Costa County, California, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Adolf Londenberg, why would you give this guy that name? Known as the Santa Strangler, murdered women in the San Pedro neighborhood of Los Angeles and one in San Francisco, and is the prime suspect for 2 similar murders and was sentenced to life in prison. Neil Long, known as the Shotgun Slayer, racist who murdered black people in drive-by shootings in Dayton, Ohio, died in Federal Medical Center. Robert Carr, pedophile who targeted children in both Florida and Connecticut and died in prison. John Wayne Gacy. Oh boy, another famous one. John Wayne Gacy was born in 1942 in Chicago, and he is most well known for being a clown killer that killed 33 boys from 1972 until 1978. 26 of these bodies were found underneath his home. He got the clown moniker because he would dress up as a clown and host parties for children. John Wayne Gacy was sentenced to death and died from lethal injection. Something to note is that it took 18 minutes to kill him because the IV tube got clogged, and so after this, a lawyer stated that even though he died in pain, it is said it happened much easier than how he killed any of his victims. John Hopkins. John Hopkins was born in 1953 in New York. Not much is known about his early life. What is known is that he did at one point in his teens develop a fascination with knives. John began his crime on a 19-year-old college student when he abducted her and stabbed her numerous times, killing her. He then drove by a donut shop just 2 months later and abducted a 17-year-old girl, who he would take to some isolated section of railroad tracks in Mohawk, then grape her and stab her and bury her in a shallow grave. He did this again successfully and tried it again one more final time, this time abducting a 17-year-old woman from the bar and left her tied up in the forest. However, a nearby logger untied her the following day and she led police directly to him. In 1980, the judge sentenced Hopkins to a 25 to life term for 3 charges, all of which were run consecutively. However, in 2011, he committed suicide by cutting the back of his legs with a razor. Alvin Johnson. Alvin was born in 1941 in Texas and was one of 14 children born to a farmer. When he was young, he was struck with the hard end of an axe, which led him to get heavy amnesia and potentially schizophrenia. Though, in his teens and later, he was surviving by working as a laborer on various farms. However, in 1972, he would break into 50-year-old Roger Geller's home, who was a cook. He beat Geller on the head and finally strangled him, before stealing his wallet and money and fleeing the hotel. The day after, Alvin was arrested and imprisoned, but would attempt to flee with a fellow inmate. He actually ended up getting shot in the shoulder by an officer during this flee. He was arrested and was sentenced to 10 years. In 1983, he was released. He met with another fellow murderer to prey upon a 76-year-old person, whom they proceeded to grape and strangle to death. For his final crime, he alone traveled to Utah and came upon 38-year-old James M. Clark and his wife Ann Lee, who he kidnapped and kept in a warehouse. Ann Lee escaped, but James was not spared. Police caught Alvin the next day on a train, and he was sentenced to 2 life sentences with a chance of parole. As of October 2021, it is unclear whether he remains in prison or if he's still alive. John Thomas, or John Floyd Thomas Jr., was born in 1936 in California. In his youth, his mother died when he was 12, and he served in the Air Force in 1954. He received a dishonorable discharge for attempted in LA and was convicted of these crimes and spent 6 years in California State Prison. In the mid-1970s, he would go on a string of breaking into elderly women's homes, raping them, and then suffocating them. Though, as of 2009, linked to 1975 and 1976 murder, Thomas was arrested on March 31, 2009. He was charged with 7 murders, but investigators strongly believe he could have done more than 15. He pleaded guilty so he wouldn't get a death sentence. He is still imprisoned at the healthcare facility in California.
Wayne Garrison. Born in 1959 in Oklahoma, he had a history of violence. He killed his pet rabbit when he was 14, and on Halloween night, he dragged his cousin into a crawl space, tied a headband around her neck very tightly until she was unresponsive. His cousin's father the next morning became scared when he could not find his daughter and called the police. After a short inspection, found her in the crawl space. Wayne was actually suspected and confessed shortly thereafter. A judge sent him to a memorial hospital in Oklahoma. In 1975, Garrison was allowed a 10-day leave, and here he would kidnap a 3-year-old and suffocate him to death. They somehow linked Garrison to this crime as well and gave him an additional 4 years in prison. When he was released at the age of 17, he would graduate high school. Garrison moved and had a son. And in 1983, he abducted a 13-year-old and molested him and killed him. Garrison quickly moved his family to Charlotte, North Carolina. However, Garrison wouldn't be charged with this crime until later. Garrison was arrested for giving narcotics to an 11-year-old boy and pleaded guilty for this and was sent to prison. However, in 1999, he was only released for a mere few minutes because police were able to find evidence on the body against Garrison, and he was arrested shortly thereafter his release. Wayne resides in prison to this day, still alive.
Arthur Shawcross. Known as the Genovese River Killer, Shawcross was born in 1945 in Kittery, Maine. The Shawcross family would move to Watterson, New York, where the first known murders that Arthur committed would take place. Arthur made good grades in his school, but was below average in intelligence after scoring an 86 on an IQ test. Although his early life would be far from normal, Arthur was known to be a bedwetter, and by the age of 7, had his mother perform oral sex on him. A few years later, he was having sexual relationships with his sister. At school, Arthur was a bully and dropped out in 1960. He would then join the army at age 21, and by then, he had already married and had an 18-month-old son. The marriage didn't last, and Arthur and his wife got divorced, and he never saw his ex-wife or his son again. He served one tour in Vietnam and claimed to have seen several violent war crimes take place. After being discharged from the army, Arthur would marry his second wife, and she too would divorce Arthur after he was arrested for starting fires. Arthur committed his first murder in 1972 by killing a 10-year-old boy after luring him into the woods. Arthur would also kill and rape an 8-year-old girl, which would lead to his arrest. He pleaded to a lesser charge of manslaughter and would get out of prison on April 1987. Arthur began another killing spree from early 1988 to late 1989, killing 12 people. As Arthur was dumping a body, he was spotted by a witness, which would lead to his arrest. Arthur was convicted and would eventually die in 2008 at the age of 63.
George Jones. Born in Mississippi in 1945, there is not much information on his youth, though his first major crime would be the murder of Corn Jones in 1972. He was only sentenced to 5 years in prison. After serving out a sentence, he moved to Wisconsin, and he developed an addiction to drugs and gathered a bunch of convictions through that. Though, in 1997, he would have a string of murders of prostitutes or women who were addicted to a hard substance. At the final time he was apprehended, he was convicted of 3 murders, though it's speculated he's done more. Jones served his sentence in Waupun until his death from natural causes in 2012. Bernard Giles. Born in 1953 in Florida, Giles had 3 other siblings, and his parents were moral, upstanding parents, and they had a happy adulthood. Though, in high school, he would leave due to poor academic performance. He mastered the art of an electrician and began working in 1972 and married a 17-year-old girl who he would have a daughter. However, in late September of 1973, he would go on a killing spree of girls between the ages of 14 and 22. The girls would be hitchhiking in wooded areas of Brevard County. He would either bound their hands and strangle them, or just shoot them in the back of the head. Giles would slip up when he would try to lure 2 girls in December of that same year. His gun would misfire and they would get away. The next day he was arrested because of a book that he had in his car that one of the girls remembered. He was tried and convicted in 1974 and was given several terms of life imprisonment. He is still alive to Florida of this day. Douglas Gretzler. Douglas was the second of 4 children. He was born on May 21st in 1951 in the Bronx, New York. His father was a strict disciplinarian and the president of the Tuckahoe School District, and his mother was a housewife. His father would dote over Gretzler's older brother Mark and frequently compared him and his sisters to Mark. As a result, Gretzler was an unmotivated student and made poor grades. Mark committed suicide in 1966, and Gretzler's drunken father told him why it should have been him and not Mark. Gretzler graduated in 1969, but did not pursue any other education, instead working at a mechanic shop, and developed a drug habit. In 1970, Gretzler would move to Florida and marry a woman and have a child. They would move back to New York, where in late 1972, Gretzler abandoned his wife and child and traveled to the West. It was in Denver, Colorado that Gretzler would meet Willie Luther Steelman at Steelman's sister's house. They hit it off and a fatal friendship formed. Steelman's sister abandoned her home Gretzler and Steelman were staying at, and they decided to head to Arizona, then California, where, over the course of 3 weeks, would go on to abduct and murder 17 people, including the murder of an entire family. Gretzler and Steelman would abduct, murder, and steal vehicles from their victims. They were eventually caught on November 8, 1975. Both were convicted and sentenced to death. Steelman died before he could be executed from cirrhosis in 1986. Douglas Gretzler was executed in 1998 via lethal injection. Calvin Jackson. Calvin was born in 1948 in New York. He came from a poor family who lived in an urban area. In his teenage years, he became addicted to drugs, and after passing the 10th grade, he would drop out of high school. In 1973, Jackson would begin his killing spree by killing 8 women who lived in a Plaza hotel. He did this for only a year, and on his last victim, he would be seen stealing a television and caught by police. His interrogation would take a total of 30 minutes because he would immediately confess to all 8 murders. He was sentenced to 4 life sentences and is still in prison to this day.
Waldo Grant. Waldo was born in 1946 in Georgia. When he turned 16, he became a self-ordained minister for a gospel church. His neighbors described him as a quiet loner, thought this would be further from the truth. In 1973, Grant murdered a 20-year-old man named Philip by hitting him with a lead pipe. Waldo somehow made it look like an accident and was able to evade arrest. Almost 2 years later, a 23-year-old man was found in a trash can when he had been stabbed multiple times in the back. Waldo would later be charged with this crime. He would do this 2 more times, and for his final crime, police interrogated him multiple times for over the span of 2 weeks and would spill the beans when he stated that his final victim was attractive and desired him very much. Waldo was sentenced to life in prison and resides in Greenhaven Correctional Facility.
Steven Anderson. Steven was born in Utah and was the older brother of one other child, though when Steven and his brother were 14, they were kicked out of their home. So at some point, Steven got himself into contract killings and successfully killed 6 people, though his last crime he would commit for self-robbery, which he killed a woman and only got $100. He then went downstairs of her home, made a sandwich before he was arrested by authorities. He was sentenced to death and was executed by lethal injection. Jerry McFadden. Jerry was born in 1948 in Texas and kidnapped 3 girls who were 18, 19, and 20 respectively. He took them to Lake Hawkins in Texas, strangled and raped the girls here. However, even before he did this, he would spend 15 years in prison for 2 counts of rape, but was paroled in 1978. However, he was linked by DNA match in 1979 for the kidnapping and murder of those 3 girls, and was sentenced to death by lethal injection in 1999. Eddie Mosley. Eddie was born in 1947 in Florida, and he is suspected of committing
150 different acts of sexual assault on women, though 40 he has been convicted of. However, he would also murder 9 of these women, though it's believed he's killed 15. He was sentenced to death, however, and died on death row in 2000 of cancer complications.
Daniel Hiddle. Daniel was born in 1950 in Indiana. He was adopted at an early age by 2 farm owners. As a child, people described him as polite and quiet. Eventually, he would develop a hatred for his stepmother. And in April of 1973, his step-parents' dog would scratch his car. He and his mother would argue, and Daniel said that he did not dare to shoot her, only for him to do this. When her husband tried to get his own gun, Daniel would shoot him as well. The sound of the 2 gunshots was heard by 2 neighbors, and police immediately came and arrested Daniel. He was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and was sentenced to 30 years of prison, though he was let out on parole in 1984. He would then gain a wife. However, he would eventually start doing drugs and would get into arguments with his drug dealer. One day, he and his wife got into an argument, and he would grab his shotgun and headed to the drug dealer's house. But he was pulled over by a cop. As the cop approached him, Daniel was afraid that he would see the shotgun. So when he got to Daniel's car, he shot the officer in the chest. He would then arrive at his dealer's home and open fire, killing her and 2 of her friends. He then noticed the dealer's 4-year-old daughter, and after reloading the shotgun, would shoot her in the face. He was arrested and tried for only 5 counts of murder, and was given the death sentence. On December 6, 2000, Daniel was executed via lethal injection.
Robert Knighton. Robert was born in 1941 in Missouri, and little is known about his youth, though it is known that he did not like to talk much, though it's said that he did idolize Elvis Presley and wanted to become a singer. In 1968, Knighton was convicted of armed robbery in Oklahoma and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Shortly after this release, he would be wanted for murdering Claude Day by shooting them with a pistol. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison. In 1989, he would be sent to a halfway house where he would begin a relationship with a woman named Ruth and a friendship with a man named Lawrence. It was figured out his friend Lawrence would be on restrictive leave. Once Robert knew this, he and Lawrence fled the city. They drove to a friend of Lawrence's parents, stole their pistol, and killed 2 people living inside the home. Robert and his accomplice were arrested and tried for the crime, and Robert was executed by lethal injection at the state penitentiary in 2003. James Red Dog. This guy only killed 2 people. I just figured he was good to talk about because Joe Biden introduced legislation that required states to be notified by federal officials when dangerous criminals were placed in their jurisdictions. I just figured that was important enough to share.
Kenneth Granville. Born in Texas in 1950, Kenneth had a half-brother and was raised by a single mother. Kenneth was considered an odd and reclusive child who was often by himself and had very few friends, and almost never interacted with girls. In 1967, Kenneth broke into his mother's room and attempted to rape her, but Kenneth would eventually come to his senses and stopped. His mother called the police, which resulted in him spending the next 10 days in John Peter Smith Hospital. After being temporarily released, he would then attempt to sexually assault his brother, which resulted in him being sent to Gatesville State School, where he'd spend the next 2.5 years. Once he was released, he found a job at a manufacturing company, and would begin dating Everline Gold, who had 3 sisters. At one point, he had the urge to rape one of his girlfriend's sisters, and so he went to her apartment and found that her entire family was there. He was able to get inside by asking for a glass of water, and when he went in, went to where the sister was, and ordered her and her child to go into the back room. When the rest of the family came to investigate, he decided to tie them up. He then led the sister into the other room and sexually assaulted her. He would then strangle, stab, and murder the rest of the family and fled the scene. He was never arrested for these crimes. Instead, 2 others were charged. Feeling the urge to kill again, he would eventually go to his neighbor's apartment and did essentially the same thing. Kenneth then drove to the police station and turned himself in. He was sentenced to death and attempted an appeal in 1993. Kenneth was executed via lethal injection at the Huntsville unit on February 27, 1996.
Joseph Callinger. Born in 1935 in Philadelphia, Philip would consistently rebel against his parents, though his parents would heavily abuse him. He obtained a wife and had 2 children, though Joseph would be in and out of prison for multiple reasons. However, in 1972, Joseph and his 12-year-old son would go on a killing spree through Baltimore and New Jersey. The two would gain entrance in the homes by acting as salesmen, then would bound the people and proceed to kill them. He was charged with 3 counts of murder and spent 12 years behind bars before he died of heart failure in 1996. Francis Nemchek. Francis was born in 1950 in Kansas and had 2 other siblings and is known as a top student in both high school and college. He later got married and fathered 1 child. After some time though, he got a divorce and got a job as a truck driver. He would continue to live with his parents. In 1974, while on the road, Francis shot the tire of a red Toyota and had the car spinning out in front of him. He then walked towards the car with a gun and told 3 people to get into his truck: Diane, Cheryl, and William, Cheryl's son. They were 19, 21, and 3. He would then drive to an acquaintance's farm and kill the 2 girls, but would leave William behind. He would die, however, from hypothermia. 2 years later, he would do this 2 more times, killing 2 more people. However, he was later identified as the last person seen with one of his last victims. In 1976, he was charged with the 5 murders and is still alive to this day, imprisoned at Lansing Correctional Facility. Ray Sims. Ray is responsible for the murders of at least 5 girls in California from 1974 to 1977. Originally convicted of a single murder, he was later then linked to the later killings via DNA in 2001. He has been convicted of 1 more crime and is currently serving 2 life terms and is still imprisoned at the California State Prison. Randy Greenawal. Randy was born in 1949 in Missouri and originally sentenced to life imprisonment for 2 murders committed in 1974. Greenwalter later became notorious for escaping together with fellow murderer Gary Tyson and his 3 sons from prison, embarking on a 2-week killing spree through Georgia, Arizona, and Colorado, and left 6 people dead in 1978. He was promptly sentenced to death and thereafter executed in 1997, in his case serving as the basis for the Supreme Court decision Tyson v. Arizona. Roger Stafford. Born in 1951 in Alabama, Roger was convicted for the 1978 murders of the Lawrence family and 6 employees of Sirloin Stockade restaurant in Oklahoma. Stafford never acknowledged his guilt, but Stafford's wife, Berna, implicated him in a total of 34 murders in 7 different states. However, he would have loose assistance from his wife. For instance, she would flag the Lorenzo family down and with husband, wife, and son inside. Stafford robbed and killed the entire family, and he would then attempt to rob a Sirloin Stockade and shoot 6 employees. They found Verna, Roger's wife, and arrested her. She pretty much told them everything because they promised her no death sentence if she did. Stafford was executed by lethal injection in 1995. Thomas Knight. Thomas, who was born in 1951, is most well known for murdering a Miami couple before making them withdraw $50,000 from their account. He is also known for fleeing from prison with other inmates and going on a killing spree. What is known about his youth is that he's the 2nd eldest of 9 children, and he was arrested for theft multiple times before he was 10. However, his most serious crime would be against his boss and his wife for making them withdraw $50,000 from their account like I mentioned before. When he was arrested and sent to 25 years in prison for this, he escaped with another inmate, and it would be here he would kill 2 more people due to him trying to rob 2 men and them not complying. While in prison for this, he would stab his corrections officer to death with a spoon. For some reason, Thomas's death sentence was delayed for multiple reasons. However, he was executed on January 7th by lethal injection. Thomas Creech. Thomas was born in 1950 in Ohio and grew up in a very unstable household, to which his parents would divorce him and he would end up living with his father, who he would watch die in front of him. Thomas, in 1974, would murder 2 painters with the rifle while Thomas was hitchhiking, and the 2 painters picked him up. Thomas was caught for this murder and was sentenced to life in prison. However, while he was here, he would kill another inmate who was a car thief and got into a scuffle with. With this, he was sentenced to death, though he is still alive to this day in Idaho maximum security prison. Carl Watts. Carl was born in 1953 in Texas and is known as the Sunday morning slasher. His father was a private first class in the Army and his mother was a teacher. His parents separated when he was 2 and he moved in with his mom, though in 1969 when he was 16, he would be identified by police in the assault of a 25-year-old woman on her paper route. He was put in a clinic when he was 16 and he would be released on good behavior. It would be good to mention that the interrogator would say that he is very intelligent and has a great recollection of memory, though he was only able to read at a 4th grade level. When he was 20, he would begin kidnapping victims from their homes and torturing them, then murdering them. He would do this to 14 people, but it is believed that he may have done it to nearly 100. Though he was first set up to spend 60 years in prison, he was given like 12 consecutive life sentences. He died of prostate cancer in 2007. Roy Melanson. Roy was born in 1937 in Louisiana, and he is known as a drifter and a con artist in his youth, though he may or may not have killed an inmate in prison at this time. In 1974, he would stab 51-year-old Anita Andrews 13 times with a screwdriver and left her body in a pool of blood on the floor. It would take decades for Roy to be connected for this crime. A few months later, Roy would commit a similar crime. He would befriend a victim months before he would kill him. He would do this 3 times and having a confirmed kill count of 5. He was apprehended for the final time in 1992, and he died in 2020 serving his sentence. Dennis Rader. Dennis was born in 1945 in the state of Kansas. Dennis had 3 other siblings and 2 parents who spent most of their time at work, not focused on the kids. Dennis particularly resented his mother for this for some reason. He, also at a young age, would fantasize about torturing and kidnapping women. In 1974, a husband, wife, and 2 of their children would be found murdered. Dennis would admit to these crimes in 2005 after he was arrested for the final time. Dennis would kill 7 more women until late February of 2005. An officer saw Rader driving in the park and pulled him over. The officer recognized Rader because of previous description. He was tried and convicted of 7 murders, and since there is no death sentence in Kansas, he was sent to 145 years in prison and is still alive to this day.
William Suff. Being born in 1950 in California, Suff subsequently raped, tortured, stabbed, strangled, and sometimes mutilated 12 or more women in Riverside County between June 28, 1989 and December 23, 1991. On January 9, 1992, Suff was arrested after a routine traffic stop when a police officer found a bloody knife and objects believed to be related to the killing. Suff worked as a warehouse clerk for Riverside County when he was arrested, having been hired while still on parole from Texas. During this time on this job, Suff delivered office furniture to the officers on the task force investigating his killing spree. In 1995, William was sentenced to death and is still alive to this day in a California state prison on death row.
Wow, we finally just hit the murderers that started being committed in 1975. That's pretty crazy. Charles Davis. Charles was born in 1945 in Maryland, and being the son of a police lieutenant, Charles would commit his murders from 1974 to 1977, killing at least 3. Because of his thirst for media attention and to confuse the investigators, he called the authorities anonymously and provided directions to where he had left his bodies. Ironically, he was pulled over and arrested because it was suspected that he stole a CB radio, and when he showed a receipt to the officer, it was a stolen credit card from the person from his last crime. However, he ended up not killing this person, so she was brought in and she 100% identified that Charles was the person who was trying to kill her. He was sentenced to life in prison, and he is still alive, currently serving his life sentence at the Correctional Institute in Jessup. Larry Ralston. Larry was born in 1949 in Ohio, though when he was 17, he would join the Army. Once he returned home, he would live with his parents all the way up until his arrest. Larry would murder 5 hitchhikers and would abduct the victims, all teenagers or young children. He would scatter their remains across the field. Larry was arrested and picked out from a line of criminals who matched the description. His DNA was matched at all of the different crimes. As of 2022, Larry is still alive and currently imprisoned at correctional institution. Billy Mansfield. Born in 1956 in Michigan, Billy is responsible for the murders of 5 women and girls between 1975 and 1980. He buried the bodies of 4 victims at the family home in Spring Hill, Florida, and later traveled with his brother to California, where he raped and strangled a woman. He was convicted of the latter homicide and later pleaded guilty to the previous murders to avoid the death penalty in Florida. Receiving 4 life sentences, he is still alive at the California healthcare facility. Charles Jackson. Born in 1937 in Louisiana, this guy is known as the East Bay Slayer, responsible for the murders of at least 7 women and 1 man between 1975 and 1982. 1 man between 1975 and 1982 in the San Francisco Bay Area. However, he was only convicted of a single murder but died in prison in 2002 before they could complete exposure of his crimes, based on DNA profiling. He is also suspected of committing several more murders. John Henry. John Henry was born in 1975 in Florida. John would murder his wife, go to jail, be paroled, 10 years later would promptly kill his second wife and her child. During his first crime, he stabbed his wife at a red light while their 2 kids were in the back and ran off into the woods. He was promptly arrested and sentenced to 15 years with a chance of parole. After serving half his time, he was released and married a 28-year-old store clerk named Suzanne, who had a child named Christian. Well, a few years after their marriage, Suzanne would stay at a woman's shelter because she was what John would do to her. After some time, she would return home because John would agree he would move out. However, on Christmas in 1985, Henry would come to her apartment and get himself inside and stab her multiple times. He would then do the same thing to Christian after taking him to a farm near the pasture. The same officer that caught Henry 10 years prior captured him again, and the following day after the murders, he was sentenced to death and was executed by lethal injection in 2014. Robert Rhodes. Born in Iowa in 1945, Robert was convicted of the first-degree murder of Regina K. Walters and was slated to be tried for 2 more times before charges were dropped due to the wishes of the victims' families. Rhodes is additionally suspected of torturing, raping, and killing more than 50 women between 1975 and 1990. Based on data about his truck routes and women who went missing during those years, and who met the profile of his preferred victims. At the time he was caught, Rhodes claimed to have engaged in these activities for 15 years. After being apprehended in 1990, he still remains behind bars in a correctional center. Jeffrey Cutlett. Born in 1949 in Oregon, Jeffrey would be a well-known sex offender and abductor in the early 70s and would serve time until around the 80s. When he would break into a woman's apartment and at the same apartment he lived at. He would attempt to rape her, but when that didn't work, he strangled her with the telephone cord and slept with her corpse. Though Jeffrey lived at this apartment complex, he was never questioned for this murder. Just 2 years later, he would lure a 15-year-old into a false sense of safety and would proceed to drown her and sleep with her corpse. Jeffrey did this again with another young child. Police were unable to link the cases together, however locals strongly believed Jeffrey had something to do with the crime. To the point he was basically shunned out of the town and he moved away. Jeffrey would never get captured or have a trial of these murders, and they would remain unsolved for almost 20 years, when, in 2012, Cutlett called the police from Texas and confessed to the 4 murders. They were unable to link one of them.
Jeffrey was convicted of 3 counts of murder and is still alive to this day at a correctional institution. Robert Yates. Robert was born in 1952 in Washington in a middle-class family that attended a local Seventh-day Adventist church. Before his birth, his grandmother had murdered his grandfather with an axe in 1945. Yates is known to have murdered at least 11 women in Spokane. Yates also confessed to 2 murders that had happened in a nearby city. His attacks lasted from 1975 to 1998 and may have killed more towards 17 women but only convicted of 12. Yates was arrested in 2000 and is still alive to this day in Washington State Penitentiary.
David Berkowitz. Infamously known as the Son of Sam, Berkowitz was born Richard David Falco in 1951, Brooklyn, New York. His mother gave him up for adoption a few days after his birth, and his father was a married man. Richard was adopted by Nathan and Pearl Berkowitz. They lived in the Bronx, worked at a hardware store, were middle-aged and childless. Richard took up the name Berkowitz and started to be called David. David had a troubled childhood. He was smart enough to do well in school, but lost interest. His adoptive mother, Pearl, died from breast cancer and lived with his adoptive father throughout high school. David joined the Army in 1971 and was honorably discharged in 1974. In 1975, David would locate his biological mother, who told David about the details of his birth, which sent David into a calamity. His crime spree would begin on Christmas Eve the same year in Co-op City, where David attacked 2 women with a knife. One was stabbed 6 times and spent in the hospital for a week, but the 2 women survived. July 29, 1976, David shot Donna Laurie and Jonah Valenti outside of Laurie's car. Laurie was killed, but Valenti survived. David would change his MO because on November 27th, David injured 2 high school students outside of their home, shooting them once with a .44 caliber revolver. They both survived. On January 30th, 1977, John Deal and his fiancée Christine Freed were attacked in Deal's car when they were fired at 3 times. Deal sped off uninjured, but Freed was hit twice and died later that day. There was no witnesses who made the shots. David would later shoot 19-year-old Virginia Voskalachian while she was walking from her school in March 1977. She held her textbooks as cover, but the bullet managed to strike her in the head, killing her. 2 days later, the police injured a press conference on the murders. On April 17th, Alexander Isu and Valentina Suriani were shot in Isu's brother's vehicle. They both died hours later. David sent letters to the police referring to himself as the Son of Sam. David would go forward to the shootings until July of 1977. He was captured the next month and confessed to the shootings. He pleaded guilty and is still alive in prison. Still alive today, he is a born-again Christian and is known to be a modeled prisoner.
Monty Rissell. Monty was born in 1958 in Kansas. By the age of 14, Monty would commit his first crime by sexually assaulting a neighbor and would be in and out of jail all the way until he was 17. He would murder an escort who lived at the same apartments he did, though he would never be charged for this crime. Exactly a year later, Monty would murder a McDonald's manager and leave her body in a parking lot to be found the following day. He would do this 3 more times to 3 more women in the span of just a year. Rissell was charged with abducting, raping, and murdering 5 women after his DNA was matched at every single crime scene. Monty was charged in life in prison and is still alive to this day at a correctional center. Edward Warren. Edward was born in 1953 in Oregon. Warren was convicted for the 1979 double murder of a couple in the same state and was initially sentenced to death.
The sentence was later commuted to 2 life imprisonment terms, which he served until his death in 2003. 5 years later, he would be linked to an unsolved 1976 Portland murder case, which, at the time, was the oldest solved case in the state's history. In 2003, Warren died inside a Salem prison hospital from respiratory failure. Anthony Lorette. Anthony was born in 1951, though the location of his birth is highly speculated. Anthony was smart, but only in the criminal aspect, mostly because he was really good at covering his tracks and using different names to evade police for a long time. For instance, for his first murder, he would use his real name and stay at a hotel 3 miles away from a murder that would take place at another hotel, and he would use a different name. The following day from that crime, Anthony would quietly stalk an elderly woman back to her home before breaking in and stabbing her to death and leaving her body to be found. He would be meticulous like this throughout his crimes until his final victim. He would leave a witness who was able to pinpoint specific facial features on Anthony. What's crazy is that when Anthony was charged and in jail, his father attempted to pay off the police for an escape to let his son go. His father would be thrown in jail after this information was found out. Anthony would confess to almost 31 murders, and though he was only convicted of 1, somehow, Lorette was executed via lethal injection in 1995. Stephen Catlin. Stephen was born in 1944 in California. Stephen would be pretty much a bum and would never want to do any hard labor. He even attempted to forge signatures for checks for him when he was 19. However, things would take a turn for the worst as he got older. Stephen would marry, then divorce, then remarry, then divorce. Stephen would poison his last 2 wives and his own adoptive mother to kill them and retrieve money from their deaths. On December 23, 1985, Catlin was charged in Kern County with the 1976 murder of Joyce Catlin, his 4th wife, 1984 murder of Martha Catlin, his mother. He is currently housed in San Quintina State Prison. James Grinder. Little is known about James, but he was born in 1945. He committed a triple homicide in 1977 in Arkansas. He picked up 3 girls, aged 13 to 14, after hitchhiking. He bought alcohol for them and drove them to a cemetery to drink in seclusion. He raped all 3 girls, strangling 2 and bludgeoning the other with a tire iron. He hid their bodies and went back home to tell his girlfriend what happened. A week later, he visited the bodies to hide them. 2 of the girls' skeletal remains were found in 1986, and the other was never found. James was suspected of murdering Julianne Helton in 1984 in Missouri. Helton had been stabbed and beaten to death after being raped. Her car was found abandoned and a search party found her body in 1998. Her car was found abandoned and a search party found her body. In 1998, James was arrested for burglary and he confessed to the murder of Helton and the triple homicide of 1977. He pleaded guilty to all murders and died in prison in 2010. Ronald and James Alridge. Ronald Keith Alridge and James Vernon Alridge were 2 brothers who committed a murder in 1976. They went on a crime spree in 1985. Ronald was described as quiet, while James was described as outgoing and popular. Ronald robbed a department store, stealing several guns. He took these guns to school. On April 12, 1976, Ronald shot a classmate in the bathroom, killing him. Ronald was arrested and convicted of the murder. He was released in 1983 and got a job at a restaurant, but was fired less than a year later. Ronald and James started a robbery spree beginning in January of 1985. They robbed a pizza shop before Ronald fatally shot the pizza owner. In February, they drove to a convenience store where James worked. James knew where the safe codes were held. He was let in by 21-year-old Brian Clinton after asking to make a phone call. James left and Ronald scolded him for having cold feet. James went back to the store and forced his way in. James tied up Brandon before robbing the store and killing him execution style. Brian's mother drove in the parking lot to pick up her son, and Ronald and James fled. On March 25th, Ronald and James, along with 2 other accomplices, robbed a Whataburger. Ronald was armed with a shotgun and the 2 others with pistols. Ronald shot a girl who surrendered in the chest. One employee recognized the voice of Ronald and told this to police. Both brothers were arrested, and 2 accomplices of the previous robbery later testified against the brothers. Ronald confessed to another isolated murder. Both brothers were sentenced to death. Ronald was executed in 1995 and James in 2004, both by lethal injection. Edward Legrone. Edward was born on March 3, 1957 in Texas. Edward dropped out of high school in the 10th grade. In 1976, Edward murdered an acquaintance with a .38 caliber revolver after an argument erupted. He was charged and convicted of this murder. He was sentenced to 20 years but only served 7, being released in 1984. He found a job as a factory worker and met Pamela Lloyd. They started dating. He continued his criminal activities with robberies and raping teenagers in 1990 and 1991. Edward had been marrying Lloyd's 9-year-old daughter, getting her pregnant. Pamela and her family cut contact with him, who grew angry from this. Edward got his new girlfriend to buy him a shotgun. He traveled to Lloyd's home. An uncle opened the door and was shot but survived. Edward would murder Lloyd's 9-year-old daughter and her 2 great aunts, both elderly. The rest of the Lloyd family escaped and called the police while Edward fled the scene. He was arrested for the triple homicide, but he was also suspected of murdering 2 other people after dating one of the victim's daughters. But this has never been affirmed, and there's no insufficient evidence tying him to those murders. He was convicted and put to death in 2004 by lethal injection.
Joe Methinley. Joe was born in 1955 in Maryland. Joe has described his childhood as poor and neglectful. His mother, however, provided for Joe and her 5 other children and worked double shifts as a waitress. Joe's father was an alcoholic and died in a car accident. Joe was known to be an intelligent student and polite. He joined the army after graduating high school. After joining, Joe got hooked on drugs, particularly heroin. He also grew more reserved from his family, rarely contacting them. By the 1990s, Joe became obese and homeless, but did have a steady job at a factory. In 1996, Joe killed Kimberly Spicer by stabbing her and hid her body at the factory site. A month later, he asked a friend to help bury the body, and the friend reported it to police. Joe was arrested and charged with the murder. He confessed to other murders, targeting white prostitutes, raping and killing them before burying them in a shallow grave. He was convicted of Spicer's murders and sentenced to death, but was commuted to life in prison. He died in 2017.
Warren Harris. Born in 1961 in New Orleans, little is known about Harris's early life, but his grandfather was a respected Baptist preacher. Harris dropped out in the 8th grade and began committing petty crimes. He later moved in with a transsexual man in the New Orleans French Quarter. Harris was incarcerated for stealing a car in 1974 and was released in 1975. At the age of 16, from February to April 1977, Warren Harris would stab 4 men, 3 of them gay, in what is known as the French Quarter stabber case. Harris attacked 5 men. 3 of them were in Harris's apartment. Harris stabbed each victim dozens of times. 1 victim was stabbed 50 times. 1 victim was attacked in a vacant lot but survived. Another victim was murdered inside his apartment. Most of the men were middle-aged or older and white. Harris was arrested for the murders after he attempted a robbery. He confessed to detectives about his animosity towards gay people and is said to have committed 4 murders. Detectives at first believed Harris was simply there at the murders but did not participate. Harris was charged with the murders, and in October 1977 his trial began, and Harris was convicted of 3 counts of first-degree murder. Warren Harris was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences. He was not charged with one of the murders he confessed to. He remains in prison to this day.
Kenneth Bianchi and Angela Buono. The Hillside Stranglers is one of the most infamous serial killing cases. Originally thought to be one killer, turned out to be 2 cousins. Kenneth and his older cousin Angelo would go on to terrorize the city of LA for 5 months, killing 10 people and an additional 2 in Washington. Kenneth was described as docile, while Angelo was more confident. In 1976, Kenneth moved away from his city and to LA to move in with Angelo. Kenneth considered Angelo a strong role model. When Kenneth ran out of money, both men started a pimping service, tricking young women into prostituting themselves, but this proved to be unsteady income. In 1977, they would start their killing spree, with their MO would be kidnapping young prostitutes before moving up to middle-class women. The 2 men would tie them up before raping and strangling them to death. They would dump the bodies in the hillside of LA. The killing stopped in 1977. Kenneth had been going on police raids for some reason and picked up suspicion by police. Angelo threatened to kill him if he didn't move away. Kenneth moved to Washington in 1977, where he got a job as a security guard. In 1979, Kenneth strangled 2 girls he lured in a house he was guarding. He was arrested and confessed to the murders. He confessed that he was with his cousin. Angelo was arrested a few months after. Both men were tried separately and convicted. Kenneth was sentenced to life without parole and died in 2002 of a heart attack, and Angelo was sentenced to life with parole due to him testifying against Kenneth. Angelo is still alive and will be eligible for parole in 2025.
Richard Trenton Chase. Known as the Vampire of Sacramento, Richard Trenton Chase was born on May 23, 1953. He was a bedwetter and became dependent on an alcohol as a toddler. He also liked to start fires and began mutilating animals, so he's ripe for a bright future. As he matured, he began taking hard drugs such as LSD that severely deepened his mental sickness. Chase had begun to cannibalize the animals he killed, eating them raw and drinking their blood. When Chase's roommates asked Chase to move out, he simply refused, and they moved out instead. Chase was institutionalized several times by his mother, where he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. In mid-1977, Chase was found in his truck with blood smeared all over him and his vehicle. There was also a bucket of blood in the passenger seat. It was determined to be cow's blood, and he was not charged with any crimes. Chase would commit his first murder on December 23, 1977, when, in a drive-by shooting, he killed 51-year-old Ambrose Griffin. He broke into the home of Teresa Wallen on January 23, 1978, with a butcher's knife. He buried her body and drank her blood. She was 3 weeks pregnant. 4 days later, he entered the home of 38-year-old Evelyn Maroth. .22 revolver, he shot Miss Roth's friend, Danny Meredith, her 6-year-old son, Jason, and her 22-month-old nephew, David Feveria. He shot Evelyn and mutilated her body. Chase fled the scene after a visitor knocked on the door. He fled with Feveriera's body. Chase left behind complete handprints and blood all over the house. This would lead to his arrest at his apartment, which was described as covered in blood. Richard Trenton Chase was sentenced to death for the murders in 1977, but committed suicide by overdose of prescription pills he had been saving, given to him by other prisoners in 1980.
William Hands. William was born in 1951 and is best being known for a soldier who is believed to have murdered 4 women in and around military bases before his arrest in 1978. He was convicted of murdering 3 of them and not brought to trial on the 4th. He was executed by the state of Georgia in the electric chair. Gary Lewington. Gary and his brother Thaddeus would be well known as serial brother killers. Thaddeus, the elder one, would be 4 years older. Nothing to note in their youth, besides their family life would be pretty normal. However, the duo would scheme to rob people and kill them and take their valuables. As a murder weapon, the criminals used .22 caliber pistols, due to which they received the nickname the .22 caliber killers. In 1979, both brothers were sentenced to several terms of life imprisonment. Thaddeus died in 1989, and Gary would die in 2004. Donald Miller. Donald was born in Michigan in 1954, who committed a series of 6 acts of murder in Michigan from 1977 to 1978, who committed a series of 6 attacks in Michigan from 1977 to 1978. 4 of these resulted in fatalities, to which Miller would later plead guilty and receive a lengthy prison sentence with a chance of parole. Donald is still alive to this day in a correctional facility in Michigan. Danny Barber. Danny was born in California in 1955, and in 1979 he would be arrested for killing and raping a woman named Janice after he would try to break into her home and fail at trying to robbing it. He would do this 2 more times in the span of 2 years, until his capture in 1980. Danny would remain calm through his trial and all the way until his execution. His last words were more of a last paragraph, due to its length. Danny died via lethal injection in 1999. Joseph Franklin. Joseph was born in 1950 in Alabama. Franklin was convicted of several murders and received 4 life sentences, as well as 2 death sentences. Joseph was a well-known white supremacist. His parents were probably role models with that as well. Much of his crimes would be acts of racism or sexism of some kind. Joseph would murder 7 black people and firebomb nearly 10 other homes. He would commit the murder usually with a pistol or some kind of firearm. In the late 1980s, however, he was pulled over with the unregistered firearm in his car, and he was brought in for interrogation. However, he would flee the interrogation, and this would give them enough evidence to search his whole car and his house. They found enough evidence to convict Joseph of 2 different accounts of murder, and possibly 4. Joseph was sentenced to death and was executed by lethal injection in November 2013. Laren Williams. Laren was born in 1949 in or around Tennessee. He is known for being convicted of killing a prostitute and escaping from prison, then proceeding to kill an officer on the run and then a priest just within a day of each other. He was captured and sentenced to death. However, he was killed by 2 fellow inmates in 1985. Martha Johnson. Yuck, this lady is terrible. Martha was born in Georgia in 1955. She would go on to marry 3 individuals and have a child with each, a daughter and a son, and another daughter respectively. Martha had an 11-year-old daughter who would die from asphyxia caused by Martha. However, in the preceding years between 1977 and 1981, Johnson's 3 other daughters all died. However, she would only be ever convicted of the first daughter's death. She was released on parole in 2020. Timothy Gressier. Being born in 1944 in Pennsylvania, Timothy would be abandoned by his father when he was just 1. His mother would meet a man named Bernie and took his last name. Timothy has confessed to killing 9 women, 5 in Missouri and 4 others in Illinois and Pennsylvania. After 20 years in 2007, Tim was finally connected to one of the murders, and once he was caught and cracked, he eventually confessed to the other ones. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison and is at a correctional center in Illinois. Roger Kibb. Roger was born in 1939 in California and is most well known as the I-5 Strangler. In 1991, he was sentenced to death for one of these crimes. However, back in 1988, he would murder another man and be sentenced to 25 years in prison. Once there, he would be murdered by a cellmate in 2021, just a couple of years before he was going to be released. James Cable. Being born in 1948 in Kentucky, I believe he has the largest sentence on our list. Being 300 years imprisonment, James
murdered between 3 and at least 5 women and teenage girls in Kentucky between 1982 and 1990, all of which had occurred after he had been released from prison for a 1977 murder and rape. He was not linked to any of the killings until 2004. While he was in prison for a different crime, he died while awaiting trial for the murders in 2013. Lorenzo Gillard. Born in 1950 in Missouri, he would have aggressive behavior in his youth. He would physically assault smaller children, making him a bully. However, he ended up becoming a trash company supervisor. Gillard is believed to have raped and murdered at least 13 women and girls from 1977 to 1993. He was convicted of 6 counts of murder on March 16, 2007. The only reason he was arrested this late was because DNA evidence back then wasn't able to get him convicted, but a federal grant reopened cold cases, gave police enough evidence to get him, and he is still alive at the correctional center in Missouri.
Joseph Nasso. He was born in 1934 in New York and would be convicted of 4 murders, though it was believed that he had committed nearly 10 of them. Anything about his youth is immediately shadowed by his love life. He would marry a woman only to divorce her shortly after, then marry another woman and be with her for 18 years before they would have a falling out. After this, he would revisit his ex-wife and remarry her and also have a child with her. Though, around this time, around 1977, would be where he commit his first murder, usually by strangulation or just shooting them. Joseph was arrested in 2010 and a search of his home revealed a diary describing each of his late 70s crimes and early 80s murders. He is still alive to this day. He is just awaiting his execution on death row.
Donald Broadnax. Donald was born in 1961 in Alabama, had a normal youth life. However, when he was 16, he would begin arguing with his 19-year-old best friend, Greg. They would begin to argue, then scuffle, then Donald brandished a weapon and shot his friend to death. He would then be promptly arrested and sentenced for 99 years and a chance of parole after a few years. In 1986, he was allowed to go to be released. Everything was good. In 1994, he would marry a woman named Hector, and she would have a grandson named D'Angelo. These would be Donald's next 2 victims. A piece of Donald's clothing was found at the crime scene and decided to bury the 2 in separate places. As of August 2022, he remains on death row awaiting execution. Edward Edwards. This guy was born in Ohio and would be known to kill 5 people and even be on the FBI's most wanted list. His first crime would happen all the way in 1977 and wouldn't be arrested until 2011, when DNA evidence would put him at multiple different scenes of multiple different crimes. Edward was already in prison, though in 2009, for a completely different reason, he died of natural causes. Darrell Rich. Being born in 1955 in California, he would be known for murdering 3 women and an 11-year-old girl between June and August 1978. He was sentenced to death in California in 1981 for 2 of the murders and was executed in 2000 at San Quentin State Prison by lethal injection. Gerald Parker. Being born in 1955 in Phoenix, and a serial killer who raped and murdered 5 women in California, a sixth victim who was pregnant at the time of the attack survived, but her child was delivered stillborn. The crimes took place in 1978 and 1979, but Parker was not identified until the killer until 1996. Parker confessed to the murders and was sentenced to death in 1999 and is awaiting execution on death row in state prison. Alright, quick fast round. Andre Jones murdered a couple, then murdered 3 more people on the same day with Freddie Tiller. Joseph Toone murdered a family of 4 and 2 other women in Minnesota. Robert Willie murdered at least 3 people in Louisiana, executed in 1984.
Mauricio Silva, known as the Monster, killed an acquaintance as a teenager, paroled and went on to kill 2 teenage runaways and his half-sister, and was sentenced to death. Vincent Groves raped and strangled prostitutes in Denver and the surrounding areas and died in prison. Jeffrey Dahmer. Being born in 1960, Jeffrey is responsible for murdering 16 people, men and boys. Essentially, he would use his charm. This is ironic because in his school life he was seen as an outcast and a weirdo. I guess for the right reasoning. Anyways, he would use his charm and lure them into a false sense of security. He would then kill them, but he wouldn't just do that. He would dismember the bodies and would cannibalize some parts, and for others he would just hang them around his house. However, on his final victim, they would manage to escape and inform police of what Jeffrey was doing. This would lead to his arrest and conviction of 15 people out of the 16 he killed. Jeffrey was beaten to death by a fellow inmate in 1994.
Philip Jablonski. Born in 1946 in California, Jablonski's father would be drunk and abusive towards him and his family. This would be the cause of his parents divorcing, and Philip lived with his mom. Philip married when he was in high school, and here is when he would start showing signs of a serial killer. He would marry his first wife while he was still in high school. During their sexual times, he would attempt to strangle her unconscious almost every time they had sex. These two would divorce, in which he would instantly remarry another woman and do similar things to her. About 5 years after this new marriage, in late 1972, Jablonski raped a female acquaintance at knife point at her home. The woman would call the police right after, and Philip would be tried and caught. He'd be released around a year later. Philip would get a divorce with his current wife because he told her mother that he was going to rape her, but decided not to last minute. This made the current wife move out of their apartment together and stay with someone else. Around a week later, she went to gather her belongings from the apartment, and she would be found dead later that day. She had been beaten, stabbed, and strangled. Philip would be arrested that same day. However, he was released later after 12 years on parole due to good behavior. Philip would go on to meet another woman, marry her. However, he would then murder her, her child, and her mother, all at the same time. He was apprehended for the final time in 1991, and at first, he would be sentenced to death, but then got a life sentence. Jablonski died on December 27, 2019, of unknown causes at the age of 73. Robert Spangler. Robert was born in 1933 in Iowa, and this guy is pretty disturbing. For starters, in 1978, Robert lured his wife, Nancy, into the basement with a promise of a surprise and shot her in the head with a revolver. Going upstairs, he shot his teenage children, Susan and David. David was slow in dying, so Robert smothered him with a pillow. Robert then altered the scene to make it appear that his wife had shot their children and then herself. Robert was a prime suspect, but of course, it got ruled as a suicide, and most of the evidence was either returned to Spangler or destroyed. However, he would remarry, and with this woman, he would take her hiking and push her to death. After this, he would gain national attention as being a widow twice. He would marry another woman whom he'd had relations with prior. She would be found dead, and it was ruled as an overdose. Robert at first wouldn't be charged with any of these crimes. Police couldn't link the crimes to him, so they had to go after him individually, one by one. It actually took 4 hours of interrogation for Robert to say anything of note. Robert would confess to the crime of his first wife and 2 children, but wouldn't touch either of the other murders. It is agreed that he did commit these murders, just never charged with them. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. He died of cancer while incarcerated in federal prison. Nathaniel Burkett. I know I'm jumping the gun. I just want to start this off by saying this dude died of COVID in jail 2 years ago. That's pretty wild, that's all I want to say. Nathaniel was born with polio, and this would give him notice because he walked with a limp. In the late 1970s, Nathaniel would murder a woman and dump her body in the streets of LA. Though Nathaniel was never around the crime scene, he was very drunk and was unable to be interrogated and never charged for any crime. Just a couple years later, he would douse his mother with gas and light her on fire, killing her in the process. Why he did this is unknown. However, he was found guilty and sentenced to 20 years. He was released after serving 11 years and moved back to Las Vegas shortly after. He would murder 2 more people very close to the spot where he murdered the first woman. These 2 bodies would be found by passerbys. Nathaniel would go back to prison. However, because he was never registered as a felon, in 2009, then he was in his early 60s, he was released from prison and began to live a quiet life. That was until he was required to submit a DNA sample because of the resurrection of cold cases that would be opened. This pinned him on 3 murders he was never charged with until now. Just 3 years later, he would be arrested for the 1979 murders. He remained in prison until January 19, 2021. He died of complications of COVID-19. Terry Russman. Terry was born in 1943 in Colorado. Terry killed at least 6 people in a series of crimes that spanned decades and stretched across the continental United States, 4 of these murders being a part of his family. In 1985, 4 barrels were found containing all the members of Terry's immediate family, including his wife, her 3 children, one of them being Terry's biological child. These bodies couldn't be confirmed until 24 years later. Terry wouldn't be apprehended for his crime until 2003. He was arrested of that November and pleaded no contest. He died at age 67 in 2010. Randy Gay. Randy was born in 1958, and he is known for slaying his father-in-law and biological father. You see, let me explain. Randy was a failed abortion. His mother abandoned him and his sisters. Their father would try his best, but could never really be a good father figure. Randy's sister would mention that Randy had a continuous drinking problem before and while he got married. He married Sherry Buford, and in 1978, he would get into a dispute with her father, James Kelly, and he got a shotgun from the car and shot him in the chest. Randy claimed self-defense and in a total served less than 2 years in prison for the crime. In 1991, Randy and his significant other Janice were camping. While there, Glenn Gay, Randy's father, came to fish as well. Janice mentions she suddenly heard yelling, and Randy had once again went to go get his shotgun, and this time he locked Janice in the camper they had brought. She heard a gunshot and Randy came to unlock the door. Janice found Randy's father dead. The 2 put Glenn into a boat to take it to Randy's truck and they drove off. The 2 actually got away with it for about 2 weeks before police came to question them. Randy acted real calm, but when Janice was questioned, she immediately told police where Randy had hid the body. Randy and Janice were both tried for the crimes and were sentenced 20 years and paroled in 2000. In 2011, Randy had somehow acquired a stranger by the name of Connie Snow in his truck. The 2 had gotten into an argument while on the road and ordered Connie out of the truck. When at first she said no, he had grabbed his shotgun and finally she attempted to flee. Randy shot her in the face, loaded her in his truck, and buried her about a half-mile away. Randy was captured the next day. He was charged with capital murder and was tried and found guilty of March of 2015. The judge formally sentenced Randy to death the next day. Briley brothers. Linwood Briley, James Briley, Anthony Briley. They were a trio of brothers who were responsible for murder and robbery sprees throughout the mid to late 1970s. Their early life seems pretty normal, and they actually had an older brother among them. However, in his teenage years, he would disappear and live with his older relatives in North Carolina. The trio had normal parents, nothing really to note that was bad. However, when the trio reached their teenage years, their parents had split up. The trio ended up living with their father, and this is where the string of crimes would begin. However, it would start with the second-born Linwood. On January 28, 1971, the first murder was committed by Linwood at the age of 16. While at home alone, Linwood fatally shot Orline Christian, 57-year-old neighbor, with a rifle from his bedroom window as she was hanging out some laundry on a clothesline. The crime actually went almost unnoticed as the family assumed poor health. However, her body was re-examined and a small caliber bullet was found underneath her armpit. A private investigator concluded that the bullet had to have come from the Bailey's house. Once Linwood was questioned, he said, "I heard she had heart problems. She would have died soon anyway." In 1979, the three Briley brothers and an accomplice began the 7-month series of random killings that terrified the city and surrounding region. The first attack occurred on March 12, 1979, when the second brother, the eldest among the trio, knocked on the door of the Henrico couple, claiming that he had car trouble. He eventually forced his way into their home and waved his brothers to come inside. They tied the couple and began stealing an assortment of items, including TV, CB radio, a pistol, and some jewelry. Not before they had poured kerosene across the entire house, lit a match to it, and engulfed the place in flames. The couple were lucky to escape before the house was completely torched. The brothers would continue to kill around 19 more people, usually led by Linwood. The weapons they use are as follows: rifle, cinder block, baseball bat, fork, and pistol. Police happened to be in the general vicinity of the neighborhood and later saw the gang members running down the street at high speed. They did not know where the shots had been fired. The bodies were not discovered until 3 days later, but the brothers were all arrested soon afterward. The youngest brother would have a plea deal with evidence on the other two brothers. He took the offer and provided full detail of the crime spree. As a result, he escaped death penalty, while the other two were electrocuted by an electric chair. William Bonin. William was born in 1947 in Connecticut and was the second of 3 sons. Both of William's parents were alcoholics and weren't the best role models for William. The father would have a gambling problem and would gamble the Bonin's home away and would have to move across the state. Here, William and his brother would be raised Catholic. William would keep himself out of trouble because of fear of his parents, until 1968 when William was 20. He came across a 14-year-old boy named Billy while he was hitchhiking. William would handcuff the boy, grape him, and knock him out. Though he didn't kill the boy, he left his body on a bench at the park. Just 10 days later, however, he would pick up a 17-year-old hitchhiker and do the same thing, except bludgeon him with a tire iron. William would do this to 3 more individuals and potentially many more over the years. In 1980, police observed William driving in a seemingly random manner throughout Hollywood, unsuccessfully attempting to lure 5 separate teenage boys into his van. The police followed him and caught him torturing and raping a 14-year-old boy. The police initially charged him with molestation of a child. However, when they searched the vehicle, they were able to tie him to numerous crimes that called him the freeway killer. He, of course, was found guilty of 10 murders and a magnitude of other crimes. He was sentenced to death for each murder. William was executed by lethal injection chair. Fernando Caro. Fernando was a kidnapper and rapist who killed between 3 and 5 children and teenagers in California from 1979 to 1980. Convicted and sentenced to death for a double murder, he spent the remainder of his life on death row until his death in 2017. He likely died of natural causes. Malcolm Robbins. Malcolm was a serial killer and sex offender who is convicted of raping and murdering at least 3 young boys and 1 teenager in 4 different states from 1979 to 1980. Convicted and sentenced to death in California, he remained on the state's death row until his death in 2023. In 2019, he moved to a different prison. His health had severely declined, and he passed away at age 62. Thomas Bundy. Thomas Bundy, who, from 1979 to 1981, committed a series of murders of young women and girls in the cities of Alaska. At the time of the killings, Bundy was serving the Air Force Base near Fairbanks, and for a long time avoided suspicion. Despite confessing to the crimes, Thomas was not immediately arrested due to a legal mistake and remained at liberty for another 8 days.
during which, for unknown reasons, he did not make any effort to evade justice. Alaskan authorities issued an arrest warrant for him in 1983, but he was not immediately arrested in Texas. Riding his motorcycle about 40 miles outside of Texas, Thomas rode into oncoming lane of the highway and collided with the truck. He died almost instantly. The incident was subsequently recognized as a suicide. David Carpenter. David Carpenter is known for stalking and murdering a variety of individuals on hiking trails and state parks near San Francisco. He attacked at least 10 individuals, 2 attempted victims, Stephen Hardell and Lois Rena. Mother of television personality Lisa Rena survived. Carpenter used a .38 caliber handgun in all but one of the killings. A .44 caliber handgun was used in the killing of Edna Kane. I'm super confused because I can't find much more information about his arrest, or if he's in prison, or if he's dead. Randall Woodfield. Woodfield was suspected of multiple sexual assaults and murders. Though convicted only for one murder, he has been linked to a total of 18, and is suspected of having killed up to as many as 44. However, he was only convicted and tried for one murder. He was given a life sentence and is still alive to this day. Arthur Bishop. Arthur was a convicted sex offender and serial killer. In 1983, as a result of a routine police investigation, he confessed to the murders of 5 young boys between 1979 and 1983. He was brought to trial in 1984. He was found guilty of 5 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of sexually abusing a minor, and he was sentenced to death. He was executed by lethal injection. Terry Childs. Terry Childs was an American serial killer, serving several life sentences for the murders of at least 5 people in Nevada and California, spanning from 1979 to 1985. While his true victim count is unknown, he himself has claimed to have killed at least 12 people, and that he had been pressured into confessing these after seeing the ghost of the people that he killed. Terry Childs died in 2023 while incarcerated at Salinas Valley State Prison. Nicholas Sutton. Nicholas Sutton was an American serial killer who was responsible for murdering 2 acquaintances and his own grandmother in North Carolina and Tennessee from August to December 1979. Convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment for these crimes, Sutton, among 3 others, later participated in a 1985 prison killing over drugs. For this final crime, he was sentenced to death and executed by 2020 by the electric chair. Joseph D'Angelo. Former police officer and mechanic who committed at least 13 murders, 51 rapes, and 120 burglaries across California between 1974 and 1986. The list is absolutely monumental, and for decades he remained under the radar, until April 24, 2018, when the Sacramento County Sheriff's deputies arrested him. On August 21, 2020, D'Angelo received multiple consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. D'Angelo offered a brief apology after listening to days of pre-sentencing victim impact statements. "I've listened to all your statements, each one of them. I'm truly sorry to everyone I've hurt." In November 2020, D'Angelo was transferred to North Kern State Prison. As of 2021, D'Angelo is incarcerated at that prison. Daniel Seibert. Daniel Seibert is on Alabama's death row. He was convicted of 3 murders and confessed to have at least 5. During questioning, he indicated that he was responsible for at least 12 deaths. He died in 2008 due to complications of cancer. Terry Hyatt. Terry Hyatt is an American serial killer who killed at least 3 women in North Carolina from 1979 to 1987. Convicted and sentenced to death for 2 of them. He was linked to the 3rd via DNA profiling in 2005,
pleading guilty and receiving a life term. He is currently housed at Central Prison in Raleigh, North Carolina, awaiting execution. Marvin Irvin. Marvin Irvin was a former police officer who murdered 2 women in Missouri in September and October 1990, and after his arrest, confessed to an additional 1979 murder, which, up to that point, he had been the prime suspect in for years. For all 3 crimes, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Ivan Hill, also known by his nickname, the 60 Freeway Killer, was a serial killer who raped and murdered at least 8 women in LA between 1986 and 1994. Ivan dumped his victims' corpses along the East Highway, known as California State Route 60, contributing to his nickname. Ivan was captured based on DNA profiling nearly a decade after his last murder and was sentenced to death in 2007. William Jackson. William Jackson, along with 2 other accomplices, killed 5 people during robberies in Washington and Oregon from May to August 1980. Convicted and sentenced to multiple life terms in separate trials, in addition to another sentence for escaping from prison. William Jackson is currently serving his sentence in an Oregon prison. Charles Albanese. Charles was an American serial killer who poisoned 3 relatives with arsenic in Illinois from 1980 to 1981 in order to obtain their inheritance, bank funds, real estate, life insurance payouts, and pension proceeds. He was sentenced to death in 2 separate trials and ultimately executed in 1995. Joseph Christopher. Joseph was a serial killer who gained infamy for a series of murders in the early 1980s. He is believed to have killed at least 12 African American men and boys and wounded numerous others. He was subsequently found guilty and sentenced to 60 years in prison. He died in prison due to a rare form of male breast cancer at the age of 37. Stephen McCoy and James Pastor. These 2 were serial killers who murdered at least 3 people in Texas between 1980 and 1981. Both were sentenced to death and executed at Huntsville Unit in Texas via lethal injection. Thomas Crump. Thomas was an American serial killer who killed at least 3 people in New Mexico and Nevada in the span of a few months in 1980, and after being convicted of the crimes, escaped from prison and later killed the 4th victim. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for the 3 murders in New Mexico and sentenced to death for the murder in Nevada. Christine Falling. Christine is a female serial killer, being known to have killed 6 toddlers under her supervision. Christine was sentenced to life imprisonment in December 1982, and her confession prevented her from getting the death penalty. Christine is imprisoned at the Lowell Correctional Institution in Florida. Paul Stefani. Paul, who is known as the weepy-voiced killer, due to a series of telephone calls he made to police, anonymously reporting his crimes in a remorseful and high-pitched voice. Paul killed 3 women in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. He found out that he had skin cancer and decided to turn himself in. He was only sent to prison for 40 years and died in 1998. John Bolsinger. John was an American serial killer who was posthumously linked to the murders of 3 women in Eugene, Oregon from 1986 to 1988. He was never convicted of the latter homicides, as he committed suicide shortly after the final murder. He was linked to them via DNA analysis from Oregon State Police and Powerbond Nanolabs in 2022. Vernon Clark. Vernon is an American serial killer who sexually assaulted and murdered at least 4 women in the Baltimore metropolitan area between 1980 and 1989. For his known crimes, he was sentenced to multiple terms of life imprisonment and remains a suspect in several cold cases. He is still in prison to this day. Willie Jones. Willie, who killed at least 3 sex workers in Richmond, Virginia between 1980 and 1991,
During his trial, Jones said he committed the murders since the victims had to be punished for being sex workers. He later pleaded guilty to 3 counts of second-degree murder and received 3 consecutive 20-year sentences. Charles Sinclair, also known as the Coin Shop Killer, was an American criminal suspected of various murders of coin shop owners between the early 1980s and the 1990s. Charles has been linked to 11 homicides, 1 attempted murder, and 2 rapes. He targeted coin shop owners in order to rob them of valuable coin collections. His victims were killed to eliminate any witnesses to the event, not out of known or specific malice. On October 30th, 1990, Charles Sinclair died of heart failure at the Anchorage. Herb Baumeister. Herb was an American businessman and suspected serial killer, a resident of the Indianapolis suburb of Indiana. Baumeister was under investigation for murdering over a dozen men in the early 1990s, most of whom were last seen at gay bars. Police found the remains of 11 men, 8 identified, on Herb's property. Herb committed suicide after a warrant was issued for his arrest. He was later linked to a series of murders, at least 11 men along Interstate 70, which occurred in the early 80s and 90s. Tommy Sells. Though only convicted of 1 murder, for which he received the death penalty and was eventually executed, authorities believe he committed a total of 22 murders. Tommy himself claims that he has murdered over 70 people. Scott Cox. Scott is a suspected American serial killer, convicted on 2 separate counts of homicide in 1993 in Portland, Oregon, and is suspected of many more. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison, but was granted parole in 2013, 5 years early. He is currently serving a post-prison supervision term of life. He is also the prime suspect in 20 unsolved murder cases throughout the United States and Canada, although charges were never brought against him. Kevin Malone. Kevin Malone was an American spree killer who murdered at least 4 people of March in 1981. Convicted of 3 murders but suspected of 5. He was sentenced to death row in both California and Missouri in 1983 and 1984, respectively. He remained on death row until he was extradited in Missouri in 1998 to face execution. He was executed in January 1999. Marion Pruitt. Long story short, Marion was put in a witness protection program and he then committed murders under the alias he was given. He ended up killing 5 people. Pruitt was executed by lethal injection at 8:04 p.m. and pronounced dead at 8:09. David Bullock. David, who killed at least 6 people in New York City between 1981 and January 1982, owing to his unassuming appearance and character, his killing spree was undetected by local police for some time, who were unaware that a serial killer was operating in that area. As of May 2023, Bullock is 62 and is serving his sentence at the Clinton Correctional Facility. Michael Carson and Susan Carson. Convicted for 3 murders between 1981 and 1993 in Northern California and the San Francisco Bay Area, the Carsons initially called a press conference to confess to the murders of 3 people, and then immediately said that they didn't do it and pleaded not guilty. In June of 1984, the Carsons were convicted of the first murder and sentenced to 25 years in prisons. Later, they were convicted of the murders of the other 2 people, for which they received the sentences of 50 years and 75 years, respectively. David Gore. David Gore was an American serial killer who confessed to, and was convicted of, 6 murders in Vero Beach in Indian River County, Florida, in the 1980s. Gore was executed by lethal injection in 2012. He had a tendency to murder young boys by kidnapping them and murdering them. Beora Simmons. Beora was an American serial killer who kidnapped and murdered 3 female victims in Jefferson County, Kentucky, between 1981 and 1983. He also attempted to abduct other women and teenage girls, and one other man was wrongfully jailed for his crimes. Simmons was sentenced to death in 1985, but his sentence was reduced to life in prison. Brandon Thalmer. Brandon was responsible for at least 12 murders of elderly women. The killings occurred between January 1981 and October of 1983. In 1986, Brandon was found guilty of 12 murders and was sentenced to life in prison. Wilbur Jennings. Wilbur, who killed at least 6 girls and women in Sacramento, California between 1981 and 1984, on November 20th, 1986, he was sentenced to death, but died in custody before he could be executed. Michael Ross. Michael was an American serial killer who was executed by the state of Connecticut in 2005. He was the last person executed in Connecticut before the state ended capital punishment in 2012. The Connecticut Supreme Court ruled capital punishment unconstitutional in 2015, converting the sentences of the remaining death row inmates to life without parole. Robert Reuser. In the 1980s, Robert had joined the Nation of Yahweh, a black Hebrew Israelite religious group, and by Halloween 1986, they had killed at least 4 people on behalf of the religious group. Charged, therefore, Robert turned state evidence against the whole group and its leader, and was only sentenced to 22 years in prison. He was paroled after 10, but put into witness protection. After Robert was caught bouncing checks in 1999, he was sentenced to a 25 years to life under California's 3 strikes law in 2001. Robert Silvera. Robert, also known as the Boxcar Killer, is currently serving a double life sentence in Wyoming and is suspected to have killed around 30 people. However, he was only convicted of 2. He is also the head cook in his prison. Michael Swango. Michael, a licensed Ohio physician who is estimated to have been involved in as many as 60 fatal poisonings of patients and colleagues. Although he admitted to only causing 4 deaths, he was sentenced in 2000 to 3 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole and is serving his sentence at the ADX Florence at his own request. Michael Sharp. Michael, who abducted and killed 2 women and 1 girl in West Texas in 1982, is thought to be responsible for at least 2 further murders. Convicted for the first 2 killings and sentenced to death for one of them, Sharp was executed in 1997. He was ultimately executed lethal injection. Frank Spisak. I would just like everyone to pause the video and look up this guy. I'll put it to you this way. He came to his court appearance dressed as Adolf Hitler. And he was a neo-Nazi and committed crimes because of that. He was executed by lethal injection in 2011. William Christensen. William, known as the American Jack the Ripper, was a Canadian-American serial killer who killed and mutilated at least 4 people in Canada and the United States between 1982 and 1983. Suspected in 20 further killings across several countries, in 1990 he died of natural causes. John Joubert. John was convicted of murdering 3 boys in Maine and Nebraska. Joubert then confessed to killing 2 boys on January 12th and was charged with their murders. John was executed in 1996 by the electric chair. Larry Eyler. Larry is believed to have murdered a minimum of 21 teenage boys and young men in the series of killings he committed throughout the Midwest in 1982 and 1984, convicted and sentenced to death by lethal injection. Diane Odell. Diane, who was convicted of murdering 3 of her 12 children, she was also investigated for the disappearance of another child. The bodies of the 3 dead newborns were found in May 2003 in a storage shed Odell rented and abandoned in Arizona. 3 dead newborns were found in May of 2003 in a storage shed Odell rented and abandoned in Arizona. In 2004, she was sentenced to life in prison. She will be eligible for parole in 2029.
Dorothea Puente. Dorothea ran a boarding house in Sacramento, California, and she murdered various elderly and mentally disabled boarders before cashing their Social Security checks. Dorothea's total count reached 9 murders. She was convicted of 3. She died in prison in Chowchilla in 2011 from natural causes. Gary Ridgway. Gary was initially convicted of 48 separate murders, making him the second most prolific serial killer in the United States history, according to confirmed murders. He killed many teenage girls and women in the state of Washington during the 1980s and 1990s. Later advances allowed investigators to definitively link Ridgway to the murders, and he was later arrested on November 30th, 2001. David Gore. David Gore was a serial killer who confessed to and convicted of 6 murders in Vero Beach and Indian River County in Florida in the 1980s. David was executed by lethal injection in 2012. He had a tendency to murder young boys by kidnapping them and then murdering them. Mark Cunningham. Mark Cunningham, who shot and killed 3 men at random in Santa Cruz, California from April to June 1983, the murders were not linked together until months later when forensic evidence concluded that victims had been shot with the same gun. Cunningham was arrested the following year, was tried, convicted, and sentenced to life in prison in 1988. Anthony Joyner. Anthony, who raped and murdered at least 6 elderly women at a nursing home in Philadelphia from January to July 1983, but is suspected in 18 total deaths that occurred there. Tried and convicted only for his confirmed murders, he was sentenced to life in prison. Anthony Sully. Anthony was a serial killer and police officer responsible for the murders of 6 people between February and August 1983 at his warehouse in California. Sully placed some of his corpses of the victims in metal drums and poured concrete over them, after which he dumped them in the Golden Gate Park. At least 3 people acted as accomplices in the crimes, but they never reported his activities to police. Anthony would later be found guilty of the killings in 1986 and was sentenced to death. Larry White. Larry, who shot to death 3 women in Kentucky from June to July 1983, originally convicted of 2 murders for which he was sentenced to death. His sentence was later overturned, and White was paroled. After being in prison for firearm violations in 2006, he was linked to his first murder via DNA and given a new death sentence and is currently awaiting execution for it. Milton Johnson. Milton was a serial killer and mass murderer who committed 10 known murders and a series of murders that spanned over 3 months in Illinois. 2 of his victims were police officers. William Thompson. William, convicted for 3 murders committed between March and April 1984 in California and Nevada. He later admitted 3 additional murders in 3 other states, which were never sustained. Sentenced to death for the Nevada killing, he withdrew his appeals. He was subsequently executed in 1989. Leonard Lake, Charles Ng. These 2 murdered an estimated 11 to 25 victims at a remote cabin near California in the Sierra Nevada foothills. After his 1985 arrest on unrelated charges, Lake swallowed cyanide pills that he had sewn into his clothing and died 4 days later. Human remains, videotapes, and journals found at Lake's cabin later confirmed Charles' involvement and were used to convict Charles on 11 counts of capital murder. Dayton Rogers. Dayton, who's an American serial killer who has been tied to the murders of at least 8 women. He preferred street women, usually addicts, sex workers, and runaways. The bodies of 6 of the women were found at a dump site located on privately owned forest lands outside Oregon, and thus he was dubbed the Motala Forest Murderer. On December 13th, 2022, Governor Kate Brown commuted the death sentence of everyone on Oregon's death row. He is living life without parole. David Morton. David was an American serial killer and rapist who murdered at least 3 women in New Mexico and Texas between 1983 and 1990. Finally arrested shortly after the final murder, Morton confessed to his previous crimes and is now serving 2 different life sentences in both states. Homer Jackson. Homer was an American serial killer who killed at least 3 women and 1 teenager in Oregon from 1983 to 1993. The killings remained unsolved until forensic evidence led to his arrest in 2015. Edward Mariand. Edward, who strangled 3 women in New England between 1983 and 1994, convicted of the 1994 murder of the 3rd woman that he killed in Rhode Island. He died in prison from lung cancer before he could be charged with 2 other deaths in Massachusetts and New Hampshire, to which he posthumously linked via DNA. Jack Jones. Jack Jones, who murdered at least 3 women in Florida and Arkansas between 1983 and 1995, convicted of 2 murders during his lifetime and executed in 2017. He was posthumously linked via DNA to the 3rd murder, for which another man was imprisoned. Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown. These 2 committed a crime spree across 6 states between May and July of 1984 that resulted in the deaths of 8 people. Coleman, who received death sentences in 3 states, was executed by the state of Ohio. Deborah was sentenced to death in Ohio and Indiana, but the sentences were later reduced to life imprisonment, without parole, and 140 years, respectively. Fernando Cota. Fernando, who was the prime suspect in the murders of 6 women in San Jose, California from September to October 1984. He committed suicide on October 14, 1984, after he was arrested for a botched kidnapping. Alvin Kelly. Alvin, who committed 4 drug-related murders in Longview and Lake Cherokee, Texas from May to June 1984, killing 2 reserve marshals and their infant son, and later his roommate. Convicted and sentenced to death for the infant's murder. He was executed in 2008. He eventually exhausted all of his appeals and he was scheduled for execution on October 14, 2008. Raymond Lasser. Raymond, who strangled to death 3 women and attempted to murder a 4th in the span of over a little 2 months in 1984. He later became the first criminal to be successfully prosecuted under the newly enacted Rhode Island life without parole statute, headed by prosecutor Jeffrey B. Pine, and promptly received life imprisonment without parole for his crimes. Christopher Wilder. Christopher, who abducted and raped at least 12 young women and girls, torturing and killing at least 8 of them during a 6-week cross-country crime spree in the United States. Wilder's series of murders began in Florida in 1984 and continued across the country. Christopher was killed during a struggle with police in New Hampshire on April 13, 1984. Since his death, he has also been considered a suspect in many unsolved murders. Richard Ramirez, a very well-known serial killer, dubbed the Night Stalker, was an American serial killer and sex offender whose crime spree took place in California between June 1984 and August 1985. He is suspected to have killed more than 15 people. What was most well known about him is that he went on the popular show The Dating Game. At the point of the show, which being aired, he is said to have killed most of his people while he was on it. He was convicted and sentenced to death in 1989. He died in 2013 while awaiting execution. Anthony Wimberly. Between December 1984 and January 1985, he murdered 3 women in Oakland for the purpose of robbery, as well as raping a 12-year-old girl. After his arrest, he confessed to his crimes and was later given 3 life sentences. Farion Wardrip. Wardrip, who assaulted and murdered a total of 5 women, his killing spree began at the end of 1984 and lasted until the middle of 1986. All of his female victims were white, between the ages of 20 and 25 and weighed less than 120 pounds. He later confessed to the murders of the third and fourth victims in 1999 at 40 years old. He was sentenced to death by lethal injection for the first murder and 3 life terms for the other killings. Robert Berdea. Robert, who kidnapped, raped, tortured, and murdered at least 6 young men after having forced them to endure periods of up to 6 weeks of captivity. His crimes took place in Kansas City and Missouri between 1984 and 1987. Robert pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for the first-degree murder of one of his victims. In August 1988, he would later plead guilty to one further charge of first-degree murder and 4 charges of second-degree murder. He died of a heart attack while incarcerated at the Missouri State Penitentiary in October of 1992. Nathaniel Code. Nathaniel, who committed at least 8 murders in the city of Shreveport, Louisiana, between 1984 and 1987. He was sentenced to death in 1990 for 4 of these killings and has been awaiting execution ever since. Louis Crane. Louis, who committed at least 4 great murders in South LA in the period between 1985 and 1987. He was convicted for these crimes in 1989 and was sentenced to death, where he died on November 3, 1989 from AIDS complications. Melvin Johnson. Melvin, posthumously linked to at least 4 murders committed in Illinois from 1984 to 1988. 3 of which were sexually motivated. He was never convicted of murder during his lifetime and died before he could be brought to trial for his crimes. Timothy Spencer. Timothy, who committed 3 rapes and murders in Virginia. Timothy became the first serial killer in the United States to be convicted on the basis of DNA evidence. He was put to death in the electric chair. Robert Rodriguez. Robert was an American serial killer and former police officer, responsible for murdering 2 girls and a woman in Florida in 1984 and 1992, respectively. Although never charged with the murders, he left a note confessing to the crimes when he committed suicide in New Mexico. John Robinson. John Robinson was an American serial killer, con man, embezzler, kidnapper, and forger who was found guilty in 2003 for 3 murders committed in and around Kansas City, receiving the death penalty for 2 of them. In 2005, he admitted responsibility for 5 further homicides in Missouri as part of a plea bargain to receive multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole, and avoid more death sentences. Investigators suspect that more victims remain undiscovered. Anthony McKnight. Between September 1985 and January 1986, Anthony attacked 10 women in Oakland, California, killing 5 of them. In 2008, he was found guilty of these murders and sentenced to death, but died awaiting execution in 2019. Curtis Brown. Curtis Brown, who raped and murdered 3 women around Arlington and Fort Worth, Texas between 1985 and 1986. Though he is suspected of up to 18 murders, convicted of 1 murder in 1987. In 2009, he was convicted of the 2 additional murders from 1985, based on result of DNA profiling. Ricky Green. Ricky murdered at least 4 people in Texas between 1985 and 1986, at least 2 of which were killed with the help of his wife, Sharon. Convicted of all 4 murders and sentenced to death in 1, Green was executed at the Huntsville unit in 1997. Michael Terry. Michael was active between 1985 and 1986. He killed 6 gay men in Georgia following sexual encounters. Whilst he claimed they were done in self-defense, Terry was nevertheless convicted and given 3 life imprisonment terms, which he is still serving. Frank Walls. Frank, who has been sentenced to death for murdering 5 people in Ocean City, Florida between 1985 and 1987. His murders were robbery-based, and his preferred weapon of choice was a knife or a gun. He was arrested at the age of 19 on July 24, 1987, making him one of the youngest serial killers in American history. He was sentenced to death in 1991, but was retried and sentenced to death again in 1994. Jerry Little. Jerry, who killed 4 women in St. Louis, Missouri between 1985 and 1988, at the time of his arrest, the 32-year-old was an avid recidivist, which means he kept going in and out of prison. Who had spent more than 17 years of his life behind bars. In 1990, he was sentenced to full life imprisonment. Donald Evans. Donald, who murdered at least 3 people from 1985 to 1991, he was most known for confessing to his killings at parks and rest areas across more than 20 U.S. states. Donald was stabbed to death in 1999 by a fellow death row inmate at the Mississippi State Penitentiary while in the shower. Juan Chavez. Juan was an American serial killer and spree killer who, together with a teenage accomplice, killed 11 people in Texas during a crime spree lasting from March to July 1995. Shortly after being paroled from prison for a murder conviction for the latter crimes, Juan was sentenced to death and subsequently executed in 2003. Lonnie Franklin Jr. Lonnie, better known by the nickname the Grim Sleeper, was an American serial killer. Better known as the Grim Sleeper, was an American serial killer who was responsible for at least 10 murders and 1 attempted murder in LA, California from 1984 to 2007. He was also convicted for rape and sexual violence. Franklin earned his nickname when he appeared to have taken a 14 break from his crimes from 1988 to 2002. On March 28, 2020, Franklin was found dead in his cell at San Quentin State Prison. Danny Figueroa, known as the Backwoods Sniper, was an American serial killer who shot and killed 3 people in Southern California within the span of 2 months in 1986. A self-described survivalist, he killed his victims in rural woodland areas in Riverside and San Bernardino counties. He pleaded guilty to 3 counts of murder in 1987 and was sentenced to 66 years to life in prison. Richard Hunter. Richard killed 4 elderly women in Atlanta between March and April 1986, robbing their apartments afterwards. He later pleaded guilty to the murders and numerous robberies and was sentenced to life imprisonment and is still alive to this day. Manuel Pardo. Manuel, a former police officer who had previously been employed by the Florida Highway Patrol, Manuel had 9 known victims. These events led to his arrest and conviction for 9 counts of first-degree murder in the mid-1980s, which he received the death penalty for, and ultimately his execution in December of 2012. He was executed in Florida by lethal injection. Michael Player. Michael, who committed a total of 10 murders in the LA neighborhood of Skid Row, earning the nickname the Skid Road Slayer. In 1986, Michael Player shot himself in LA in a LA hotel while he was on the run. David Rundle. David murdered 3 young women in Sacramento, California, and Placer County over 6 months in 1986. He blamed his actions on mental illness and abuse he received as a child. Convicted of all 3 murders, he was sentenced to death for 2 of them. He is currently on death row. Oscar Bolin. Oscar kidnapped and murdered 3 young women in Florida. He was later connected to a 4th murder in Texas in 1987. The murders went unsolved for nearly 4 years until the husband of his ex-wife called the tip line and implicated him as the killer. He maintained his innocence to the end. Bolin was executed by lethal injection. Charles Boyd. Charles, between 1986 and 1987, committed the rape and murders of 3 women in North Dallas. Tried for one of the murders, he was convicted and sentenced to death. Charles was later executed by lethal injection in 1999. Edward Castro. Edward fatally stabbed 3 men across Florida between late 1986 and early 1987. Tried for 2 of the murders, he was given a life sentence for one of them and sentenced to death for the other. He waived all of his appeals and dropped his defense team, telling the courts he just wanted to be executed. Edward was executed at the Florida State Prison by lethal injection in 2000. Harrison Graham. Harrison, who murdered 7 women in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania between mid-1986 to 1987, keeping their remains in his apartment. In 1988, he was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to death, but his sentences were later commuted to life imprisonment. Harrison lived less than a mile and a half away from another murderer. Ronald Gray. Ronald was charged with 4 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder and 8 counts of rape. His crimes were committed when he was at the United States Army, stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. President George Bush authorized Gray's execution in 2008. He killed 4 military women and 1 civilian. John Kelly. John, following his 2012 arrest for the 1986 rape and murder of a hitchhiker in California, John additionally confessed to murdering a couple 2 years later in Jedediah Smith Redwood State Park near Crescent City. For all of his crimes, he received 3 life imprisonment terms, which he is currently serving at the California Correctional Institute. Faye and Ray Copeland. At the ages of 69 and 76 respectively, the oldest couple ever sentenced to death in the United States. They were convicted of killing 5 drifters at their farm in Mooresville, Missouri. When their sentences were commuted to life in prison in 1999, Faye Copeland was the oldest woman on death row. They both ended up dying of natural causes. Juan Chavez. Juan was an American serial killer and spree killer who, together with a teenage accomplice, killed 11 people in Dallas during a crime spree lasting from March to July 1995. Shortly after being paroled from a prison for a murder conviction for the latter crimes, Juan was sentenced to death and subsequently executed in 2003. Joseph Danks. Joseph was an American spree killer and serial killer who killed 6 homeless men in January 1987 in Los Angeles, Koreatown neighborhood. Convicted of the 6 killings and sent to serve his life sentence at the California Correctional Institute in Tecahapi. He was sentenced to death in 1990 for the murder of his cellmate. Joseph Miller, who raped and murdered at least 5 women in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania from 1986 and 1990. In 1993, he was convicted and sentenced to death, but it was later commuted to life imprisonment without the chance of parole. Michael Hughes. Hughes was initially sentenced to life without parole for the murders of 4 women and girls in California. Later, he was convicted of committing 3 further murders of women, linked to the crimes via DNA profiling. At the second trial, he was sentenced to the death penalty. Hughes is awaiting execution on death row. Alexander Watson. Initially convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment for the 1994 murder of a woman in Maryland, Watson's DNA was later matched to 3 additional killings in Andrew County committed years before. For these crimes, he pleaded guilty and received 4 additional life imprisonment terms. Anthony Shore. Anthony was responsible for the murders of 3 girls. He was active from 1986 to 2000 and became known as the Tourniquet Killer because of his use of a ligature in either a toothbrush or bamboo stick to tighten or loosen the ligature. The instrument was similar to a garrote, or a twitch, a tool used by farmers to control horses. Anthony was sentenced to death in 2004 and executed by lethal injection in 2018. Andrew Uridalis. Andrew was an American serial killer who was convicted in Illinois in 2002 of killing 3 women and convicted in California in 2018 for killing 5 women. He was sentenced to death in California and died by suicide a few months later. Mervyn Hughes. Mervyn is an American serial killer who shot and killed 1 man in 1986 and later shot and killed 2 more people during a January 1999 shooting spree in Oakland, which also injured 10 others. Hughes was sentenced to death in 2005 and remains on death row. Angel Residez. Angel was suspected in as many as 23 murders across the United States and Mexico during the 1990s. Some also involved sexual assault. He became known as the Railroad Killer, as most of his crimes were committed near railroads, where he had jumped off the trains that he was using to travel around the country. He was convicted of capital murder in Texas and executed by lethal injection in 2006. David Corwin. David was an American serial killer who was sentenced to death and executed for murdering 3 women. Daniel was executed by lethal injection in 1998. Franklin Lynch. Franklin was convicted of the murders of 3 elderly women in successive months during the summer of 1987. Franklin is the prime suspect in 10 other murders of elderly women that took place in San Leandro, which were publicly called the Daystalk murders. Circumstantial evidence links him to a total of 13 murders. Paul Rhodes. Paul was an American spree killer and suspected serial killer, convicted of the murders committed in Idaho during a 3-week crime spree in 1987. He is the prime suspect in at least 4 additional killings in Utah and Wyoming, dating back to 1984. He was executed for 2 of his confirmed murders in 2011. Michael Torrance. Michael was an American serial killer responsible for the murders of 3 people in South Carolina from February to March 1987, 2 of which were committed with the help of his brother and his brother's wife, Donna. Sentenced to death for 1 murder and 2 life terms, Michael successfully volunteered for his execution, dropping all appeals against the wishes of his public defender, and was executed in 1996. David and Kathy Wood. Killed at least 6 girls and women in El Paso, Texas between May and August 1987, burying their bodies in the desert. While he has denied culpability for the crimes, he was nonetheless convicted and sentenced to death. Michael Lockhart. Michael was an American serial killer who received death sentences in 3 states. He was caught while attempting to steal a Corvette. He was executed on December 9, 1997, by the state of Texas. Harry Greenwald. Harry was an American serial killer and rapist who committed at least 3 murders along Interstate 65 in Indiana and Kentucky between 1987 and 1989. The killings were linked to Greenwald via DNA in 2022, but he died of cancer in 2013. Craig Price. Craig's an American serial killer who committed his crimes in Warwick, Rhode Island between the ages of 13 and 15. He was arrested in 1989 for 4 murders committed in his neighborhood, a woman and her 2 daughters that year, and the murder of another woman 2 years earlier. Dorothy Williams. Dorothy killed 3 elderly people during robberies in Illinois between 1987 and 1990. Initially sentenced to death, her death sentence was commuted to life in prison without parole in 2003. Patrick Baxter. Patrick, who raped and killed 2 women and a teenage girl in Westchester County, New York between 1987 and 1990. Due to DNA profiling, Patrick was arrested for the murders in 2000 while serving a sentence for car theft and was convicted and sentenced to 25 years to life imprisonment. Andrew Edwards. Andrew, a jobless drifter, Edwards murdered 4 fellow itinerants across 3 states between 1987 and 1992 in alcohol-induced rages, and attempted to murder a 5th in 1993 following his last attack. He was arrested and subsequently confessed to the murders, receiving a sentence of life imprisonment for his crimes. He is still alive, serving his life sentence. Clifton Ray. Clifton was responsible for at least 3 murders in Kansas City, Missouri between 1987 and 1992, and is suspected in 6 other murders. Ray was convicted of murdering his neighbor in 1995, and was soon going to be eligible for parole until DNA profiling exposed his responsibility in the murders of 2 others. Ray has remained in various prison facilities. As of September 2023, Ray is currently housed at the Jefferson City Correctional Center. Chester Turner. Chester, who was sentenced to death for sexually assaulting and murdering 14 women in LA between 1987 and 1998, he is currently on death row at San Quentin State Prison. Delmas Colvin. Delmas, who committed a series of at least 8 murders against girls and women engaged in prostitution in New Jersey and Ohio between 1987 and 2005. He was arrested thanks to DNA profiling examination. Colvin was convicted of White's murder and received an additional 30 years imprisonment to be served concurrently with his life sentences. Anthony Kirkland. Kirkland murdered 2 women and 2 girls in the Cincinnati area following a 16-year prison term for the 1987 killing of his girlfriend. Anthony is presently incarcerated at Chillicothe Correctional Institute in Ohio. Jeffrey Fellner. Jeffrey, a former nurse's aide who smothered 7 patients to death from 1988 to 1989 at the hospitals he worked at. After initially confessing, but later recanting his statements, he pleaded guilty of 2 of the murders in exchange for a 25 to life sentence, no further charges in the murders, and no further charges in the murders. A few years after his conviction, he died behind bars from AIDS complications. Lyndon Pace. Between 1988 and 1989, Lyndon robbed and killed elderly women, primarily in Atlanta's Vine City neighborhood. Pace was convicted of 4 murders, but was not tried for a 5th, and was sentenced to death for his crimes. As of 2020, he remains on Georgia's death row. Alfredo Prieto. Alfredo, being initially convicted of a single murder, he would later be connected to 8 other murders committed in Virginia and California between 1988 and September 1990 via DNA profiling. Sentenced to death in both states, Alfredo was executed by lethal injection in Virginia in 2015. Elfren Salvador. Elfren, who murdered patients while working as a respiratory therapist on March 12, 2002 at age 32, Salvador pleaded guilty to 6 counts of murder and received 7 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Efren is incarcerated at the California State Prison. James Bradley. James, who murdered his stepdaughter in 1988 and 2 other women in North Carolina in 2013 and 2014, it's actually pretty gruesome, but he stated he snapped and choked a girl, wrapping a sock around her neck. And once he got out for that, he killed 2 other women, which their bodies were found in garbage bags. The jury spared Bradley's life when they deadlocked during the sentencing phasing, and he was instead sentenced to life in prison without parole. He is currently serving his sentence at Tabor City Correctional Institution. Wesley Dodd. In 1989, he sexually assaulted and murdered 3 boys in Vancouver, Washington. He was arrested later that year after a failed attempt to abduct a 6-year-old boy at a movie theater. Dodd wrote detailed accounts of his murders in a diary that was found by police. After pleading guilty to the charges of murder, he received the death penalty. Oba Chandler. Oba was an American convicted murderer who was executed in Florida for the murder of Joan Rogers and her 2 teenage daughters. The women's bodies were found floating in the Tampa Bay in June 1989. They had been bound, gagged, and then tossed into the bay with concrete blocks tied to their necks while still alive. Chandler was arrested in September 1992. He was executed in 2011 by lethal injection. Danny Rolling. Danny, who murdered 5 students in Gainesville, Florida, over 4 days in August 1990, he later confessed to raping several of his victims, committing a triple homicide in his home state of Louisiana. He was sentenced to death for the 5 Gainesville murders in 1994. He was executed by lethal injection in 2006. Eileen Wuornos. In 1999 to 1990, while engaging in street prostitution along highways in Florida, she shot dead and robbed 7 of her male clients. Eileen claimed that her clients had either raped or attempted to rape her, and that the homicides of the men were committed in self-defense. Eileen was sentenced to death for 6 of the murders. She was executed on October 9, 2002, by lethal injection after spending more than 10 years on Florida's death row. Thomas Dillon. Thomas was an American serial killer
who shot and killed at least 5 men in southeastern Ohio, beginning April 1st, 1989, and continuing until April 1992. Dillon was hospitalized on October 4th and on October 21st, 2011. He died in the prison wing at the Corrections Medical Center in Columbus, Ohio, at the age of 61. Scott Erskine. Scott was convicted in 2003 for the 1993 murder of 2 California boys. He was incarcerated at San Quentin State Prison. In 2020, Scott became one of a dozen California death row inmates to die in the span of less than 2 months as a result of a COVID-19 outbreak at the prison. Lorenzo Fain. Between 1989 and 1993, Lorenzo murdered 1 woman and 5 children in the states of Wisconsin and Illinois in 2001. He was convicted and sentenced to death. However, a year later, the judge imposed a moratorium on capital punishment, commuting all prisoners who were sentenced to life in prison. Joel Rifkin. Joel, who was sentenced to 203 years for the murders of 9 women between 1989 and 1993. Though it is believed he has killed as many as 17 people, he was found guilty of 9 counts of second-degree murder in 1994. Kirsten Gilbert. Kirsten was a former nurse who was convicted of 4 murders and 2 attempted murders of patients admitted to the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Northampton, Massachusetts. She induced cardiac arrest in patients by injecting their intravenous therapy bags with massive doses of epinephrine, commonly known as the adrenaline, which is an untraceable heart stimulant. Linwood Fort. Linwood was linked via DNA to a series of rapes and murders committed in Goldsboro, North Carolina in 1990 and is the prime suspect in an unrelated murder in 1994. He was convicted of his confirmed crimes and subsequently sentenced to death and is currently awaiting execution. Donna Perry, our first trans killer. Assigned male at birth, she was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder in 2014 for killing 3 women in 1990. She is currently detained at the Washington Correction Center for Women in Gig Harbor, Washington. Cleophas Prince. Cleophas was a serial killer who was convicted and sentenced to death in 1993 for the rape and murder of 6 women in San Diego County, California, from January through September 1990. Before these crimes, and while serving in the United States Navy, Prince was court-martialed in 1989 due to larceny. Upon being convicted, he was recommended to be discharged after serving his sentence. Multiple books have been written on Prince and his crimes. George Russell, responsible for the murders of 3 women in Seattle over the summer of 1990. After killing his victims, he would mutilate and have sex with the corpse, leaving the bodies posed in bizarre positions at the crime scene. For his crimes, he was sentenced to 2 life imprisonment terms and is currently imprisoned at Calm Bay Correction Center. Alberto Seta. Alberto, who struck New York City from 1990 to 1993 before being caught on June 18, 1896. Seta killed 3 people and wounded 6 others. Seta was formally charged in the case on June 21, 1996, convicted in 1998, and was sentenced to 232 years imprisonment. Henry Wallace. Henry, who killed 11 black women in South Carolina and North Carolina from March 1990 to March 1994. He is currently awaiting execution at Central Prison in Raleigh. He was known as the Taco Bell Killer because most of his victims were employees of his because he had managed a Taco Bell. Keith Jesperson. He was known as the Happy Face Killer because he drew smiley faces on his many letters to the media and authorities. Many of his victims were sex workers and transients who had no connection to him. Strangulation was Keith's preferred method of murdering. Keith is currently serving a sentence of life without parole at the Oregon State Penitentiary. Robert Brashers. Robert, who committed at least 3 murders from 1990 to 1998 in the states of South Carolina and Missouri, he committed suicide to avoid arrest for an unrelated crime. It was not identified as the killer until 2018 by C.C. Moore with the help of improved DNA technology. While on the run for his last crime, Robert took his wife, daughter, and 2 stepdaughters hostage. After 4 hours of negotiations, he released 5 hostages and attempted to shoot himself in the head. He was still alive for 6 days after the wound. He released the 5 hostages and attempted to shoot himself in the head. He was still alive for 6 days and died from the wound. Edward McGregor. Edward murdered 4 women in the greater Houston area between 1990 and 2006 with the use of DNA evidence. Edward was convicted in 2010 for one of the murders and was sentenced to life in prison. Edward was only prosecuted in the Wildman's murder, and he went to trial in 2010. Since Edward was only 17 years old at the time, prosecutors could not seek the death penalty, instead sought a life sentence. Edward was found guilty and was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 15 years served. Philip Engel. Philip was an American serial killer who murdered 2 elderly couples in Cherryville, North Carolina in 1991. After being sentenced to death, he waived his appeals, saying that he wanted to spare the families of his victims from any more pain. He was executed in 1995. Earl Richmond. Earl committed 4 murders, including those of 2 children in New Jersey and North Carolina in 1991. Following his arrest for the murder, he was sentenced to death and executed by lethal injection in 2005. Benjamin Atkins. Benjamin, who murdered, tortured, and raped 11 women in Highland Park and Detroit, Michigan, during a period of 8 months between December 1991 and August 1992. Shortly after his convictions, he was rushed to a nearby hospital where he died on September 17, 1997, from an AIDS-related illness. Jerome Dennis. Jerome kidnapped and murdered 5 women and girls in 2 cities in Essex County, New Jersey between 1991 and 1992. After his arrest, he pleaded guilty and was later sentenced to life imprisonment in 1993. Harnoko Diwantoro. Harnoko killed 3 people in LA, California between 1991 and 1992. Despite committing the crimes of the territory of the United States, he was convicted of all 3 murders by an Indonesian court and was sentenced to death. He was paroled in 2019 from President Joko Widodo. Alan Newman. Alan, in a crime spree lasting nearly 2 years across 3 states, committed 4 murders and a dozen bank robberies prior to his capture in West Virginia. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for his crimes, and he was imprisoned at Jessup Correctional Institution, where he was found dead in his cell in 2000. Nathaniel White. In and near Orange County, New York, during the early 1990s, Nathaniel confessed to beating and stabbing 6 women to death while on parole. Nathaniel was convicted on all counts on April 14, 1993, and sentenced by Judge Jeffrey to 150 years to life. He is currently being held at the Elmira Correctional Facility. Caesar Barone. Caesar was sentenced to death in 1995 for assaulting and killing 4 women in the Portland area between 1991 and 1993. However, Caesar died awaiting execution in 2009 on December 24, 2009. Edwin Caprat. Edwin, who committed 6 murders in Tampa and Hernando County, Florida from 1991 to 1993, and majority of his victims being elderly women, convicted for the 2 killings and sentenced to death. He and another inmate were stabbed to death during a dispute in prison. Robert Shulman. Robert was a postal worker from Hickville, New York on Long Island, and was convicted of murdering 5 women between 1991 and 1996. The year when he was arrested, Shulman died on April 13, 2006 in Albany, New York of undisclosed causes. Aaron Key. Aaron was an American serial killer and serial rapist who is responsible for 4 rapes and at least 3 murders of teenage girls in different street blocks of East Harlem, located in Manhattan, New York, from 1991 to 1998. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms in prison. Malik, who killed at least 3 people, including his son and daughter, in Maryland between 1991 and 2019, he is suspected of killing his wife in 1976 and girlfriend's daughter and granddaughter in 2006. A pre-sentencing report in 1976 called him a smooth liar and a smooth talker, and he was skilled at misrepresenting himself. In October 2021, Malik was convicted of second-degree murder and unauthorized disposal of a human body. He was acquitted of first-degree murder. Harvey Robinson. Harvey was a serial killer currently imprisoned on death row in Pennsylvania. He was 18 when he committed his violent spree, killing 3 and injuring 2. Harvey is currently imprisoned on death row in Pennsylvania. William Sapp. William, who committed the murders of 3 women and girls in Ohio in 1992 and 1993, he attempted to murder another and possible 4th in Florida. William was detained for the murders in 1996, and he was sentenced to death on 1999. He is currently awaiting execution. John Armstrong. John, who was convicted of killing 5 female sex workers in Michigan, but is believed to have murdered at least 6 more between 1992 and 1999. He is currently serving life in prison. Gregory McKnight. Gregory murdered 2 people and buried their bodies on his property in Ohio in 2000. He had previously been convicted for a 1992 murder in Columbus. Gregory was sentenced to death in 2002. Desmond Jennings. While officials only conclusively proved his guilt in 5 murders, suspected him in as many as 20. Desmond was executed by lethal injection on November 17, 1999. James Swan. James, whose random drive-by shotgun shootings in Washington, D.C. in 1993 earned him his nickname in the press. James killed 4 people and injured 5 in 14 attacks, before he was apprehended by police in 1993. He was ruled not guilty due to being insane. He said that the voices of Malcolm X told him to kill people. He is still alive in a mental institution to this day. Orville Majors. Though he was tried for only 7 murders and convicted of 6, it was reported that he murdered patients who he claimed were demanding, whiny, or disproportionately adding to his workload. He was served his sentence at Indiana State Prison in Michigan City. Glenn Rogers. Glenn was convicted of 2 murders and is a suspect in numerous others throughout the United States. He is considered a possible alternative suspect to O.J. Simpson in the 1994 murder of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. Rogers was scheduled to be executed on Valentine's Day, but he is still alive to this day. Andre Crawford. Andre, who killed 11 women between 1993 and 1999 in Chicago, many of the women were addicted to drugs or worked as sex workers. He also had sex with their corpses. In 2009, Crawford was guilty on all counts and was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Michael Gargillo. He moved to Southern California in the 1990s and gained the nickname the Hollywood Ripper. He was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death on July 16, 2021. He is currently incarcerated in San Quentin State Prison. Gary Bowles. Gary was executed in 2019 for the murders of 6 men in 1994. Gary was executed by lethal injection in 2019. Leon Dorsey. Leon was an American serial killer who was executed in 2008 for the murders of 2 Blockbuster store employees. Leon murdered the 2 men and a Korean store clerk during a rampage in Texas in 1994. He confessed and was later given a death sentence. He was executed at the Huntsville unit in 2008. Dana Gray. Dana, who murdered 3 elderly women in 1994, was caught after a 4th intended victim survived and identified her. Dana says she committed the murders to support her spending habits. She is serving her sentence in the California Women's Prison in Chowchilla. Rory Conde. Rory, who killed 6 prostitutes in Florida over a span of 5 months from September to January, he was sentenced to death on March 7, 2000, and he has been on Florida's death row ever since. Anthony Ballum. Anthony murdered 4 prostitutes between 1994 and 1996 in Trenton, New Jersey, luring them with sex for drugs encounters.
Anthony was captured after his would-be fifth victim escaped and was later given a life sentence for his crimes. Leslie Burchart, who killed 3 homeless men and wounded a 4th in Richmond, Virginia from 1994 to 1996. He died behind bars for his original convictions in 2002. Eric Matthews. Eric, who killed 2 of his ex-girlfriends in Indiana in 1994, followed by his wife and stepson in 1998. Additionally linked to 2 rapes while on the run, he was arrested and put on trial after years of delay, where he was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment. Sean Gillis. Sean murdered 8 Louisiana women between 1994 and 2004 in the Baton Rouge metro and surrounding areas. He was arrested without incident at the residence at Bergen Avenue at 1:30 in the morning in 2004. He is currently incarcerated at the Louisiana State Penitentiary. Sean Goebel. Goebel kidnapped and murdered at least 3 women along highways in North Carolina and Tennessee during the winter of 1995. In addition, authorities in 10 other states investigated him for numerous other killings committed during the late 1980s and early 1990s. Goebel is currently serving his sentence at the Northeast Correctional Complex in Doe Valley, Tennessee. Francisco Junco. Francisco killed and subsequently burned the corpses of 4 Miami prostitutes during a period around 8 months. Francisco was convicted of all 4 murders and was given a life sentence for each of them. Paul Runge. Paul, who sexually assaulted and murdered at least 6 women and 1 girl between 1995 and 1997 in Illinois, he was initially sentenced to death, was commuted by Governor Pat Quinn in 2011 when capital punishment was abolished in the state. Alfred Gaynor. Alfred, who committed a series of 9 murders in the city of Springfield, Massachusetts from 1995 to 1998. For these crimes, Gaynor was subsequently given 4 sentences of life imprisonment without parole. Jose Guerrero. Jose murdered 3 women in California between 1995 and 1998. The murders went unsolved until 2004, when DNA evidence was found at the crime scenes were linked to him, he was imprisoned for a DUI. He was tried and convicted in 2009 and was sentenced to death. Raymond Johnson. Raymond, who killed his wife and her infant daughter in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 2007, shortly after being paroled for a previous manslaughter conviction in 1995. For the latter crimes, Raymond was convicted and sentenced to death and is currently awaiting execution. Tony Amati. Tony, who shot and killed 3 people during a series of thrill killings in LA in 1996, the FBI was brought to find his whereabouts and added him to the FBI's top 10 most wanted men in 1998. Following his arrest, he was sentenced to life imprisonment and is currently serving his sentence in Nevada. Richard Ebonitz. Richard was responsible for the deaths of at least 3 teenage girls in Spotsylvania County, Virginia, and then he abducted and raped a 15-year-old girl in Richland County. Richard has been suspected of other murders and confessed to numerous crimes, and he actually confessed to a bunch of them to his sister before he committed suicide. Ronald Hinton. Between 1996 and 1999, Ronald raped and strangled to death 3 women in the Rogers Park neighborhood of Chicago, Illinois. In 2 of the cases, Ronald worked with accomplices. He pleaded guilty to each murder in 2004 to avoid a death sentence and was subsequently handed down 3 life terms. Joseph Duncan. There is so much to this dude that he deserves an entire video on himself. Duncan had a long history as a violent sexual predator. He committed his first recorded sex crime in 1978 when he was 15 years old. In that incident, he raped a 9-year-old boy at gunpoint. This is a tiny excerpt of his crimes. 5 to 8 killed, 3 to 16 raped, 1 to 7 molested, 1 attempted molestation, and 1 to 3 people stalked. Megan Huntsman. Megan murdered 6 of her newborn children shortly after giving birth to them in Utah. She was only found out when someone she was sharing a garage with
found a box of a decomposing child inside. On February 12, 2015, she pleaded guilty to 6 counts of first-degree felony murder. Frederick Cox. In the span of a few months in 1997, he attacked 5 women in Orlando, Florida, killing 3. After an initial mistrial, Cox was found guilty at his second trial and sentenced to life in prison, plus 30 years for attempted murder.
Andrew Cunanan. Andrew murdered 5 people over 3 months from April 27th to July 15th, 1997. His victims included Italian fashion designer Gianni Versace and Chicago real estate developer Lee Milligan. Andrew died by suicide in 1997, 8 days after murdering Versace. Charles Duffy. Charles murdered 3 women in the Atlanta metropolitan area over 6 weeks in the summer of 1997. Having been turned in by his mother, Duffy pleaded guilty and received 2 life sentences for his crimes. Charles made a full confession to the killings of Yeo Kim and another individual. Thus, he skipped a trial and was sentenced to life imprisonment without incident. John Malveaux. John, who committed between 4 or 5 murders around Louisiana from January to October 1997. Following his arrest and confession to the crimes, John pleaded guilty on all counts and was given 4 life terms without the possibility of parole. William Reese. In 2015, was linked via DNA to the 1997 cold case murder of a woman in Oklahoma, for which he was subsequently convicted and sentenced to death. Not long after, he confessed to 3 murders that were associated with Texas killing fields, for which he was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment in 2022. Paul Reed. Paul was convicted and sentenced to death for 7 murders during 3 fast food restaurant robberies. Paul received 7 death sentences for his convictions, the first 2 coming in 1999. Paul died at the Nashville General Hospital at Meharry. Timothy McGee. Timothy is alleged to be responsible for at least 12 homicides between 1997 and 2001, 3 of which led to his convictions. Timothy is also suspected of at least 10 attempted murders, 4 of which led to his convictions. Due to a new change in California's death sentence laws, Timothy had been transferred to San Quentin's death row. Franklin Alex. Franklin, who committed at least 3 murders, 2 attempted murders, 9 robberies, 2 rapes, and 4 kidnappings during a crime spree in the late 1990s. Most of his crimes occurred at the apartment complexes in Houston. Alex was sentenced to death for one of the murders and executed in 2010. Dwayne Harris. Dwayne was an American serial killer who killed 3 women in Seattle between 1997 and 1998, dumping their bodies near freeways while jailed for a robbery charge. He confessed to the murders and was later sentenced to 94 years imprisonment. Paul DeRusso. Paul murdered 7 young women, including 2 that were pregnant, in the southeastern United States between 1997 and 2003. Of his known victims, they were young, single African-American women. Paul was arrested and charged with 5 counts of murder on June 17, 2003. Ronald Dominique. Ronald murdered at least 23 men and boys in the state of Louisiana between 1997 and 2006. On September 23, 2008, Ronald was found guilty and sentenced to several terms of life imprisonment without parole for his crimes. The FBI stated that Ronald was the most significant serial homicide case in the country over the past 2 decades in terms both of death toll and duration. After accepting a plea bargain from prosecutors, in September of 2008, the court found Ronald guilty on all charges, sentencing him to 8 life imprisonment terms without the possibility of parole. Scott Williams. Scott has been convicted for the murders of 3 women that took place over a period of 9 years. He has also been convicted of crimes against 2 additional women who were not killed. Scott is imprisoned at the Alexander Correctional Institution. Robert Rembert. Robert committed a series of at least 5 murders in Cleveland, Ohio, from 1997 to 2015. He was arrested thanks to DNA profiling, fully admitting his guilt at trial, for which he was sentenced to life in prison, with a chance of parole in 30 years. Kenneth Williams. Kenneth killed 4 people in Arkansas and Missouri, originally sentenced to life without parole for killing a cheerleader in 1998. Kenneth escaped from prison in a 500-gallon barrel of pig slop in 1999. He then shot and killed another man and stole his truck, several miles away from the prison, before unintentionally killing another man in a police chase in Missouri. Kenneth was convicted of the murder he was committing shortly after escaping the prison and was sentenced to death. In 2005, he confessed to committing the other murder in 1998. Williams becoming the last of 4 inmates to be executed in Arkansas in April of 2017. Daniel Jones. Daniel, who raped and stabbed 4 young women to death in Kansas City, Missouri between 1998 and 2001, he was arrested shortly after the final murder, and DNA evidence linked him to the previous crimes, after which he confessed and was given multiple life sentences. Todd Reed. Todd strangled 3 homeless women in Portland, Oregon between April and June 1999, later dumping their bodies in the Forest Park Reserve. He was convicted of these deaths, received 3 terms of life imprisonment. It is unclear in which prison Todd Al Reed is housed in, or if he's even alive. Carrie Stainer. Carrie was convicted of the murders of 4 women between February and July 1999. The murders occurred in Mariposa County, California, near Yosemite National Park. Carrie was sentenced to death of the 4 murders and is still on death row at San Quentin State Prison. John Etchinger. John, who was convicted of killing 3 women and 1 child from 1999 to 2005 in Pennsylvania, which he committed after 2 of the victims had rejected his romantic advances. He was handed 3 death sentences for the latter murders and 1 life sentence for the former, and is currently awaiting execution. Raymond Hopwell. Raymond murdered 5 elderly people and injured several others in Baltimore, Maryland between 1999 and 2005. In a deal with prosecutors, Hopewell pleaded guilty to 5 counts of murder in order to avoid the death penalty, and received 4 life sentences. Robert Smallwood. Robert fatally strangled 3 women in Kentucky between 1999 and 2006. He was convicted of the murders, along with additional rape, and sentenced to life in prison in October 2007. Michael Mullins. Michael, who murdered 3 women in Memphis, Tennessee between 1999 and 2012, and unsuccessfully tried to kill a 4th woman in Knoxville. He was arrested for the final murder in 2012. His DNA was uploaded to a database which linked him to 3 other crimes, after which he made a full confession and was given multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. Alright, I just wanted it to be known that we are starting at the 2000s and working our way till 2023. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Please leave a like if you're, still here with us. Well, me. I'll see you guys at the end of the video. Rodney Bixer. Ronnie strangled 3 women in Kentucky, raped another, and is suspected of drowning a 13-year-old girl. He was sentenced to 40 years imprisonment for these crimes, and provided that he maintains good behavior, he will be released in 2039. Ronald Ward. Ronald murdered at least 3 women and 1 man in the span of several months in 2000. Initially convicted for the murder of Craig Petrich in Montana, he was later linked by DNA evidence to 3 other murders, which had occurred in Arkansas and California. Ronald died serving his sentence in the Montana State Prison in 2014, but the case of his death was not disclosed. Roberto Fernandez. Roberto was posthumously linked to the murders of 3 prostitutes in Miami, Florida from 2000 to 2001. Roberto had been acquitted of the murder in 1996 of shooting his wife. He died in a plane crash in Paraguay before he could be arrested for the crimes. Terry Hankins. Terry killed 5 family members in Mansfield, Texas between October 2000 and August 2001. After fully admitting responsibility, he was convicted of 2 of the murders and was sentenced to death. Terry was executed by lethal injection in 2009. Vicky Jackson. Vicky is an American serial killer who killed at least 10 patients at the Nocona General Hospital in Nocona, Texas between 2000 and 2001. Using the muscle relaxant Mivacron, despite protesting her innocence, she was found guilty on all accounts and sentenced to life imprisonment. Matthew Johnson. Matthew is an American serial killer and rapist who murdered at least 3 female sex workers from 2000 to 2001. He is also suspected in the deaths of another 2 women, but hasn't been charged in their deaths. Johnson was convicted of 3 murders and was sentenced to 180 years in prison. Kevin Taylor. Kevin strangled 4 prostitutes to death in Chicago in 2001. After a would-be 5th victim survived and identified him, Taylor was arrested and sentenced to multiple life terms in 2006. Shelley Brooks. Shelley Brooks is a serial killer who murdered at least 7 women in Detroit, Michigan from 2001 to 2006, though he is suspected of up to 20 murders and possibly more. He was caught thanks to a survivor and fully admitted to his guilt at the trials, for which he was given multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. Quincy Allen. Quincy was an American serial killer who killed 4 people between July and August in a crime spree in 2002. He was sentenced to death for his crimes in South Carolina and is currently awaiting execution. William Gibson. William was an American serial killer and rapist who is currently on Indiana's death row for the sexually motivated murders of 2 women in 2002 and 2012, in addition to serving a 65-year sentence for a 3rd murder committed in 2012. A habitual criminal known for his increasingly violent streaks and his handlebar mustache, William claimed responsibility for upwards of 30 additional murders across multiple states, none of which have been confirmed. William Howell. Williams convicted of murdering 7 women in 2003. He is one of the most prolific serial killers in Connecticut history. In November 2017, while already serving a 15-year prison sentence for manslaughter, he was sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences, meaning he was sentenced to 360 years in prison. Larm Price. Price is an American serial killer who murdered 4 immigrants in New York in 2003. Price claimed he carried out the murders in revenge for the September 11th attacks, and said he was driven to kill by a paranoid hatred of Arabs. Despite this claim, only one of his victims was Middle Eastern. He remains incarcerated at the Sullivan Correctional Facility. Samaron Bell. Bell was an American serial killer who was convicted for the murders of his girlfriend and 3 men in California, committed during separate incidences in 2003 and 2004. Sentenced to death for the killings, he remains on death row awaiting execution. Larry Bright. Larry was an American serial killer responsible for the deaths of at least 8 women between the ages of 30 and 41 in central Illinois. The murders occurred between July 2003 and October 2004 in Illinois. Scott Kimball. Scott is a convicted serial killer, conman, and fraudster from Boulder County, Colorado, who murdered at least 4 people over a 2-year period. Investigators strongly suspect him in as many as 21 unsolved killings. For the first year of his murder activity, he worked as an informant for the FBI. Charles Severance, whose crimes took place in Virginia between 2003 and 2014, he was convicted by a Virginia court in 2016 of 3 shooting deaths and sentenced to life in prison, plus an additional 48 years. Todd Kohlhepp. Todd was an American sex offender and serial killer, convicted of murdering 7 people in South Carolina between 2003 and 2016. In addition, Kohlhepp kidnapped at least 1 woman, raped another, and claims to have killed many more. Eugene McWaters. Eugene was an American serial killer and rapist who murdered 3 homeless women in Port Salamo, Florida, from March to May 2004. He was convicted and sentenced to death, but in 2014, his sentence was commuted to life imprisonment on technicality. He is currently incarcerated at Taylor Correctional Institution in Florida. Nicholas Wiley. Nicholas was an American serial killer and sex offender who murdered at least 3 women in Syracuse, New York in 2004. He claimed to have killed a total of 7 people, although his claims were never corroborated. For his known crimes, he was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Robert Hayes. Robert was an American serial killer who had been convicted of 3 murders in Daytona Beach, Florida, between December 2005 and February 2006. DNA tests have also linked him to a 4th murder committed in March 2016. In addition, he remains the prime suspect in the murder of another woman in December 2007. In February 2022, Hayes was convicted on 3 counts of first-degree murder. In the following month, he was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Kermit Gosnell. Kermit provided abortions at his clinic in West Pennsylvania. He was convicted of the murders of 3 infants who were born alive after using drugs to induce birth, the manslaughter of 1 woman during an abortion procedure, and of several other medically related crimes. He is sentenced to life in prison without parole. Samuel Cooper. Samuel is an American serial killer who murdered 5 men in North Carolina between 2006 and 2007. Convicted of 5 counts of first-degree murder, Samuel was spared a death sentence and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Sean Great. Sean is an American serial killer and rapist sentenced to death for the murders of 5 young women in and around northern Ohio from 2006 to 2016. Convicted of 2 accounts of aggravated murder on May 7, 2018 in Ashland County. Pleaded guilty to 2 additional murders on March 1, 2019. He was sentenced to death and is scheduled for execution in 2025. Joe Brandt. Joe killed 1 woman in New Orleans, but is suspected of killing at least 3 from October 2007 to September 2008. In the then post-Hurricane Katrina environment, Joe was on prison for burglary charges when the other cases finally caught up to him. He eventually confessed and pleaded guilty to the other 3 murders and is still awaiting sentencing as of 2021. Gary Hilton. Gary is an American serial killer responsible for 4 known homicides between 2007 and 2008, committed in 3 states, all of which occurred within the premise of national forest. Gary was sentenced to death in Florida. Anthony Sawell. Anthony was convicted in 2011 of murdering 11 women whose bodies were discovered at his Cleveland, Ohio home in 2009. After being sentenced to death for the murderers, Anthony died in prison from a terminal illness. Robert Gleason. Robert was sentenced to death and executed in Virginia for 2 separate murders of 2 of his cellmates. Robert was already serving a life sentence for another murderer. He was an execution volunteer who vowed to continue killing in prison if he was not put to death. Capital punishment was abolished in Virginia in 2021, making Robert the last person to be executed in Virginia. Kimberly Saenz is a former licensed practitioner nurse and a convicted serial killer. She was convicted of killing several patients at the Texas Dialysis Center by injecting bleach into their dialysis lines. Michael Johnson. Michael is an American serial killer who murdered at least 4 women in Chicago's South Side between 2008 and 2010. Michael, despite being born with a deformity in his right hand, strangled each of the women to death. After failing to kill a 5th victim, who later pinpointed him to police, Michael was arrested and sentenced to 100 years imprisonment on 1 count of murder. Anthony Garcia. Former medical doctor, he was convicted of 2 separate double murders committed in 2008 and 2013 in Nebraska. Garcia was arrested in July 2013 and went to trial in October of 2016. He was found guilty on all counts and was later sentenced to death. John Eatwell. John, who murdered 4 residents of the Hawthorne neighborhood in LA in 2010, he had previous convictions for violent crimes dating back to the 1980s and in the 1990s and 2000s. Following a guilty plea in 2019, he was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms without parole. Antonio Rodriguez. Antonio is an American serial killer, convicted of raping and killing 3 women from November to December 2010, all of which occurred within a 10-block radius of a neighborhood. For his crimes, Antonio was sentenced to 3 life terms, which he is currently serving at a state correctional institution. Michael Madison. Michael, who is known to have committed the murders of at least 3 women over a 9-month period in 2012, he was arrested and charged with the crimes in 2013 and was sentenced to death in 2016. He is currently being held on death row. Stephen Gordon. Stephen killed at least 4 sex workers in California from 2013 to 2014. Convicted and sentenced to death for his crimes, Gordon admitted responsibility for at least 1 further murder, for which he had never been charged. As of May 2022, he remains on death row. Darren Van. Darren was arrested on October 18, 2014, for the murder of 19-year-old Africa Hardy at a Motel 6 in Indiana. He confessed to the murders of 6 other female victims as well. James Ritchie. Throughout 2016, Ritchie murdered upwards of 5 individuals in and around Alaska, most of whom were in parks or along bike paths. He always committed his murders at night, often around midnight or a short time after. Ritchie was killed during a shootout with police officers in downtown Anchorage on November 12, 2016. Wheeler Weaver. Wheeler Weaver lured his victims using Tag, a dating app, and murdered 3 women and attempted to kill a 4th between August 2016 and November 2016. One of the victims' sisters created a fake account and lured Wheeler Weaver to meeting before notifying police. He will be eligible for parole in 140 years. Wheeler Weaver maintained his innocence, claiming he was framed. Lawrence Mills. Lawrence is an American serial killer who murdered 2 women, one of whom was pregnant, by running them over with his car in Detroit, Michigan, between October and December 2017. After being arrested in 2020, he was sentenced to 28 to 48 years in prison. He is also suspected of at least 2 other hit and runs, one of which was fatal. He is now imprisoned at Bellamy Creek Correctional Facility. Retta Mays. Retta is an American convicted serial killer who murdered at least 7 elderly military veterans over a span of 11 months, between July 2017 and June 2018, by injecting them with lethal doses of insulin. Stuart Weldon. Stuart murdered 3 women in Springfield, Massachusetts in late 2017 and early 2018. After being arrested for kidnapping and attempting to kill a woman in 2018, authorities investigated his property and found the bodies of 3 victims. Weldon pleaded guilty to the murders on September 28, 2021, and was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences. Raymond Escobar. Raymond killed 7 people during a month-long killing spree between Texas and California in 2018, most of whom were homeless. After pleading guilty, he was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment, committing a suspected 8th murder while in prison in 2023. D'Angelo Martin. D'Angelo is an American serial killer who murdered 4 women and raped 2 others in Detroit between February 2018 and June 2019. Martin was arrested on June 7, 2019 and was sentenced to 45 to 70 years in prison. He is currently housed at the Richard A. Handon Correctional Facility. Kenyelle Brown. Kenyelle was an American criminal and prime suspect in a series of murders which occurred in 3 cities. On February 24th, his whereabouts were discovered, but during the arrest attempt, Brown shot himself in the head. He survived his injuries and was taken to the hospital, where he died 4 days later due to complications. Ryan Blunston. Ryan is an American spree killer and arsonist who murdered 3 women in Oroville, California, between May and June 2020. His modus operandi typically consisted of murdering clients he worked for at his tree trimming job. Ryan was caught by a SWAT team while attempting to murder another man with a hatchet. He was later found guilty of the murders and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.